Chapter 1 of Dangerous Days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. Chapter 1. Natalie Spencer was giving a dinner. She was not an easy hostess. Like most women of futile lives, she lacked a sense of proportion, and the small and unimportant details of the service absorbed her. Such conversation as she threw at random to right and left was trivial and distracted. Yet the dinner was an unimportant one. It had been given with an eye more to the menu than to the guest list, which was characteristic of Natalie's mental processes. It was also characteristic that when the final course had been served without mishap, and she gave a sigh of relief before the gesture of withdrawal which was a signal to the other women, that she had realized no lack in it. The food had been good, the service satisfactory. She stood up, slim and beautifully dressed, and gathered up the women with a smile. The movement found Doctor Haverford at her left, unprepared, and with his coffee cup in his hand. He put it down hastily and rose, and the small cup overturned in its saucer, sending a smudge of brown into the cloth. "Dreadfully awkward of me," he said. The clergyman's smile of apology was boyish, but he was suddenly aware that his hostess was annoyed. He caught his wife's amiable eyes on him, too, and they said quite plainly that one might spill coffee at home, one quite frequently did, to confess a good man's weakness, but one did not do it at Natalie Spencer's table. The rector's smile died into a sheepish grin. For the first time since dinner began, Natalie Spencer had a clear view of her husband's face. Not that that mattered particularly, but the flowers had been too high. For a small dinner, low flowers always. She would speak to the florist. But having glanced at Clayton, standing tall and handsome at the head of the table, she looked again. His eyes were fixed on her with a curious intentness. He seemed to be surveying her, from the top of her burnished hair to the very gown she wore. His gaze made her vaguely uncomfortable. It was unsmiling, appraising, almost, only that was incredible in Clay, almost hostile. Through the open door the half-dozen women trailed out, Natalie in white, softly rustling as she moved, Mrs. Haverford in black velvet, a trifle tight over her ample figure, Marion Hayden, in a very brief garment she would have called a frock, perennial debutante that she was, rather negligible Mrs. Terry Mackenzie, and trailing behind the others, frankly loath to leave the men, Audrey Valentine. Clayton Spencer's eyes rested on Audrey with a smile of amused toleration, on her outrageously low green gown that was somehow casually elegant, on her long green earrings and jade chain, on the cigarette between her slim fingers. Audrey's audacity always amused him. In the doorway she turned and nonchalantly surveyed the room. "For heaven's sake, hurry," she apostrophized the table. "We are going to knit. I feel it. And don't give Chris anything more to drink, Clay. He's had enough." She went on, a slim green figure, moving slowly and reluctantly toward the drawing room, her head held high, a little smile still on her lips. But, alone for a moment, away from curious eyes, her expression changed, her smile faded, her lovely irregular face took on a curious intensity. What a devilish evening! Chris was drinking too much, talking wildly, and always with furtive eyes on her. Chris! Oh, well, that was life, she supposed. She stopped before a long mirror and gave a bit of careless attention to her hair. With more care she tinted her lips again with a cosmetic stick from the tiny, diamond-studded bag she carried. Then she turned and surveyed the hall and the library beyond. A new portrait of Natalie was there, hanging on the wall under a shaded light, and she wandered in, still with her cigarette, and surveyed it. Natalie had everything. The portrait showed it. It was beautiful, smug, complacent. Mrs. Valentine's eyes narrowed slightly. She stood there thinking about Natalie. She had not everything after all. There was something she lacked. Charm, perhaps. She was a cold woman. But then Clay was cold, too. He was even a bit hard. Men said that. Hard and ambitious, although he was popular. Men liked strong men. It was only the weak they deplored and loved. Poor Chris. She lounged into the drawing room, smiling her slow, cool smile. In the big, uncarpeted alcove, where stood Natalie's great painted piano, Marion Hayden was playing softly, carefully posed for the entrance of the men. Natalie was sitting with her hands folded in the exact center of a peacock blue divan. The others were knitting. "Very pretty effect, Toots," Audrey called. And Miss Hayden gave her the unashamed smile of one woman of the world to another. Audrey had a malicious impulse. She sat down beside Natalie, and against the blue divan her green gown shrieked a discord. She was vastly amused when Natalie found an excuse and moved away, to dispose herself carefully in a tall, old gold chair, which framed her like a picture. "We were talking of men, my dear," said Mrs. Haverford, placidly knitting. "Of course," said Audrey, flippantly. "Of what it is that they want, more than anything else in the world." "Children, sons," put in Mrs. Mackenzie. She was a robust, big woman with kindly eyes, and she was childless. "Women," called Toots Hayden. She was still posed, but she had stopped playing. Mrs. Haverford's eyes rested on her a moment, disapprovingly. "What do you say, Natalie?" Audrey asked. "I hadn't thought about it. Money, probably." "You are all wrong," said Audrey, and lighted a fresh cigarette. "They want different things at different ages. That's why marriage is such a rotten failure. First they want women. Any woman will do, really. So they marry. Any woman. Then they want money. After that they want power and place. And when they've got that, they begin to want love." "Goodness gracious, Audrey, what a cynical speech," said Mrs. Mackenzie. "If they've been married all that time " "Oh, tut," said Audrey, rudely. She had the impulse of the unhappy woman to hurt, but she was rather ashamed of herself, too. These women were her friends. Let them go on believing that life was a thing of lasting loves, that men were true to the end, and that the relationships of life were fixed and permanent things. "I'm sorry," she said. "I was just being clever. Let's talk about the war. It's the only thing worth talking about, anyhow." In the dining room Clayton Spencer, standing tall and erect, had watched the women go out. How typical the party was of Natalie, of her meticulous care in small things, and her indifference or real ignorance as to what counted. Was it indifference, really? Or was it supreme craftiness, the stupidity of her dinners, the general unattractiveness of the women she gathered around her, the ill assortment of people who had little in themselves and nothing whatever in common? Of all the party, only Audrey and the rector had interested him even remotely. Audrey amused him. Audrey was a curious mixture of intelligence and frivolity. She was a good fellow. Sometimes he thought she was a nice woman posing as not quite nice. He didn't know. He was not particularly analytical, but at least she had been one bit of cheer during the endless succession of courses. The rector was the other, and he was relieved to find Doctor Haverford moving up to the vacant place at his right. "I've been wanting to see you, Clay," he said in an undertone. "It's rather stupid to ask you how you found things over there. But I'm going to do it." "You mean the war?" "There's nothing else in the world, is there?" "One wouldn't have thought so from the conversation here to night." Clayton Spencer glanced about the table. Rodney Page, the architect, was telling a story clearly not for the ears of the clergy, and his own son, Graham, forced in at the last moment to fill a vacancy, was sitting alone, bored and rather sulky, and sipping his third cognac. "If you want my opinion, things are bad." "For the Allies or for us?" "Good heavens, man, it's the same thing. It's only the Allies who are standing between us and trouble now. The French are just holding their own. The British are fighting hard, but they're fighting at home, too. We can't sit by for long. We're bound to be involved." The rector lighted an excellent cigar. "Even if we are," he said hopefully, "I understand our part of it will be purely naval. And I believe our Navy will give an excellent account of itself." "Probably," Clay retorted, "if it had anything to fight. But with the German fleet bottled up and the inadvisability of attempting to bombard Berlin from the sea. The rector made no immediate reply, and Clayton seemed to expect none. He sat back, tapping the table with long, nervous fingers, and his eyes wandered from the table around the room. He surveyed it all with much the look he had given Natalie a few moments before, searching, appraising, vaguely hostile. Yet it was a lovely room, simple and stately. Rodney Page, who was by way of being decorator for the few, as he was architect for the many, had done the room, with its plainly paneled walls, the overmantel with an old painting inset, its lion chairs, its two console tables, with each its pair of porcelain jars. Clayton liked the dignity of the room, but there were times when he and Natalie sat at the great table alone, with only the candles for light, and the rest of the room in a darkness from which the butler emerged at stated intervals and retreated again, when he felt the oppression of it. For a dinner party, with the brilliant colors of the women's gowns, it was ideal. For Natalie and himself alone, with the long silences between them that seemed to grow longer as the years went on, it was inexpressibly dreary. He was frequently aware that both Natalie and himself were talking for the butler's benefit. From the room his eyes traveled to Graham, sitting alone, uninterested, dull, and somewhat flushed. And on Graham, too, he fixed that clear, appraising gaze that had vaguely disconcerted Natalie. The boy had had too much to drink, and unlike the group across the table, it had made him sullen and quiet. He sat there, staring moodily at the cloth and turning his glass around in fingers that trembled somewhat. Then he found himself involved in the conversation. "London as dark as they say?" inquired Christopher Valentine. He was a thin young man with a small, affectedly curled mustache. Clayton did not care for him, but Natalie found him amusing. "I haven't been over," he really said over, "for ages. 8 months or so." "Very dark. Hard to get about." "Most of the fellows I know over there are doing something. I'd like to run over, but what's the use? Nobody's around, streets dark, no gaiety, nothing." "No, you'd better stay at home. They don't particularly want visitors, anyhow." "Unless they go for war contracts, eh?" said Valentine pleasantly, a way he had of taking the edge off the frequent impertinence of his speech. "No, I'm not going over. We're not popular over there, I understand. Keep on thinking we ought to take a hand in the dirty mess." Graham spoke unexpectedly. "Well, don't you think we ought?" "If you want my candid opinion, no. We've been waving a red flag called the Monroe Doctrine for some little time, as a signal that we won't stand for Europe coming over here and grabbing anything. If we're going to be consistent, we can't do any grabbing in Europe, can we?" Clayton eyed him rather contemptuously. "We might want to grab, as you term it, a share in putting the madmen of Europe into chains," he said. "I thought you were pro-British, Chris." "Only as to clothes, women, and filet of sole," Chris returned flippantly. Then, seeing Graham glowering at him across the table, he dropped his affectation of frivolity. "What's the use of our going in now?" he argued. "This Somme push is the biggest thing yet. They're going through the Germans like a hay cutter through a field. German losses 500,000 already." "And what about the Allies? Have they lost nothing?" This was Clayton's attorney, an Irishman named Denis Nolan. There had been 2 N's in Denis originally, but although he had disposed of a part of his birthright, he was still belligerently Irish. "What about Rumania? What about the Russians at Lemberg? What about Saloniki?" "You Irish," said the rector genially. "Always fighting the world and each other. Tell me, Nolan, why is it that you always have individual humor and collective ill humor?" He felt that was rather neat, but Nolan was regarding him acrimoniously, and Clayton apparently had not heard at all. The dispute went on, Chris Valentine alternately flippant and earnest, the rector conciliatory, Graham glowering and silent. Nolan had started on the Irish question, and Rodney baited him with the prospect of conscription there. Nolan's voice, full and mellow and strangely sweet, dominated the room. But Clayton was not listening. He had heard Nolan air his views before. He was a trifle acid, was Nolan. He needed mellowing, a woman in his life. But Nolan had loved once, and the girl had died. With the curious constancy of the Irish, he had remained determinedly celibate. "Strange race," Clayton reflected idly, as Nolan's voice sang on. "Don't know what they want, but want it like the devil. One woman men, too. Curious." It occurred to him, then, that his own reflection was as odd as the fidelity of the Irish. He had been faithful to his wife. He had never thought of being anything else. He did not pursue that line of thought. He sat back and resumed his nervous tapping of the cloth, not listening, hardly thinking, but conscious of a discontent that was beyond analysis. Clayton had been aware, since his return from the Continent and England days before, of a change in himself. He had not recognized it until he reached home, and he was angry with himself for feeling it. He had gone abroad for certain Italian contracts and had obtained them. A year or two, if the war lasted so long, and he would be on his feet at last, after years of struggle to keep his organization together through the hard times that preceded the war. He would be much more than on his feet. Given 3 more years of war, and he would be a very rich man. And now that the goal was within sight, he was finding that it was not money he wanted. There were some things money could not buy. He had always spent money. His anxieties had not influenced his scale of living. Money, for instance, could not buy peace for the world, or peace for a man either. It had only one value for a man. It gave him independence of other men, made him free. 3 things, said the rector, apropos of something or other, and rather oratorically, are required by the normal man: work, play, and love. Assure the crippled soldier that he has lost none of these, and work, play, and love. Well, God knows he had worked. Play? He would have to take up golf again more regularly. He ought to play 3 times a week. Perhaps he could take a motor tour now and then, too. Natalie would like that. Love? He had not thought about love very much. A married man of 45 certainly had no business thinking about love. No, he certainly did not want love. He felt rather absurd, even thinking about it. And yet in the same flash came a thought of the violent passions of his early 20s. There had been a time when he had suffered horribly because Natalie had not wanted to marry him. He was glad all that was over. No, he certainly did not want love. He drew a long breath and straightened up. "How about those plans, Rodney?" he inquired genially. "Natalie says you have them ready to look over." "I'll bring them round any time you say." "To morrow, then. Better not lose any time. Building is going to be a slow matter at the best." "Slow and expensive," Page added. He smiled at his host, but Clayton Spencer remained grave. "I've been away," he said, "and I don't know what Natalie and you have cooked up between you. But just remember this. I want a comfortable country house. I don't want a public library." Page looked uncomfortable. The move into the drawing room covered his uneasiness, but he found a moment later on to revert to the subject. "I have tried to carry out Natalie's ideas, Clay," he said. "She wanted a sizable place, you know. A wing for house parties and that sort of thing." Clayton's eyes roamed about the room, where portly Mrs. Haverford was still knitting placidly, where the Chris Valentines were quarreling under pretense of raillery, where Toots Hayden was smoking a cigarette in the corner and smiling up at Graham, and where Natalie, exquisite and precise, was supervising the laying out of a bridge table. "She would, of course," he observed rather curtly, and moving through a French window went out onto a small balcony into the night. He was irritated with himself. What had come over him? He shook himself and drew a long breath of the sweet night air. His tall, boyishly straight figure dominated the little place. In the half light he looked indeed like an overgrown boy. He always looked like Graham's brother, anyhow. It was one of Natalie's complaints against him. But he put the thought of Natalie away, along with his new discontent. By George, it was something to feel that, if a man could not fight in this war, at least he could make shells to help end it. Oblivious to the laughter in the room behind him, the clink of glass as whiskey and soda was brought in, he planned there in the darkness new organization, new expansions, and found in it a great content. He was proud of his mills. They were his, of his own making. The small iron foundry of his father's building had developed into the colossal furnaces that night after night lighted the downtown district like a great conflagration. He was proud of his mills and of his men. He liked to take men and see them work out his judgment of them. He was not often wrong. Take that room behind him. Rodney Page, dilettante, liked by women, who called him Roddy. A trifle unscrupulous, but not entirely a knave. The sort of man one trusted with everything but one's wife. Chris, too, only he let married women alone, and forgot to pay back the money he borrowed. There was only one man in the room about whom he was beginning to mistrust his judgment, and that was his own son. Perhaps it was because he had so recently come from lands where millions of boys like Graham were pouring out their young lives like wine, that Clayton Spencer was seeing Graham with a new vision. He turned and glanced back into the drawing room, where Graham, in the center of the misfit group and not quite himself, was stooping over Marion Hayden. They would have to face that, of course, the woman urge in the boy. Until now his escapades had been boyish ones, a few debts frankly revealed and as frankly regretted, some college mischiefs, a rather serious gambling fever, quickly curbed, but never women, thank God. But now the boy was through with college, and already he noticed something new in their relationship. Natalie had always spoiled him, and now there were, with increasing frequency, small consultations in her room when he was shut out, and he was beginning to notice a restraint in his relations with the boy, as though mother and son had united against him. He was confident that Natalie was augmenting Graham's allowance from her own. His salary, rather, for he had taken the boy into the business, not as a partner, that would come later, but as the manager of a department. He never spoke to Natalie of money. Her house bills were paid at the office without question. But only that day Miss Potter, his secretary, had reported that Mrs. Spencer's bank had called up, and he had made good a considerable overdraft. He laid the cause of his discontent to Graham finally. The boy had good stuff in him. He was not going to allow Natalie to spoil him, or to withdraw him into that little realm of detachment in which she lived. Natalie did not need him, and had not, either as a lover or a husband, for years. But the boy did. There was a little stir in the room behind. The Haverfords were leaving, and the Hayden girl, who was plainly finding the party dull. Graham was looking down at her, a tall, handsome boy, with Natalie's blonde hair, but his father's height and almost insolent good looks. "Come around to morrow," she was saying. "About 4. There's always a crowd about 5, you know." Clayton knew and felt a misgiving. The Hayden house was a late afternoon loafing and meeting place for the idle sons and daughters of the rich. Not the conservative old families who had developed a sense of the responsibility of wealth, but of the second generation of easily acquired money. As she went out with Graham at her elbow, he heard Chris at the bridge table. "Terrible house, the Haydens. Just one step from the Saturday night carouse in Clay's Mill district." When Graham came back, Mrs. Haverford put her hand on his arm. "I wish you would come to see us, Graham. Delight so often speaks of you." Graham stiffened almost imperceptibly. "Thanks, I will." But his tone was distant. "You know she comes out this winter." "Really?" "And you were great friends. I think she misses you a little." "I wish I thought so." Gentle Mrs. Haverford glanced up at him quickly. "You know she doesn't approve of me." "Why, Graham!" "Well, ask her," he said. And there was a real bitterness under the lightness of his tone. "I'll come, of course, Mrs. Haverford. Thank you for asking me. I haven't a lot of time. I'm a sort of a clerk down at the mill, you know." Natalie overheard, and her eyes met Clayton's with a glance of malicious triumph. She had been deeply resentful that he had not made Graham a partner at once. He remembered a conversation they had had a few months before. "Why should he have to start at the bottom?" she had protested. "You have never been quite fair to him, Clay." His boyish diminutive had stuck to him. You expect him to know as much about the mill now as you do, after all these years." "Not at all. I want him to learn. That's precisely the reason I'm not taking him in at once." "How much salary is he to have?" "$3,000 a year." "$3,000! Why, it will take all of that to buy him a car." "There are 3 cars here now. I should think he could manage." "Every boy wants his own car." "I pay my other managers $3,000," he said, still patient. "He will live here. His car can be kept here without expense. Personally, I think it too much money for the service he will be able to give us for the first year or 2. And although she had let it go at that, he had felt in her a keen resentment. Graham had got a car of his own, was using it hard, if the bills the chauffeur presented were an indication, and Natalie had overdrawn her account $2,500. The evening wore on. 2 tables of bridge were going on, with Denis Nolan sitting in at one. Money in large amounts was being written in on the bridge scores. The air of the room was heavy with smoke, and all the men and some of the women were drinking rather too much. There were splotches of color under the tan in Graham's cheeks, and even Natalie's laughter had taken on a higher note. Chris's words rankled in Clayton Spencer's mind. A step from the Saturday night carouse. How much better was this sort of thing? A dull party, driven to cards and drink to get through the evening? And what sort of home life were he and Natalie giving the boy? Either this or the dreary evenings when they were alone, with Natalie sitting with folded hands, or withdrawing to her boudoir upstairs, where invariably she summoned Graham to talk to him behind closed doors. He went into the library and shut the door. The room rested him after the babble across. He lighted a cigar and stood for a moment before Natalie's portrait. It had been painted while he was abroad, he suspected, Rodney's instigation. It left him quite cold, as did Natalie herself. He could look at it dispassionately, as he had never quite cared to regard Natalie. Between them personally, there was always the element she never allowed him to forget, that she had given him a son. This was Natalie herself, Natalie at 41, girlish, beautiful, fretful, and selfish. Natalie with whom he was to live the rest of his life, who was to share his wealth and his future, and with whom he shared not a single thought in common. He had a curious sense of disloyalty as he sat down at his desk and picked up a pad and pencil. But a moment later he had forgotten her, as he had forgotten the party across the hall. He had work to do. Thank God for work. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Natalie was in bed when he went upstairs. Through the door of his dressing room he could see her lying, surrounded by papers. Natalie's handsome bed was always covered with things, her handkerchief, a novel, her silk dressing gown flung over the footboard, sometimes bits of dress materials and lace. Natalie did most of her planning in bed. He went in and, clearing a space, sat down on the foot of the bed facing her. Her hair was arranged in a loose knot on top of her head, and there was a tiny space, perhaps a quarter of an inch, slightly darker than the rest. He realized with a little start that she had had her hair touched up during his absence. Still, she looked very pretty, her skin slightly glistening with its night's bath of cold cream, her slim arms lying out on the blue silk eiderdown coverlet. "I told Doctor Haverford to night that we would like to give him a car, Natalie," he began directly. It was typical of him, the "we." "A car? What for?" "To ride about in, my dear. It's rather a large parish, you know. And I don't feel exactly comfortable seeing him tramping along when most people are awheel. He's not very young." "He'll kill himself, that's all." "Well, that's rather up to Providence, of course." "You are throwing a sop to Providence, aren't you?" she asked shrewdly. "Throwing bread on the waters? I dare say he angled for it. You're easy, Clay. Give you a good dinner? It was a nice dinner, wasn't it?" "A very nice dinner," he assented, but at the tone she looked up. "Well, what was wrong?" she demanded. I saw when I went out that you were angry about something. Your face was awful." "Oh, come now, Natalie," he protested. "It wasn't anything of the sort. The dinner was all right. The guests were all right. I may have unconsciously resented your attitude about Doctor Haverford. Certainly he didn't angle for it, and I had no idea of throwing a sop to Providence." "That isn't what was wrong at dinner." "Do you really want me to tell you?" "Not if it's too disagreeable." "Good heavens, Natalie, one would think I bullied you." "Oh no, you don't bully. It's worse. It's the way you look. Your face sets. Well?" "I didn't feel unpleasant. It's rather my misfortune that my face Didn't you like my gown?" "Very much. It seemed a trifle low, but you know I always like your clothes." He was almost pathetically anxious to make up to her for that moment's disloyalty in the library. "There," she said, brushing the papers aside. "Now we're getting at it. Was I anything like as low as Audrey Valentine? Of course not. Her back You just drive me to despair, Clay. Nothing I do pleases you. The very tone of that secretary of yours to day, when I told her about that overdraft, it was positively insulting." "I don't like overdrafts," she said without any irritation. "When you want extra amounts you have only to let me know." "You are always finding fault with me," she complained. "It's either money, or my clothes, or Graham, or something." Her eyes filled. She looked young and absurdly childish. But a talk he had had with the rector was still in his mind. It was while they were still at the table, and Nolan had been attacking the British government. "We get out of this world largely what we put into it," he had said. "You give largely, Clay, and you receive largely. I rejoice in your prosperity because you have earned it." "You think, then," he had asked, "that we only receive as we give? I don't mean material things, of course." The rector had fixed him with kindly, rather faded old eyes. "That has been my experience," he said. "Happiness, for instance, only comes when we forget our eternal search for it and try to make others happy. Even religion is changing. The old selfish idea of saving our own souls has given way largely to the saving of others by giving them a chance to redeem themselves. Decent living conditions." He had gone on, but Clayton had not listened very intently. He had been wondering if happiness was not the thing he had somehow missed. It was then that he had decided to give the car. If, after all, that would make for the rector's happiness. "I don't want to find fault with you, Natalie," he said gravely. "I would like to see you happy. Sometimes I think you are not. I have my business, but you have nothing to do, and I suppose you wouldn't be interested in war work, would you? There are a lot of committees, and since I've been in England I realize what a vast amount is needed. Clothes, you know, and bandages, and, well, everything." "Nothing to do!" She looked up, her eyes wide and indignant. "But of course you would think that. This house runs itself, I suppose." "Let's be honest, Natalie," he said with a touch of impatience. "Actually, how much time each day do you give to this house? You have plenty of trained servants. An hour? 2 hours?" "I'll not discuss it with you." She took up a typewritten sheet and pretended to read it carefully. Clayton had a half humorous, half irritated conviction that if he was actually hunting happiness he had begun his search for it rather badly. He took the paper from her, gently. "What's this?" he inquired. "Anything I should not see?" "Decorators' estimates for the new house." Her voice was resentful. "You'll have to see them sometime." "Library curtains, gray Chippendale velvet, gold gimp, faced with colonial yellow," he read an item picked at random. $2,000. That's going some for curtains, isn't it?" "It's not too much for that sort of thing." "But look here, Natalie," he expostulated. "This is to be a country house, isn't it? I thought you wanted chintzed and homey things. This looks like a city house in the country." He glanced at the total. The hangings alone, with a tapestry or two, were to be $35,000. He whistled. "Hangings alone! And what sort of a house has Rodney planned, anyhow?" "Italian, with a sunken garden. The landscape estimates are there, too." He did not look at them. "It seems to me you and Rodney have been pretty busy while I've been away," he remarked. "Well, I want you to be happy, my dear. Only I don't want to tie up a fortune just now. We may get into this war, and if we do " He rose and yawned, his arms above his head. "I'm off to bed," he said. "Big day to morrow. I'll want Graham at the office at 8:30." She had sat up in bed and was staring at him. Her face was pale. "Do you mean that we are going to get into this war?" "I think it very likely, my dear." "But if we do, Graham " "We might as well face it. Graham will probably want to go." "He'll do nothing of the sort," she said sharply. "He's all I have. All. Do you think I'm going to send him over there to be cannon fodder? I won't let him go." She was trembling violently. "I won't want him to go, of course. But if the thing comes he's of age, you know." She eyed him with thinly veiled hostility. "You're hard, Clay," she accused him. "You're hard all the way through. You're proud, too. Proud and hard. You want to be able to say your son was in the army. It's not because you care anything about the war, except to make money out of it. What is the war to you, anyhow? You don't like the English, and as for the French, you won't even let me have a French butler." He was not the less angry because he realized the essential truth of part of what she said. He felt no great impulse of sympathy with any of the combatants. He knew the gravity of the situation rather than its tragedy. He did not like war, any war. He saw no reason why men should kill. But this war was a fact. He had had no hand in its making, but it was made. His first impulse was to leave her in dignified silence. But she was crying, and he disliked leaving her in tears. Dead as was his love for her, and that night, somehow, he knew that it was dead, she was still his wife. They had had some fairly happy years together long ago. And he felt the need, too, of justification. "Perhaps you are right, Natalie," he said after a moment. "I haven't cared about this war as much as I should. Not the human side of it, anyhow. But you ought to understand that by making shells for the Allies, I am not only making money for myself. They need the shells. And I'll give them the best. I don't intend only to profit by their misfortunes." She had hardly listened. "Then, if we get into it, as you say, you'll encourage Graham to go?" "I shall allow him to go if he feels it his duty." "Oh, duty, duty, I'm sick of the word." She bent forward and suddenly caught one of his hands. "You won't make him go, Clay," she begged. "You'll let him make his own decision?" "If you will." "What do you mean?" "If you'll keep your hands off, too. We're not in it yet. God knows I hope we won't be. But if I promise not to influence him, you must do the same thing." "I haven't any more influence over Graham than that," she said, and snapped her finger. But she did not look at him. "Promise," he said steadily. "Oh, all right." Her voice and face were sulky. She looked much as Graham had that evening at the table. "Is that a promise?" "Good heavens, do you want me to swear to it?" "I want you to play fair, that's all." She leaned back again among her pillows and gathered her papers. "All right," she said indifferently. "Have you any preference as to color for your rooms in the new house?" He was sorry for his anger, and after all, these things which seemed so unimportant to him were the things that made up her life. He smiled. "You might match my eyes. I'm not sure what color they are. Perhaps you know." But she had not forgiven him. "I've never noticed," she replied, and small bundles of samples in her hand, resumed her reading and her inspection of textiles. "Good night, Natalie." "Good night." She did not look up. Outside his wife's door he hesitated. Then he crossed and without knocking entered Graham's bedroom. The boy was lounging in a long chair by an open fire. He was in his dressing gown and slippers, and an empty whiskey and soda glass stood beside him on a small stand. Graham was sound asleep. Clayton touched him on the shoulder, but he slept on, his head to one side, his breathing slow and heavy. It required some little effort to waken him. "Graham," said Clayton sharply. "Yes." He stirred, but did not open his eyes. "Graham, wake up, boy." Graham sat up suddenly and looked at him. The whites of his eyes were red, but he had slept off the dinner wine. He was quite himself. "Better get to bed," his father suggested. "I'll want you early to morrow." "What time, sir?" He leaned forward and pressed a button beside the mantelpiece. "What are you doing that for?" Ice water. Awfully thirsty." "The servants have gone to bed. Go down and get it yourself." Graham looked up at the tone. At his father's eyes he looked away. "Sorry, sir," he said. "Must have had too much champagne. Wasn't much else to do, was there? Mother's parties. My God, what a dreary lot." Clayton inspected the ice water carafe on the stand and found it empty. "I'll bring you some water from my room," he said. "And I don't want to see you this way again, Graham. When a man cannot take a little wine at his own table without taking too much, he fails to be entirely a gentleman." He went out. When he came back Graham was standing by the fire in his pajamas, looking young and rather ashamed. Clayton had a flash of those earlier days when he had come in to bid the boy good night, and there had always been that last request for water, which was to postpone the final switching off of the light. "I'm sorry, father." Clayton put his hand on the boy's shoulder and patted him. "We'll have to do better next time, that's all." For a moment the veil of constraint of Natalie's weaving lifted between them. "You'd better shove me off the dock and let me swim, or drown." "I'd hardly like to do that, you know. You are all I have." "I'm no good at the mill." "You haven't had very much time. I've been a good many years learning the business." "I'll never be any good. Not there. If there was something to build up, it would be different. But it's all done. You've done it. I'm only a sort of sublimated clerk. I don't mean," he added hastily, "that I think I ought to have anything more. It's only that, well, the struggle's over, if you know what I mean." "I'll talk to you about that to morrow. Go to bed now. It's 1:00. He moved to the doorway. Graham, carafe in hand, stood staring ahead of him. He had the courage of the last whiskey and soda, and a sort of desperate contrition. "Father." "Yes, Graham." "I wish you'd let me go to France and fly." Something like a cold hand seemed to close around Clayton's heart. "Fly? Why?" "Because I'm not doing any good here. And because I'd like to see if I have any good stuff in me. All the fellows are going," he added rather weakly. "That's not a particularly worthy reason, is it?" "It's about as worthy as making money out of shells when we haven't any reason for selling them to the Allies more than the Germans, except that we can't ship to the Germans." He looked rather frightened then. But Clayton was not angry. He saw Natalie's fine hand there, and the boy's impressionable nature. "Think that over, Graham," he said gravely. "I don't believe you quite mean it. Good night." He went across to his own bedroom, where his silk pajamas, neatly folded, lay on his painted Louis XVI bed. Under his reading lamp there was a book. It was a part of Natalie's decorative scheme for the room. Its binding was mauve, to match the hangings. For the first time since the room had been done over during his absence, he picked up the book. Rodney's idea for a cent, he reflected, looking rather grimly at the cover. He undressed slowly, his mind full of Graham and the problem he presented. Then he thought of Natalie and of the little things that made up her life and filled her days. He glanced about the room, beautiful, formal, exquisitely appointed. His father's portrait was gone from over the mantel, and an old French watercolor hung there instead. That was too bad of Natalie. Or had it been Rodney? He would bring it back. And he gave a fleeting thought to Graham and his request to go abroad. He had not meant it. It was sheer reaction. But he would talk to Graham. He lighted a cigarette and, getting into bed, turned on his reading lamp. Queer how a man could build, and then find that after all he did not care for the achievement. It was the building alone that was worth while. He picked up the book from the table and opened it casually. "When first I loved, I gave my very soul, utterly unreserved to love's control. But love deceived me, wrenched my youth away, and made the gold of life forever gray. Long I lived lonely, yet I tried in vain With any other joy to stifle pain. There is no other joy, I learned to know, And so return to love as long ago. Yet I this little while ere I go hence, Love very lightly now, in self-defense." "Twaddle," said Clayton Spencer, and put the book away. That was the sort of stuff men like Rodney lived on. In a mauve binding, too. After he had put out the light he lay for a long time staring into the darkness. It was not love he wanted. He was through with all that. Power was the thing. Integrity and power. To yield to no man, to achieve independence for one's soul. Not that he put it that way. He formulated it drowsily. Not to give a damn for any one so long as you're right. Of course it was not always possible to know if one was right. He yawned. His conscious mind was drowsing, and from the depths below, released of the sentry of his waking hours, came the call of his starved imagination. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There was no moral to be adduced from Graham's waking the next morning. He roused, reluctantly enough, but blithe and hungry. He sang as he splashed in his shower, chose his tie whistling, and went down the staircase 2 steps at a time to a ravenous breakfast. Clayton was already at the table in the breakfast room, sitting back with the newspaper, his coffee at his elbow, the first cigarette of the morning half smoked. He looked rather older in the morning light. Small fine threads had begun to show themselves at the corners of his eyes. The lines of repression from the nostrils to the corners of the mouth seemed deeper, but his invincible look of boyishness persisted at that. There was no awkwardness in Graham's "Morning, Dad." He had not forgotten the night before, but he had already forgiven himself. He ignored the newspaper at his plate and dug into his grapefruit. "Anything new?" he inquired casually. "You might look and see," Clayton suggested good-naturedly. "I'll read going down in the car. Can't stand war news on an empty stomach. Mother all right this morning?" "I think she is still sleeping." "Well, I should say she needs it after last night. How in the world we managed, with all the interesting people in the world, to get together such a dreary lot as that. Lord, it was awful." Clayton rose and folded his paper. "The car's waiting," he said. "I'll be ready in 5 minutes." He went slowly up the stairs. In her pink bedroom Natalie had just wakened. Madeleine, her elderly French maid, had brought her breakfast, and she was lying back among the pillows, the litter of the early mail about her and a morning paper on her knee. He bent over and kissed her, perfunctorily, and he was quick to see that her resentment of the evening before had survived the night. "Sleep well?" he inquired, looking down at her. She evaded his eyes. "Not particularly." "Any plans for to day?" "I'll just play around. I'm lunching out, and I may run out with Rodney to Linndale. The landscape men are there to day." She picked up the newspaper as though to end the discussion. He saw then that she was reading the society news, and he rather more than surmised that she had not even glanced at the black headings which on the first page announced the hideous casualties of the Somme. "Then you've given the planting contract?" "Some things have to go in the fall, Clay. For heaven's sakes, don't look like a thundercloud." "Have you given the landscape contract?" "Yes, and please go out. You make my head ache." "How much is it to be?" "I don't know. Ask Rodney." "I'll do nothing of the sort, my dear. This is not Rodney's investment." "Nor mine, I suppose." "All I want you to do, Natalie, is to consult me. I want you to have a free hand, but some one with a sense of responsibility ought to check up these expenditures. But it isn't only that. I'd like to have a hand in the thing myself. I've rather looked forward to the time when we could have the sort of country place we wanted." "You don't like any of the strings to get out of your fingers, do you?" "I didn't come up to quarrel, Natalie. I wish you wouldn't force it on me." "I force it on you!" she cried, and laughed in a forced and high-pitched note. "Just because I won't be overridden without a protest? I'm through, that's all. I shan't go near the place again." "You don't understand," he persisted patiently. "I happen to like gardens. I had an idea, I told you about it, of trying to duplicate the old garden at home. You remember it. When we went there on our honeymoon." "You don't call that a garden?" "Of course I didn't want to copy it exactly. It was old and out of condition. But there were a lot of old-fashioned flowers. However, if you intend to build an Italian villa, naturally—" "I don't intend to build anything or to plant anything." Her voice was frozen. "You go ahead. Do it in your own way. And then you can live there if you like. I won't." Which was what he carried away with him that morning to the mill. He was not greatly disturbed by her threat to keep her hands off. He knew quite well indeed that the afternoon would find her, with Rodney Page, picking her way in her high-heeled shoes over the waste that was some day to bloom, not like the rose of his desire, but according to the formal and rigid blueprint which Rodney would be carrying. But in 5 minutes he had put the incident out of his mind. After all, if it gave her happiness and occupation, certainly she needed both. And his powers of inhibition were strong. For many years he had walled up the small frictions of his married life and its disappointments, and outside that wall had built up an existence of his own, which was the mill. When he went downstairs he found that Graham had ordered his own car and was already in it, drawing on his gloves. "Have to come back uptown early, Dad," he called in explanation, and drove off, going at the reckless speed he affected. Clayton rode down alone in the limousine. He had meant to outline his plans of expansion to Graham, but he had had no intention of consulting him. In his own department the boy did neither better nor worse than any other of the dozens of young men in the organization. If he had shown neither special aptitude for nor interest in the business, he had at least not signally failed to show either. Now, paper and pencil in hand, Clayton jotted down the various details of the new system in their sequence: the building of a forging plant to make the rough casts for the new Italian shells out of the steel from the furnaces, the construction of a new spur to the little railway which bound the old plant together with its shining steel rails. There were questions of supplies and shipping and bank credits to face, the vast and complex problems of the complete new munition works to be built out of town and involving such matters as the housing of enormous numbers of employees. He scrawled figures and added them. Even with the size of the foreign contract, their magnitude startled him. He leaned back, his mouth compressed, the lines from the nostrils to the corners deeper than ever. He had completely forgotten Natalie in the country house. Outside the gates to the mill enclosure he heard an early extra being called, and bought it. The Austrian premier had been assassinated. The successful French counterattack against Verdun was corroborated also. On the center of the front page was the first photograph to reach America of a tank. He inspected it with interest. So the Allies had at last shown some inventive genius of their own. Perhaps this was but the beginning. Even at that, enough of these fighting mammoths, and the war might end quickly. With the tanks and the Allied offensive and the evidence of discontented Austria, the thing might after all be over before America was involved. He reflected, however, that an early peace would not be an unmixed blessing for him. He wanted the war to end. He hated killing. He felt inarticulately that something horrible was happening to the world. But personally his plans were premised on a war to last at least 2 years more, until the fall of 1918. That would let him out, cover the cost of the new plant, bring renewals of his foreign contracts, justify those stupendous figures on the paper in his hand. He wondered, rather uncomfortably, what he would do under the circumstances if it were in his power to declare peace to-morrow. In his office in the mill administration building he found the general manager waiting. Through the door into the conference room beyond he could see the superintendents of the various departments, with Graham rather aloof and detached, and a sprinkling of the most important foremen. On his desk, neatly machined, was the first tentative shell case made in the mill machine shop, an experiment rather than a realization. Hutchinson, the general manager, was not alone. Opposite him, very neatly dressed in his best clothes, his hat in his hand, and a set expression on his face, was one of the boss rollers of the steel mill, Herman Klein. At Clayton's entrance he made a motion to depart, but Hutchinson stopped him. "Tell Mr. Spencer what you've been telling me, Klein," he said curtly. Klein fingered his hat, but his face remained set. "I've just been saying, Mr. Spencer," he said, in good English but with the guttural accent which 30 years in America had not eliminated, "that I'll be leaving you now." "Leaving? Why?" "Because of that." He pointed without intentional drama at the shell case. "I can't make those shells for you, Mr. Spencer. And me a German." "You're an American, aren't you?" "I am, sir. It is not that. It is that I—" His face worked. He had dropped back to the old idiom, after years of painful struggle to abandon it. "It is that I am a German also. I have people there, in the war. To make shells, to kill them, no." "He is determined, Mr. Spencer," said Hutchinson. "I have been arguing with him, but you can't argue with a German." Clayton was uneasily aware of something like sympathy for the man. "I understand how you feel, Klein," he observed. "But of course you know, whether you go or stay, the shells will be made anyhow." "I know that." "You are throwing up a good position." "I'll try to get another." The prospective loss of Klein was a rather serious one. Clayton, seated behind his great desk, eyed him keenly and then stooped to bribery. He mentioned a change in the wage scale, with bonuses to all foremen and rollers. He knew Klein's pride in the mill, and he outlined briefly the growth that was about to be developed. But the boss roller remained obdurate. He understood that such things were to be, but it was not necessary that he assist Germany's enemies against her. Against the determination in his heavy square figure, Clayton argued in vain. When, 10 minutes later, he went into the conference room, followed by a secretary with a sheaf of papers, the mill was minus a boss roller, and there was rankling in his mind Klein's last words. "I have no objection, Mr. Spencer, to your making money out of this war, but I will not." There had been no insolence in his tone. He had gone out, with his heavy German stolidity of mien unchanged, and had closed the door behind him with quiet finality. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Graham left the conference that morning in a rather exalted mood. The old mill was coming into its own at last. He had a sense of boyish triumph in the new developments, a feeling of being a part of big activities that would bring rich rewards. And he felt a new pride in his father. He had sat, a little way from the long table, and had watched the faces of the men gathered about it, as clearly and forcibly the outlines of the new departure were given out. Hitherto, Spencer's had made steel only. Now they were not only to make the steel, but they were to forge the ingots into rough casts. These casts were then to be carried to the new munitions works, there to be machined, drilled, polished, provided with fuses, which Spencer's were also to make, and shipped abroad. The question of speeding production had been faced and met. The various problems had been discussed and the bonus system tentatively taken up. Then the men had dispersed, each infected with the drive of his father's contagious force. Pretty fine old boy, Graham had considered, and he wondered vaguely if, when his time came, he would be able to take hold. For a few minutes Natalie's closetings lost their effect. He saw his father, not as one from whom to hide extravagance and unpaid bills, but as the head of a great concern that was now to be a part of the war itself. He wandered into his father's office and picked up the shell. Clayton was already at his letters, but looked up. "Think we rather had them, eh, Graham?" "Think you did, sir. Carried them off their feet. Pretty, isn't it?" He held up the shell case. "If a fellow could only forget what the damned things are for." "They are to help end the war," said Clayton crisply. "Don't forget that, boy," and went back to his steady dictation. Graham went out of the building into the mill yard. The noise always irritated him. He had none of Clayton's joy and understanding of it. To Clayton each sound had its corresponding activity. To Graham it was merely din, an annoyance to his ears, as the mill yard outraged his fastidiousness. But that morning he found it rather more bearable. He stooped where, in front of the storekeeper had planted a tiny garden. Some late blossoming chrysanthemums were still there, and he picked one and put it in his buttonhole. His own office was across the yard. He dodged in front of a yard locomotive, picked his way about masses of lumber and the general litter of all mill yards, and opened the door of his own building. Just inside his office a girl was sitting in a straight chair, her hat a trifle crooked and her eyes red from crying. He paused in amazement. "Why, Miss Klein," he said. "What's the matter?" She was rather a pretty girl, even now. She stood up at his voice and made an effort to straighten her hat. "Haven't you heard?" she asked. "I haven't heard anything that ought to make Miss Anna Klein weep of a nice frosty morning in October. Unless," he sobered, for her grief was evident. "Tell me about it." "Father has given up his job." "No!" "I'm telling you, Mr. Spencer. He won't help to make those shells. He's been acting queer for 3 or 4 days, and this morning he told your father." Graham whistled. "As if it made any difference," she went on irritably. "Some one else will get his job. That's all. What does he care about the Germans? He left them and came to America as soon as he could walk." Graham sat down. "Now, let's get this," he said. "He won't make shells for the Allies, and so he's given up his position. All right. That's bad, but he's a good workman. He'll not have any trouble getting another job. Now, why are you crying?" "I didn't think you'd want me to stay on." Putting her fear into words brought back her long hours of terror. She collapsed into the chair again and fell to unquiet sobbing. Graham was disturbed. "You're a queer girl," he said. "Why should that lose me my most valued assistant?" When she made no reply he got up and going over to her put a hand on her shoulder. "Tell me that," he said. He looked down at her. The hair grew very soft and blonde at the nape of her neck, and he ran a finger lightly across it. "Tell me that." "I was afraid it would." "And even if it had, which you are a goose for thinking, you're just as good in your line as your father is in his. I've been expecting any time to hear of your leaving me for a handsomer man." He had been what he would have termed jollying her back to normality again. But to his intense surprise she suddenly leaned back and looked up into his face. There was no doubting what he saw there. Just for a moment the situation threatened to get out of hand. Then he patted her shoulders and put the safety of his desk between them. "Run away and bathe your eyes," he said, "and then come back here looking like the best secretary in the state, and not like a winter thaw. We have the deuce of a lot of work to do." But after she had gone he sat for some little time idly rapping a pencil on the top of his desk. By Jove! Anna Klein! Of all girls in the world! It was rather a pity, too. She was a nice little thing, and in the last few months she had changed a lot. She had been timid at first, and hideously dressed. Lately she had been almost smart. Those earrings, now, they changed her a lot. Queer, how things went on in a girl's mind, and a fellow didn't know until something happened. He settled his tie and smoothed back his heavy hair. During the remainder of the day he began to wonder if he had not been a fatuous idiot. Anna did her work with the thoroughness of her German blood, plus her American training. She came back minus her hat, and with her eyes carefully powdered, and not once during the morning was he able to meet her eyes fully. By the middle of the afternoon sex vanity and curiosity began to get the better of his judgment, and he made an excuse, when she stood beside him over some papers, her hand on the desk, to lay his fingers over hers. She drew her hand away quickly, and when he glanced up boyishly smiling, her face was flushed. "Please," she said. And he felt hurt and rebuffed. He had no sentiment for her whatever, but the devil of mischief of 22 was behind him, urging him on to the eternal experiment. He was very formal with her for the rest of the day, and had the satisfaction of leaving her, at 4 o'clock, white-faced and miserable over her machine in the little office next to his. He forgot her immediately, in the attempt to leave the mill without encountering his father. Clayton, he knew, would be staying late, and would be exacting similar tribute to the emergency from the entire force. Also, he had been going about the yard with contractors most of the afternoon. But Graham made his escape safely. It was 2 hours later when his father, getting into the limousine, noticed the absence of the boy's red car, and asked the gateman how long it had been gone. "Since about 4 o'clock, Mr. Spencer." Suddenly Clayton felt a reaction from the activities of the day. He sank back in the deeply padded seat, and felt tired and, in some odd fashion, lonely. He would have liked to talk to Graham on the way uptown, if only to crystallize his own thoughts. He would have liked to be going home to review with Natalie the day's events, the fine spirit of his men, the small difficulties. But Natalie hated the mention of the mill. He thought it probable, too, that they were dining out. Yes, he remembered. They were dining at the Chris Valentines. Well, that was better than it might have been. They were not dull, anyhow. His mind wandered to the Valentine house. Small, not too well ordered, frequently noisy, but always gay and extremely smart. He thought of Audrey and her curious friendship with Natalie. Audrey, the careless, with her dark lazy charm, her deep and rather husky contralto, her astonishing little French songs, which she sang with nonchalant grace, and her crowds of boyish admirers whom she alternately petted and bullied. Surely she and Natalie had little enough in common. Yet in the last year or so he had been continually coming across them together. At the club, at luncheon in the women's dining room, at his own house. Natalie always perfectly and expensively dressed. Audrey in the casual garments which somehow her wearing made effective. He smiled a little. Certain of Audrey's impertinences came to his mind. She was an amusing young woman. He had an idea that she was always in debt, and that the fact concerned her very little. He fancied that few things concerned her very deeply, including Chris. But she knew about food. Her dinners were as casual as her house as to service, but they were worth eating. She claimed to pay for them out of her bridge winnings, and indeed her invitation for to-night had been frankness itself. "I'm going to have a party, Clay," she had said. "I've made 2 killings at bridge, and somebody has shipped Chris some ducks. If you'll send me some cigarets like the last, I'll make it Tuesday." He had sent the cigarets, and this was Tuesday. The pleasant rolling of the car soothed him. The street flashed by, brilliant with lights that in far perspective seemed to meet. The shop windows gleamed with color. From curb to curb were other cars like the one in which he rode, carrying home other men like himself to whatever the evening held in store. He remembered London at this hour, already dark and quiet, its few motors making their cautious way in the dusk, its throngs of clerks, nearly all women now, hurrying home to whatever dread the night might hold. And it made him slightly more complacent. These things that he had taken for granted before had, since his return, assumed the quality of luxury. "Pray God we won't get into it," he said to himself. He reviewed his unrest of the night before and smiled at it. Happiness. Happiness came from a sense of achievement. Integrity and power, that was the combination. The respect of one's fellow men, the day's work well done. Romance was done at his age, but there remained the adventure of success. A few years more and he would leave the mill to Graham and play a while. After that, he had always liked politics. They needed business men in politics. If men of training and leisure would only go in for it, there would be some chance of cleaning up the situation. Yes, he might do that. He was an easy speaker and... The car drew up at the curb and the chauffeur got out. Natalie's car had drawn up just ahead, and the footman was already opening the door. Rodney Page got out and assisted Natalie to alight. Clayton smiled. So she had changed her mind. He saw Rodney bend over her hand and kiss it after his usual ceremonious manner. Natalie seemed a trifle breathless when she turned and saw him. "You're early, aren't you?" she said. "I fancy it is you who are late." Then he realized that the chauffeur was waiting to speak to him. "Yes, Jackson?" "I'm sorry, sir. I guess I'll be leaving at the end of my month, Mr. Spencer." "Come into the library and I'll talk to you. What's wrong?" "There's nothing wrong, sir. I have been very well suited. It's only I used to be in the regular army, sir, and I guess I'm going to be needed again." "You mean we are going to be involved?" "Yes, sir, I think we are." "There's no answer to that, Jackson," he said. But a sense of irritation stirred him as he went up the steps to the house door. Jackson was a good man. Jackson and Klein, and who knew who would be next? Oh, damn the war, he reflected rather wearily. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The winter which preceded the entrance of the United States into the war was socially an extraordinary one. It was marked by an almost feverish gaiety, as though, having apparently determined to pursue a policy dictated purely by self-interest, the people wished to forget their anomalous position. Like a woman who covers her shame with a smile. The vast number of war orders from abroad had brought prosperity into homes where it had long been absent. Mills and factories took on new life. Labor was scarce and high. It was a period of extravagance rather than pleasure. People played that they might not think. Washington, convinced that the nation would ultimately be involved, kept its secret well and continued to preach a neutrality it could not enforce. War was, to most of the nation, a great dramatic spectacle, presented to them at breakfast and in the afternoon editions. It furnished unlimited conversation at dinner parties, led to endless wrangles, gave zest and point to the peace that made those dinner parties possible, furnished an excuse for retrenchment here and there, and brought into vogue great bazaars and balls for the Red Cross and kindred activities. But although the war was in the nation's mind, it was not yet in its soul. Life went on much as before. An abiding faith in the Allies was the foundation stone of its complacency. The great 6 months' battle of the Somme, with its 1,000,000 casualties, was resulting favorably. On the east the Russians had made some gains. There were wagers that the Germans would be done in the spring. But again Washington knew that the British and French losses at the Somme had been frightful, that the amount of lost territory regained was negligible as against the territory still held, that the food problem in the British islands was acute, that the submarine sinkings were colossal. Our peace was at a fearful cost. And on the edge of this volcano America played. When Graham Spencer left the mill that Tuesday afternoon, it was to visit Marion Hayden. He was rather bored now at the prospect. He would have preferred going to the club to play billiards, which was his custom of a late afternoon. He drove rather more slowly than was his custom, and so missed Marion's invitation to get there before the crowd. 3 cars before the house showed that she already had callers, and indeed when the parlor maid opened the door a burst of laughter greeted him. The Hayden house was a general rendezvous. There were usually, by 7 o'clock, whiskey and soda glasses and teacups on most of the furniture, and half-smoked cigarettes on everything that would hold them, including the piano. Marion herself met him in the hall and led him past the drawing-room door. "There are people in every room who want to be left alone," she volunteered. "I kept the library as long as I could. We can sit on the stairs if you like." Which they proceeded to do quite amiably. From various open doors came subdued voices. The air was pungent with tobacco smoke, permeated with a faint scent of late afternoon highballs. "Tommy," Marion called when she had settled herself. "Yes," from a distance. "Did you leave your cigarette on the piano?" "No, Toots dear, but I can easily." "Mother," Marion explained, "is getting awfully touchy about the piano. Well, do you remember half the pretty things you told me last night?" "Not exactly, but I meant them." He looked up at her admiringly. He was only a year from college, and he had been rather arbitrarily limited to the debutantes. He found, therefore, something rather flattering in the attention he was receiving from a girl who had been out 5 years, and who was easily the most popular young woman in the gayer set. It gave him a sense of maturity. Since the night before he had been rankling under a sense of youth. "Was I pretty awful last night?" he asked. "You were very interesting. And, I imagine, rather indiscreet." "Fine. What did I say?" "You boasted, my dear young friend." "Great Scott! I must have been awful." "About the new war contracts." "Oh, business." "But I found it very interesting. You know I like business. And I like big figures. Poor people always do. Has it really gone through? I mean those things do slip up sometimes, don't they?" "It's gone through all right. Signed, sealed, and delivered." Encouraged by her interest, he elaborated on the new work. He even developed an enthusiasm for it, to his own surprise. And the girl listened intently, leaning forward so that her arm brushed his shoulder. Her eyes, slightly narrowed, watched him closely. She knew every move of the game she was determining to play. Marion Hayden, at 25, knew already what her little world had not yet realized, that such beauty as she had had was the beauty of youth only, and that was going. Late hours, golf, perhaps a little more champagne than was necessary at dinners, and the mornings found her almost plain. And, too, she had the far vision of the calculating mind. She knew that if the country entered the war, every eligible man she knew would immediately volunteer. At 25 she already noticed a change in the personnel of her followers. The unmarried men who had danced with her during her first 2 winters were now sending flowers to the debutantes and cutting in on the younger men at balls. Her house was still a rendezvous, but it was for couples like the ones who had preempted the drawing room, the library, and the music room that afternoon. They met there, smoked their cigarets, made love in a corner, occasionally became engaged. But she was of the game, no longer in it. Men still came to see her, a growing percentage of them married. They brought or sent her tribute, flowers, candy, and cigarettes. She was enormously popular at dances. But more and more her dinner invitations were from the older crowd, like Natalie Spencer's stupid party the night before. So she watched Graham and listened. He was a nice boy, and a handsome one. Also, he promised to be sole heir to a great business. If the war only lasted long enough. "Imagine your knowing all those things," she said admiringly. "You're a partner, aren't you?" He flushed slightly. "Not yet. But of course I shall be." "When you really get going, I wonder if you will take me round and show me how shells are made. I'm the most ignorant person you ever knew." "I'd be awfully glad to." "Very well. For that promise you shall have a highball. You're an awful dear, you know." She placed a slim hand on his shoulder and patted it. Then, leaning rather heavily on him for support, she got to her feet. "We'll go in and stir up some of the lovers," she suggested. "And if Tommy Hale hasn't burned up the piano, we can dance a bit. You dance divinely, you know." It was after 7 when he reached home. He felt every inch a man. He held himself very straight as he entered the house, and the boyish grin with which he customarily greeted the butler had given place to a dignified nod. Natalie was in her dressing room. At his knock she told the maid to admit him, and threw a dressing gown over her bare shoulders. Then she sent the maid away and herself cautiously closed the door into Clayton's room. "I've got the money for you, darling," she said. From her jewel case she took a roll of bills and held them out to it. "500." "I hate to take it, Mother." "Never mind about taking it. Pay those bills before your father learns about them. That's all." He was divided between gratitude and indignation. His new-found maturity seemed to be slipping from him. Somehow, here at home, they always managed to make him feel like a small boy. "Honestly, Mother, I'd rather go to father and tell him about it. He'd make a row, probably, but at least you'd be out of it." She ignored his protest, as she always ignored protests against her own methods of handling matters. "I'm accustomed to it," was her sole reply. But her resigned voice brought her, as it always had, the ready tribute of the boy's sympathy. "Sit down, Graham. I want to talk to you." He sat down, still uneasily fingering the roll of bills. Just how far Natalie's methods threatened to undermine his character was revealed when, at a sound in Clayton's room, he stuck the money hastily into his pocket. "Have you noticed a change in your father since he came back?" Her tone was so ominous that he started. "He's not sick, is he?" "Not that. But he's different, Graham. Your father thinks we may be forced into the war." "Good for us. It's time, that's sure." "Graham!" "Why, good heavens, Mother," he began. "We should have been in it last May. We should " She was holding out both hands to him piteously. "You wouldn't go, would you?" "I might have to go," he evaded. "You wouldn't, Graham. You're all I have left to live for. You wouldn't need to go. It's ridiculous. You're needed here. Your father needs you." "He needs me the hell of a lot," the boy muttered. But he went over and, stooping down, kissed her trembling face. "Don't worry about me," he said lightly. "I don't think we've got spine enough to get into the mix-up anyhow. And if we have " "You won't go. Promise me you won't go." When he hesitated she resorted to her old methods with both Clayton and the boy. She was doing all she could to make them happy. She made no demands, none. But when she asked for something that meant more than life to her, it was refused, of course. She had gone through all sorts of humiliation to get him that money, and this was the gratitude she received. Graham listened. She was a really pathetic figure, crouched in her low chair, and shaken with terror. She must have a rather bad time. There were so many things she dared not take to his father. She brought them to him instead, her small grievances, her elaborate extravagances, her disappointments. It did not occur to him that she transferred to his young shoulders many of her own burdens. He was only grateful for her confidence and a trifle bewildered by it. And she had helped him out of a hole just now. "All right, I promise," he said at last. "But you're worrying yourself for nothing, Mother." She was quite content then, cheered at once, consulted the jeweled watch on her dressing table, and rang for the maid. "Heavens, how late it is!" she exclaimed. "Run out now, dear. And Graham, tell Buckham to do up a dozen dinner napkins in paper. Audrey Valentine has telephoned that she has just got in and finds she hasn't enough. If that isn't like her." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Months afterward, Clayton Spencer, looking back, realized that the night of the dinner at the Chris Valentines marked the beginning of a new epoch for him. Yet he never quite understood what it was that had caused the change. All that was clear was that in retrospect he always commenced with that evening, when he was trying to trace his own course through the months that followed, with their various changes, to the momentous ones of the following summer. Everything pertaining to the dinner, save the food, stood out with odd distinctness. Natalie's silence during the drive, broken only by his few questions and her brief replies. Had the place looked well? Very. And was the planting going on all right? She supposed so. He had hesitated, rather discouraged. Then, "I don't want to spoil your pleasure in the place, Natalie," he had said rather awkwardly. "After all, you will be there more than I shall. You'd better have it the way you like it." She had appeared mollified at that, and had relaxed somewhat. He fancied that the silence that followed was no longer resentful, that she was busy planning. But when they had almost reached the house she turned to him. "Please don't talk war all evening, Clay," she said. "I'm so ghastly sick of it." "All right," he agreed amiably. "Of course I can't prevent the others doing it." "It's generally you who lead up to it. Ever since you came back you've bored everybody to death with it." "Sorry," he said rather stiffly. "I'll be careful." He had a wretched feeling that she was probably right. He had come back so full of new impressions that he had probably overflowed with them. It was a very formal, extremely tall and reticent Clayton Spencer who greeted Audrey that night. Afterward he remembered that Audrey was not quite her usual frivolous self that evening. But perhaps that was only in retrospect, in view of what he learned later. She was very daringly dressed as usual, wearing a very low gown and a long chain and earrings of black opals, and as usual all the men in the room were grouped around her. "Thank heaven for one dignified man!" she exclaimed, looking up at him. "Clayton, you do give tone to my parties." It was not until they went into dinner that he missed Chris. He heard Audrey giving his excuses. "He's been called out of town," she said. "Clay, you're to have his place. And the flowers are low, so I can look across and admire you." There were a dozen guests, and things moved rapidly. Audrey's dinners were always hilarious. And Audrey herself, Clayton perceived from his place of vantage, was flirting almost riotously with the man on her left. She had 2 high spots of color in her cheeks, and Clayton fancied, or was that in retrospect too, that her gayety was rather forced. Once he caught her eyes, and it seemed to him that she was trying to convey something to him. And then, of course, the talk turned to the war, and he caught a flash of irritation on Natalie's face. "Ask the Oracle," said Audrey's clear voice. "Ask Clay. He knows all there is to know." "I didn't hear it, but I suppose it is when the war will end." "Amazing perspicacity," some one said. "I can only give you my own opinion. 10 years if we don't go in. Possibly 4 if we do." There were clamors of dissent. "None of them can hold out so long." "If we go in, it will end in 6 months." "Nonsense. The Allies are victorious now." "I only gave an opinion," he protested. "One man's guess is just as good as another's. All I contend is that it's going on to a finish. The French and the English are not going to stop until they have made the Hun pay in blood for what he has cost them." "I wish I were a man," Audrey said suddenly. "I don't see how any man with red blood in his veins can sit still and not take a gun and try to stop it. Sometimes I think I'll cut off my hair and go over anyhow. I've only got one accomplishment. I can shoot. I'd like to sit in a tree somewhere and pick them off, the butchers." There was a roar of laughter, not so much at the words as at the fierceness with which she delivered them. Clayton, however, felt that she was in earnest, and liked her the better for it. He surmised, indeed, that under Audrey's affectations there might be something rather fine if one could get at it. She looked around the table, coolly appraising every man there. "Look at us," she said. "Here we sit, overfed, overdressed, only not overwined because I can't afford it. And probably, yes, I think actually, every man at this table is more or less making money out of it all. There's Clay making a fortune. There's Roddie making money out of Clay. Here am I, serving Clayton's cigarets. I don't know why I pick on you, Clay. The rest are just as bad. You're the most conspicuous, that's all." Natalie evidently felt that the situation required saving. "I'm sure we all send money over," she protested, "to the Belgians and all that. And if they want things we have to sell—" "Oh, yes, I know all that," Audrey broke in, rather wearily. "I know. We're the saviors of the Belgians, and we've given a lot of money and shiploads of clothes. But we're not stopping the war, and it's got to be stopped." Clayton watched her. Somehow what she had just said seemed to crystallize much that he had been feeling. The damnable butchery ought to be stopped. "Right, Audrey," he supported her. "I'd give up every prospect I have if the thing could be ended now." He meant it then. He might not have meant it entirely to morrow or the day after. But he meant it then. He glanced down the table to find Natalie looking at him with cynical amusement. The talk veered then, but still focused on the war. It became abstract, as was so much of the war talk in America in 1916. Were we, after this war was over, to continue to use the inventions of science to destroy mankind, or for its welfare? Would we ever again, in wars to come, go back to the comparative humanity of the Hague Convention? Were such wickednesses as the use of poison gas, the spreading of disease germs, and the killing of non-combatants all German precedents to inaugurate a new era of cruelty in warfare? Was this the last war? Would there ever be a last war? Would there not always be outlaw nations as there are outlaw individuals? Would there ever be a League of Nations to enforce peace? From that to Christianity. It had failed. On the contrary, there was a great revival of religious faith. Creeds, no. Belief, yes. Too many men were dying to permit the growth of any skepticism as to a future life. We must have it or go mad. In the midst of that discussion Audrey rose. Her color had faded and her smile was gone. "I won't listen any longer," she said. "I'm ready to talk about fighting, but not about dying." Clayton was conscious that he had, in spite of Audrey's speech about the wine, rather more to drink than he should have. He was not at all drunk, but a certain excitement had taken the curb off his tongue. After the departure of the women he found himself rather to his own surprise, delivering a harangue on the Germans. "Liars and cheats," he said, and was conscious of the undivided attention of the men. They lied when they signed the Hague Convention. They lie when they claim they wanted peace, not war. They lie when they claim the misuse by the Allies of the Red Cross. They lie to the world and they lie to themselves. And their peace offers will be lies, always lies. Then, conscious that the table was eyeing him curiously, he subsided into silence. "You're a dangerous person, Clay," somebody said. "You're the kind who develops a sort of general hate and will force the President's hand if he can. You're too old to go yourself, but you're willing to send 1 million or 2 boys over there to fight a war that is still none of our business." "I've got a son," Clayton said sharply. And suddenly remembered Natalie. He would want to boast, she had said, that he had a son in the army. Good God, was he doing it already? He subsided into the watchful silence of a man not entirely sure of himself. He took no liquor, and with his coffee he was entirely himself again. But he was having a reaction. He felt a sort of contemptuous scorn for the talk at the table. The guard down, they were either mouthing flamboyant patriotism or attacking the government. It had done too much. It had done too little. Voices raised, faces flushed, they wrangled, protested, accused. And the nation, he reflected, was like that, divided apparently hopelessly. Was there anything that would unite it, as, for instance, France was united? Would even war do it? Our problem was much greater, more complicated. We were of every race, and the country was founded and had grown by men who had fled from the quarrels of Europe. They had come to find peace. Was there any humanitarian principle in the world strong enough to force them to relinquish that peace? Clayton found Audrey in the hall as they moved at last toward the drawing room. He was the last of the line of men, and as he paused before her she touched him lightly on the arm. "I want to talk to you, Clay, unless you're going to play." "I'd rather not, unless you need me." "I don't. I'm not playing either. And I must talk to some one." There was something wrong with Audrey. Her usual insouciance was gone, and her hands nervously fingered the opal beads of her long necklace. "What I really want to do," she added, "is to scream. But don't look like that. I shan't do it. Suppose we go up to Chris's study." She was always a casual hostess. Having got her parties together, and having fed them well, she consistently declined further responsibility. She kept open house, her sideboard and her servants, at the call of her friends, but she was quite capable of withdrawing herself, without explanation, once things were moving well, to be found later by some one who was leaving, writing letters, fussing with her endless bills, or sending a check she could not possibly afford to some one in want whom she happened to have heard about. Her popularity was founded on something more substantial than her dinners. Clayton was liking Audrey better that night than he had ever liked her, though even now he did not entirely approve of her. And to the call of any woman in trouble he always responded. It occurred to him, following her up the stairs, that not only was something wrong with Audrey, but that it was the first time he had ever known her to show weakness. Chris's study was dark. She groped her way in and turned on the lamp, and then turned and faced him. "I'm in an awful mess, Clay," she said. "And the worst of it is, I don't know just what sort of a mess it is." "Are you going to tell me about it?" "Some of it. And if I don't start to yelling like a tomcat." "You're not going to do that. Let me get you something." He was terrified by her eyes. "Some aromatic ammonia." That was Natalie's cure for everything. "I'm not going to faint. I never do. Close the door and sit down. And then give me $100 if you have it. Will you?" "Is that enough?" he asked, and drew out his black silk evening wallet, with its monogram in seed pearls. He laid the money on her knee, for she made no move to take it. She sat back, her face colorless, and surveyed him intently. "What a comfort you are, Clay," she said. "Not a word in question. Just like that. Yet you know I don't borrow money usually. The only thing that is important is that I have the money with me. Are you sure it's enough?" "Plenty. I'll send it back in a week or so. I'm selling this house. It's practically sold. I don't know why anybody wants it. It's a poky little place. But, well, it doesn't matter about the house. I called up some people to day who have been wanting one in this neighborhood, and I'm practically sure they'll take it." "But you and Chris?" "We have separated, Clay. At least, Chris is gone. There's a long story behind it. I'm not up to telling it to night. And this money will end part of it. That's all I'm going to tell about the money. It's a small sum, isn't it, to break up a family?" "Why, it's absurd. It's horrible, Audrey." "Oh, it isn't the money. That's a trifle. I just had to have it quickly. And when I learned I needed it, of course the banks were closed. Besides, I fancy Chris had to have all there was." Clayton was puzzled and distressed. He had not liked Chris. He had hated his cynicism, his pose of indifference. His very fastidiousness had never seemed entirely genuine. And this going away and taking all Audrey's small reserve of money? "Where is he?" "I don't know. I believe on his way to Canada." "Do you mean?" "Oh, no, he didn't steal anything. He's going to enlist in the Canadian Army. Or he said so when he left." "Look here, Audrey, you can't tell me only part of the story. Do you mean to say that Chris has had a magnificent impulse and gone to fight? Or that he's running away from something?" "Both," said Audrey. "I'll tell you this much, Clay. Chris has got himself into a scrape. I won't tell you about that, because after all that's his story. And I'm not asking for sympathy. If you dare to pity me, I'll cry, and I'll never forgive you." "Why didn't he stay and face it like a man? Not leave you to face it?" "Because the only person it greatly concerned was myself. He didn't want to face me. The thing that is driving me almost mad is that he may be killed over there. Not because I love him so much. I think you know how things have been. But because he went to, well, I think, to reinstate himself in my esteem, to show me he's a man after all." "Good heavens, Audrey! And you went through dinner with all this to bear?" "I've got to carry it right along, haven't I? You know how I've been about this war, Clay. I've talked and talked about wondering how our men could stay out of it. So when the smash came, he just said he was going. He would show me that there was some good stuff in him still. You see, I've really driven him to it. And if he's killed—" A surge of resentment against the absent man rose in Clayton Spencer's mind. How like the cynicism of Chris's whole attitude, that he should thrust the responsibility for his going onto Audrey. He had made her unhappy while he was with her, and now his death, if it occurred, would be a horror to her. "I don't know why I burden you with all this," she said rather impatiently. "I dare say it is because I knew you'd have the money. No, I don't mean that. I'd rather go to you in trouble than to any one else, that's why." "I hope you always will." "Oh, I shall. Don't worry." But her attempt at gayety fell flat. She lighted a cigarette from the stand beside her and fell to studying his face. "What's happened to you?" she asked. "There's a change in you somehow. I've noticed it ever since you came home. You ought to be smug and contented, if any man should. But you're not, are you?" "I'm working hard, that's all. I don't want to talk about myself," he added impatiently. "What about you? What are you going to do?" "Sell my house, pay my debts, and live on my own little bit of an income." "But good heavens, Audrey! Chris has no right to cut off like this and leave you. I don't know the story, but at least he must support you. A man can't just run away and evade every obligation. I think I'll have to go after him and give him a talking to." "No," she said, bending forward. "Don't do that. He has had a bad scare. But he's had one decent impulse, too. Let him alone, Clay." She placed the money on the stand and rose. As she faced him, she impulsively placed her hands on his shoulders. "I wish I could tell you, Clay," she said in her low, slightly husky voice, "how very, very much I admire you. You're pretty much of a man, you know. And there aren't such a lot of them." For an uneasy moment he thought she was going to kiss him. But she let her hands fall, and smiling faintly led the way downstairs. Once down, however, she voiced the underlying thought in her mind. "If he comes out, Clay, he'll never forgive me, probably. And if he is if he doesn't, I'll never forgive myself. So I'm damned either way." But 10 minutes later, with a man on either side of her, she was sitting at the piano with a cigarette tucked behind her ear, looking distractingly pretty and very gay, and singing a slightly indecorous but very witty little French song. Clayton Spencer, cutting in on the second rubber, wondered which of the many he knew was the real Audrey. He wondered if Chris had not married, for instance, the girl at the piano, only to find she was the woman upstairs. And he wondered, too, if that were true, why he should have had to clear out. So many men married the sort Audrey had been, in Chris's little study, only to find that after all the thing they had thought they were getting was a pose, and it was the girl at the piano after all. He missed her, somewhat later. She was gone a full half hour, and he fancied her absence had something to do with the money she had borrowed. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Two things helped greatly to restore Clayton to a more normal state of mind during the next few days. One of them undoubtedly was the Valentine situation. Beside Audrey's predicament and Chris's wretched endeavor to get away and yet prove himself a man, his own position seemed, if not comfortable, at least tenable. He would have described it, had he been a man to put such a thing into words, as that he and Natalie didn't exactly hit it off. There were times, too, during those next few days, when he wondered if he had not exaggerated their incompatibility. Natalie was unusually pleasant. She spent some evening hours on the arm of his big chair, talking endlessly about the Linndale house, and he would lean back, smiling, and pretend to a mad interest in black and white tiles and loggias. He made no further protest as to the expense. "Tell me," he said once, "what does a fellow wear in this Italian palace? If you have any intention of draping me in a toga and putting vine leaves in my hair, or whatever those wreaths were made of." Natalie had no sense of humor, however. She saw that he meant to be amusing, and she gave the little fleeting smile one gives a child who is being rather silly. "Of course," he went on, "we'll have Roman baths, and be anointed with oil afterwards, by lady Greek slaves. Perfumed oil." "Don't be vulgar, Clay." And he saw she was really offended. While there was actually no change in their relationship, which remained as it had been for a dozen years, their surface life was pleasanter. And even that small improvement cheered him greatly. He was thankful for such a peace, even when he knew that he had bought it at a heavy price. The other was his work. The directorate for the new munition plant had been selected, and on Thursday of that week he gave a dinner at his club to the directors. It had been gratifying to him to find how easily his past reputation carried the matter of the vast credits needed, how absolutely his new board deferred to his judgment. The dinner became, in a way, an ovation. He was vastly pleased and a little humbled. He wanted terribly to make good, to justify their faith in him. They were the big financial men of his time, and they were agreeing to back his judgment to the fullest extent. When the dinner was over, a few of the younger men were in no mood to go home. They had dined and wined, and the night was young. Denis Nolan, who had been present as the attorney for the new concern, leaned back in his chair and listened to them with a sort of tolerant cynicism. "Oh, go home, you fellows," he said at last. "You make me sick. Enough's enough. Why the devil does every dinner like this have to end in a debauch?" In the end, however, both he and Clayton went along, Clayton at least frankly anxious to keep an eye on one or two of them until they started home. He had the usual standard, of course, except for himself. A man's private life, so long as he was not a bounder, concerned him not at all. But this had been his dinner. He meant to see it through. Once or twice he had seen real tragedy come to men as a result of the recklessness of long dinners, many toasts, and the instinct to go on and make a night of it. Afterward they went to a midnight roof garden, and at first it was rather dreary. Their youth was only comparative, after all, and the eyes of the girls who danced and sang passed over them to rest on boys in their 20s. Nolan chuckled. "Pathetic," he said. "The saddest sight in the world. Every one of you here would at this moment give up everything he's got to be under 30. "Oh, shut up," some one said, almost savagely. "Of course there are compensations," he drawled. "At 20 you want to take the entire bunch home and keep 'em. At 30 you know you can't, but you still want to. At 40 and over you don't want them at all, but you think it's damned curious they don't want you." Clayton had watched the scene with a rather weary interest. He was, indeed, trying to put himself in Graham's place at Graham's age. He remembered once, at 20, having slipped off to see The Black Crook, then the epitome of wickedness, and the disillusionment of seeing women in tights with their accentuated curves and hideous lack of appeal to the imagination. The caterers of such wares had learned since then. Here were soft draperies instead, laces and chiffons. The suggestion was not to the eyes, but to the mind. How devilishly clever it all was. Perhaps there were some things he ought to discuss with Graham. He wondered how a man led up to such a thing. Nolan bent toward him. "I've been watching for a girl," he said, "but I don't see her. Last time I was here I came with Chris. She was his girl." "Chris?" "Yes, it stumped me at first. She came and sat with us. Not a bad little thing, but good Lord, Clay, ignorant and not even pretty. And Chris was fastidious in a way. I don't understand it." The ancient perplexity of a man over the sex selections of his friends puckered his forehead. "Damned if I understand it," he repeated. A great wave of pity for Audrey Valentine surged in Clayton Spencer's heart. She had known it, of course. That was why Chris had gone away. How long had she known it? She was protecting Chris's name even now. For all her frivolity, there was something rather big in Audrey. The way she had held up at her dinner, for instance, and he rather fancied that the idea of his going into the army had come from her, directly or indirectly. So Chris, from being a fugitive, was already by way of being a hero to his friends. Poor Audrey. He made a mental note to send her some flowers in the morning. He ordered them on his way downtown, and for some curious reason she was in his mind most of the day. Chris had been a fool to throw away a thing so worth having. Not every man had behind him a woman of Audrey's sort. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That afternoon, accompanied by a rather boyishly excited elderly clergyman, he took 2 hours off from the mill and purchased a new car for Doctor Haverford. The rector was divided between pleasure at the gift and apprehension at its cost, but Clayton, having determined to do a thing, always did it well. "Nonsense," he said. "My dear man, the church has owed you this car for at least 10 years. If you get half the pleasure out of using it that I'm having in presenting it to you, it will be well worth while. I only wish you'd let me endow the thing. It's likely to cost you a small fortune." Doctor Haverford insisted that he could manage that. He stood off, surveying with pride, not unmixed with fear, its bright enamel, its leather linings, the complicated system of dials and bright levers, which filled him with apprehension. "Delight says I must not drive it," he said. "She is sure I would go too fast and run into things. She is going to drive for me." "How is Delight?" "I wish you could see her, Clayton. Well, all young girls are lovely, but sometimes I think Delight is lovelier than most. She is much older than I am in many ways. She looks after me like a mother. But she has humor, too. She has been drawing the most outrageous pictures of me arrested for speeding, and she has warned me most gravely against visiting roadhouses. But Delight will have to be taught if she is to run the car." "The salesman says they will send some one." "They give one lesson, I believe. That's not enough. I think Graham could show her some things. He drives well." Flying uptown a little later in Clayton's handsome car, the rector dreamed certain dreams. First his mind went to his parish visiting list, so endless, so never cleaned up, and now about to be made a pleasure instead of a penance. And into his mind, so strangely compounded of worldliness and spirituality, came a further dream, of Delight and Graham Spencer, of ease at last for the girl after the struggle to keep up appearances of a clergyman's family in a wealthy parish. Money had gradually assumed an undue importance in his mind. Every Sunday, every service, he dealt in money. He reminded his people of the church debt. He begged for various charities. He tried hard to believe that the money that came in was given to the Lord, but he knew perfectly well that it went to the janitor and the plumber and the organist. He watched the offertory after the sermon, and only too often, as he stood waiting, before raising it before the altar, he wondered if the people felt that they had received their money's worth. He had started life with a dream of service, but although his own sturdy faith persisted, he had learned the cost of his religion in dollars and cents. So going uptown he wondered if Clayton would increase his church subscription now that things were well with him. After all, he reflected, war is not an unmixed evil, and outlined a sermon, to be called The Gains of War, and subsequently reprinted in pamphlet form and sold for the benefit of the new altar fund. He instructed Jackson to drive to the parish house instead of to the rectory, so that he might jot down the headings while they were still in his mind. They ran like this: Spiritual growth, the nobility of sacrifice, the pursuit of an ideal, the doctrine of thy brother's keeper. He stopped to speak to Jackson from the pavement. "I dare say we shall be in frequent difficulties with that new car of ours, Jackson," he said genially. "I may have to ask you to come round and explain some of its mysterious interior to me." Jackson touched his cap. "Thank you, sir. I'll be glad to come. But I am leaving Mr. Spencer soon." "Leaving?" "Going back to the army, sir." In the back of his mind the rector had been depending on Jackson, and he felt vaguely irritated. "I'm sorry to hear it. I'd been counting on you." "Very sorry, sir. I'm not leaving immediately." "I sometimes think," observed the rector, still ruffled, "that a man's duty is not always what it appears on the surface. To keep Mr. Spencer comfortable while he is doing his magnificent work for the Allies may be less spectacular, but it is most important." Jackson smiled, a restrained and slightly cynical smile. "That's a matter for a man's conscience, isn't it, sir?" he asked, and touching his cap again, moved off. Dr. Haverford felt reproved. Worse than that, he felt justly reproved. He did not touch the gains of war that afternoon. In the gymnasium he found Delight captaining a basket-ball team. In her knickers and midi blouse she looked like a little girl, and he stood watching her as, flushed and excited, she ran round the long room. At last she came over and dropped into the steps at his feet. "Well?" she inquired, looking up. "Did you get it?" "I did, indeed. A beauty, Delight." "A flivver?" "Not at all. A very handsome car." He told her the make, and she flushed again with pleasure. "Joy and rapture!" she said. "Did you warn him I am to drive it?" "I did. He suggested that Graham give you some lessons." "Graham?" "Why not?" "He'll be bored to insanity. That's all. You didn't suggest it, did you, Daddy?" With all her adoration of her father, Delight had long recognized under his real spirituality a certain quality of worldly calculation. That where it concerned her it was prompted only by love did not make her acceptance of it easier. "Certainly not," said the rector stiffly. "Graham's changed, you know. He used to be a nice little kid, but I don't know what it is. Spoiled, I suppose." "He'll steady down, Delight." She looked up at him with clear, slightly humorous eyes. "Don't get any queer ideas about Graham Spencer and me, Daddy," she said. "In the first place, I intend to choose my own husband. He's to look as much as possible like you, but a trifle less nose. And in the second place, after I've backed the car into a telegraph pole and turned it over in the ditch, Graham Spencer is just naturally going to know I am no woman to tie to." She got up and smiled at him. "Anyhow, I wouldn't trust him with the communion service," she added, and walking out onto the floor, blew shrilly on her whistle. The rector watched her with growing indignation. These snap judgments of youth, the easy damning of the young, they left no room for argument. They condemned and walked away, leaving careful plans in ruin behind them. And Delight, having gone so far, went further. She announced that evening at dinner that she would under no circumstances be instructed by Graham Spencer. Her mother ventured good-humored remonstrance. "The way to learn to drive a car," said Delight, "is to get into it and press a few things, and when it starts, keep on going. You've got to work it out for yourself." And when Clayton, calling up with his usual thoughtfulness that evening, offered Graham as instructor, she refused gratefully but firmly. "You're a dear to think of it," she said, "and you're a dear to have given Daddy the car, but I'm just naturally going to fight it out in my own way if it takes all winter." Natalie, gathering her refusal from Clayton's protest, had heaved a sigh of relief. Not that she objected to Delight Haverford. She liked her as much as she liked and understood any young girl, which was very little. But she did not want Graham to marry. To marry would be to lose him. And again, watching Clayton's handsome head above his newspaper, she reflected that Graham was all she had. Nevertheless, Delight received a lesson in driving from Graham, and that within 2 days. On Saturday afternoon, finding the mill getting on his nerves, Clayton suggested to Graham what might be the last golf of the autumn, and Graham consented cheerfully enough. For one thing, the offices closed at noon, and Anna Klein had gone. He was playing a little game with Anna, a light-hearted matter of a glance now and then, caught and held, a touched hand, very casually done, and an admiring comment now and then on her work. And Anna was blossoming like a flower. She sat up late to make fresh white blouses for the office, and rose early to have abundance of time to dress. She had taken to using a touch of rouge, too, although she put it on after she reached the mill, and took it off before she started for home. Her father, sullen and irritable these days, would have probably beaten her for using it. But Anna had gone, and a telephone call to Marion Hayden had told him that she was not at home. He thought it possible she had gone to the country club, and accepted his father's suggestion of golf willingly. From the moment he left the mill, Anna had left his mind. He was at that period when always in the back of his mind there was a girl. During the mill hours the girl was Anna, because she was there. In the afternoon it was Marion, just then, but even at that there were entire evenings when, at the theater, a pretty girl in the chorus held and absorbed his entire attention, or at a dance a debutante, cloudy and mysterious in white chiffon, bounded his universe for a few hours. On this foundation of girl he built the superstructure of his days, not evil, but wholly irresponsible. The urge of vital youth had caught him and held him, and Clayton, sitting that day beside him in the car, while Graham drove and the golf clubs rattled in their bags at his feet, remembered again the impulses of his own adolescence, and wondered. There had been a time when he would have gone to the boy frankly, with the anxieties he was beginning to feel. There were so many things he wanted to tell the boy, so many warnings he should have. But Natalie had stolen him. That was what it amounted to. She had stolen his confidence as only a selfish woman could. And against that cabal of mother and son he felt helpless. It was even more than that. As against Natalie's indulgence, he did not wish to pose as a mentor pointing out always the way of duty. "How old are you, Graham?" he said suddenly. 22. Graham glanced at him curiously. His father knew his age, of course. "I was married at your age." "Tough luck," said Graham. And then, "I'm sorry, father, I didn't mean that. But it's pretty early, isn't it? No time for a good time or anything." "I fancy nature meant men to marry young, don't you? It saves a lot of complications." "The girl a fellow marries at that age isn't often the one he'd marry at 30, said Graham. And feeling that he had said the wrong thing, changed the subject quickly. Clayton did not try to turn it back into its former channel. The boy was uncomfortable, unresponsive. There was a barrier between them, of self-consciousness on his part, of evasion and discomfort on Graham's. On the way over they had sighted Delight in the new car. She had tried to turn, had backed into a ditch, and was at that moment ruefully surveying a machine which apparently sat down on its rear wheels, with its engine pointed pathetically skyward. Delight's face fell when she recognized them. "Of course it would have to be you," she said. "Of all the people who might have seen my shame, I'm going on with you. I never want to see the old thing again." "Anything smashed?" Graham inquired. "It looks smashed. I can't tell." It was not until the car was out of the ditch, and Clayton had driven off in Graham's car toward the club, that Delight remembered her father's voice the day he had told her Graham would teach her to drive. She stiffened, and he was quick to see the change in her manner. The total damage was one flat tire, and while the engine was inflating it, he looked at her. She had grown to be quite pretty. His eyes approved her. "Better let me come round and give you a few lessons, Delight." "I'd rather learn by myself, if you don't mind." "You'll have a real smash unless you learn properly." But she remained rather obstinately silent. "What's the matter with me, Delight? You're not exactly crazy about me, are you?" "That's silly. I don't know anything about you any more." "That's your fault. You know I've been away for 4 years, and since I came back I haven't seen much of you. But if you'll let me come around." "You can come if you like. You'll be bored, probably." "You're being awfully nasty, you know. Here I come to pull you out of a ditch, and generally rescue you, and come now, Delight, what is it? There's something. We used to be pals." "I don't know, Graham," she said truthfully. "I only know, well, I hear things, of course. Nothing very bad, just little things. I wish you wouldn't insist. It's idiotic. What does it matter what I think?" Graham flushed. He knew well enough one thing she had heard. Her father and mother had been at dinner the other night, and he had had too much to drink. "Sorry." He stopped the pump and put away the tools, all in silence. Good heavens, was all the world divided into two sorts of people? The knockers, and under that heading he placed his father, Delight, and all those who occasionally disapproved of him, and the decent sort who liked the fellow and understood him? But his training had been too good to permit him to show his angry scorn. He made an effort and summoned a smile. "All ready," he said, "and since you won't let me teach you, perhaps I'd better take you home." "You were going to the club." "Oh, that's all right. Father's probably found some one." But she insisted that he drive them both to the club and turn the car round there. Then, with a grinding of gear levers that made him groan, she was off toward home, leaving Graham staring after her. "Well, can you beat it?" he inquired of the empty air. "Can you beat it?" And wounded in all the pride of new manhood, he joined Marion and her rather riotous crowd around the fire inside the clubhouse. Clayton had given him up and was going around alone, followed by a small caddie. The links were empty and the caddie lonely. He ventured small bits of conversation now and then, looked up with admiration at Clayton's tall figure. And after a little Clayton took the bag from him and used him only for retrieving balls. The boy played round, whistling. "Kind of quiet today, ain't it?" he offered, trudging a foot or two behind. "It is, rather, young man." "Mostly on Saturdays I caddy for Mr. Valentine, but he's gone to the war." "Oh, he has he?" Clayton built a small tee and placed his ball on it. "Well, maybe we'll all be going some day." He drove off and started after the ball. It was not until he was on the green that he was conscious of the boy beside him again. "How old do you have to be to get into the army, Mr. Spencer?" inquired the caddie anxiously. Clayton looked at him quizzically. "Want to try for it, do you? Well, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a bit." "I'm older than I look, Mr. Spencer." "How old are you?" 16. "Afraid you'll have to wait a while," said Clayton, and achieved a well-nigh perfect long putt. "I'd just like to get a whack at them Germans," offered the boy, and getting no response, trudged along again at his heels. Suddenly it struck Clayton as rather strange that in all the time since his return from Europe only 4 people had shown any but a sort of academic interest in the war, and that, ironically enough, a German had been the first to make a sacrifice for principle. Chris had gone to get out of trouble. The little caddie wanted to go, to get a whack at the madmen of Europe. and Jackson, the chauffeur, was going, giving up his excellent wages to accept the $30 a month of a non-com from a pure sense of responsibility. But among the men he knew best, in business and in the clubs, the war still remained a magnificent spectacle, a daily newspaper drama. Suddenly Clayton saw Audrey Valentine. She was swinging toward him, her bag with its clubs slung over her shoulder, her hands in the pockets of an orange-colored sweater. In her black velvet tam and short skirt she had looked like a little girl, and at first he did not recognize her. She had seen him, however, and swung toward him. "Hello, Clay," she called, when they were within hailing distance. "Bully shot, that last." "Where's your caddie?" "I didn't want one. I had a feeling that if I took one, and he lost a ball in these impecunious times of mine, I'd murder him. Saw you at the fifth hole. I'd know your silhouette anywhere." Under her rakish cap her eyes were rather defiant. She did not want pity. She almost dared him to pity her. "Come round again with me, Audrey, won't you?" "I'm off my game to day. I'll wander along if you don't mind. I'll probably sneeze or something when you're driving, of course." "Nothing," he said, gravely approaching the ball, "so adds distance to my drive as a good explosive sneeze just behind it." They talked very little. Audrey whistled as she walked along with the free swinging step that was characteristic of her, and Clayton was satisfied merely to have her companionship. She was not like some women. A man didn't have to be paying her compliments or making love to her. She even made no comments on his shots, and after a time that rather annoyed him. "Well," he demanded after an excellent putt, "was that good or wasn't it?" "Very good," she said gravely. "I am only surprised when you do a thing badly, not when you do it well." He thought that over. "Have you anything in mind that I do badly? I mean, particularly in mind?" "Not very much." But after a moment, "Why don't you make Natalie play golf?" "She hates it." He rather wondered if she thought Natalie was one of the things he managed badly. The sense of companionship warmed him. Although neither of them realized it, their mutual loneliness and dissatisfaction had brought them together, and mentally, at least, they were clinging, each desperately, to the other. But their talk was disjointed. "I'll return that 100 soon. I've sold the house." "I wish you wouldn't worry about it. It's ridiculous, Audrey." And 100 yards or so further on, "They wouldn't have Chris in Canada. His heart. He's going into the French ambulance service." "Good for Chris." But she came out very frankly when they started back to the clubhouse. "It's done me a lot of good meeting you, Clay. There's something so big and solid and dependable about you. I suppose you don't mind my using you as a sort of anchor to windward?" "Good heavens, Audrey, if I could only do something." "You don't have to do a thing." She smiled up at him, and her old audacity was quite gone. "You've just got to be. And you don't have to send me flowers, you know. I mean, I understand that you're sorry for me, without that. You're the only person in the world I'd allow to be sorry for me." He was touched. There was no coquetry in her manner. She paid her little tribute quite sincerely and frankly. "I've been taking stock to day," she went on, "and I put you among my assets. One reliable gentleman, 6 feet tall, weight about 170, in good condition. Heavens, what a lot of liabilities you had to offset." He stopped and looked down at her. "Audrey, dear," he said, "what am I to say to all that? What can I do? How can I help?" "You might tell me." "No, that's silly." "What is silly?" But she did not answer. She called Joey and gave him her clubs. "Joey wants to be a soldier," she observed. "So he says." "I want to be a soldier, too, Clay. A good soldier." He suspected that she was rather close to unusual tears. As they approached the clubhouse they saw Graham and Marion Hayden standing outside. Graham was absently dropping balls and swinging at them. It was too late when Clayton saw the danger and shouted sharply. A ball caught the caddie on the side of the head and he dropped like a shot. All through that night Clayton and Audrey Valentine sat by the boy's white bed in the hospital. Clayton knew Graham was waiting outside, but he did not go out to speak to him. He was afraid of himself, afraid in his anger that he would widen the breach between them. Early in the evening Natalie had come, in a great evening coat that looked queerly out of place. But she had come, he knew, not through sympathy for the thin little figure on the bed, but as he had known she would come, to plead for Graham. And her cry of joy when the surgeons had said that the boy would live was again for Graham. She had been too engrossed to comment on Audrey's presence there, and Audrey had gone out immediately and left them together. Clayton was forced that night to an unwilling comparison of Natalie with another woman. On the surface of their lives, where only they met, Natalie had always borne comparison well. But here was a new standard to measure by, and another woman, a woman with hands to serve and watchful, intelligent eyes, outmeasured her. Not that Clayton knew all this. He felt in a vague way that Natalie was out of place there, and he felt even more strongly that she had not the faintest interest in the still figure on its white bed, save as it touched Graham and herself. He was resentful, too, that she felt it necessary to plead with him for his own boy. Good God, if she felt that way about him, no wonder Graham... She had placed a hand on Clayton's arms as he sat in that endless vigil, and bent down to whisper, although no sound would have penetrated that death-like stupor. "It was an accident, Clay," she pled. "You know Graham's the kindest soul in the world. You know that, Clay." He had been drinking. His voice sounded cold and strained to his own ears. "Not much. Almost nothing, Toots says positively." "Then I'd rather he had been, Natalie. If he drove that ball out of wanton indifference..." "He didn't see the boy." "He should have looked." In her anger she ceased her sibilant whispering and stood erect. "I told him you'd be hard," she said. "He's outside half sick with fright because he is afraid. Afraid of you," she added, and went out, her silks rustling in the quiet corridor. She had gone away soon after that, the nurse informed him, and toward dawn Clayton left Audrey in the sick room and found Graham. He was asleep in a chair in the waiting room and looked boyish and very tired. Clayton's heart contracted. He went back to his vigil and let Graham sleep on. Sometime later he roused from a doze in his chair. Graham was across the bed from him, looking down. Audrey was gone, and the injured boy stirred and opened his eyes. "Hello, Joey," said Graham with a catch in his voice. Joey lay still, his eyes taking in his new surroundings. Then he put out a hand and touched the bandage on his head. "What I got on?" he demanded faintly. Graham caught his father's eyes across the bed and smiled a shaky, tremulous smile. "I guess he's all right, Father," he said, and suddenly crumpled up beside the bed and fell into a paroxysm of silent sobbing. With his arm around the boy's shoulders, Clayton felt in that gray dawn the greatest thankfulness of his life. Joey would live. That cup was taken from his boy's lips. And he and Graham were together again, close together. The boy's grip on his hand was tight. Please God, they would always be together from now on. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clayton did not care to tell Natalie of Chris's flight. She would learn it soon enough, he knew, and he felt unwilling to discuss the affair as Natalie would want to discuss it. Not that he cared about Chris, but he had begun to feel a protective interest in Audrey Valentine, an interest that had in it a curious aversion to hearing her name in connection with Chris's sordid story. He and Natalie met rarely in the next few days. He dined frequently at his club with men connected in various ways with the new enterprise, and transacted an enormous amount of business over the dinner or luncheon table. Natalie's door was always closed on those occasions when he returned, and he felt that with the stubbornness characteristic of her, she was still harboring resentment against him for what he had said at the hospital. He knew she had been spending most of her days at Linndale, and he had a vague idea that she and Rodney together had been elaborating still further on the plans for the house. It was the furtiveness of it rather than the fact itself that troubled him. He was open and straightforward himself. Why couldn't Natalie be frank with him? It was Mrs. Haverford, punctually paying her dinner call in an age which exacts dinner calls no longer, even from its bachelors, who brought Natalie the news of Chris's going. Natalie, who went down to see her with a mental protest, found her at a drawing-room window making violent signs at somebody without, and was unable to conceal her amazement. "It's Delight," explained Mrs. Haverford. "She's driving me round. She won't come in, and she's forgotten her fur coat, and it's simply bitter outside. Well, my dear, how are you?" Natalie was well, and said so. She was conscious that Mrs. Haverford was listening with only half an ear, and indeed, a moment later she had risen again and hurried to the window. "Natalie," she cried, "do come and watch. She's turning the car. We do think she drives wonderfully. Only a few days, too." "Why won't she come in?" "I'm sure I don't know, unless she is afraid Graham may be here." "What in the world has Graham got to do with it?" Natalie's voice was faintly scornful. "I was going to ask you that, Natalie. Have they quarreled or anything?" "I don't think they meet at all, do they?" "They met once since Clayton gave Doctor Haverford that car. Graham helped her when she had got into a ditch, I believe, and I thought perhaps they had quarreled about something." "That would imply a degree of intimacy that hardly exists, does it?" Natalie said sharply. But Mrs. Haverford had not fought the verbal battles of the parish for 20 years in vain. "It was the day of that unfortunate incident at the country club, Natalie." Natalie colored. "Accident rather than incident." "How is the poor child?" "He is quite well again," Natalie said impatiently. "I cannot understand the amount of fuss every one makes over the boy. He ran in front of where Graham was driving and got what he probably deserved." "I understand Clayton has given him a position." "He has made him an office boy." "How like dear Clayton," breathed Mrs. Haverford, and counted the honors as hers. But she had not come to quarrel. She had had, indeed, a frankly benevolent purpose in coming, and she proceeded to carry it out at once. "I do think, my dear," she said, "that some one ought to tell Audrey Valentine the stories that are going about." "What has she been doing?" Natalie asked, with her cool smile. "There is always some story about Audrey, isn't there?" "Do you mean to say you haven't heard?" "I don't hear much gossip." Mrs. Haverford let that pass. "You know how rabid she has been about the war. Well, the story is," she went on, with a certain unction, "that she has driven Chris to enlisting in the Foreign Legion or something. Anyhow, he sailed from Halifax last week." Natalie straightened in her chair. "Are you certain?" "It's town talk, my dear. Doctor Haverford spoke to Clayton about it some days ago. He rather gathered Clayton already knew." That, too, was like dear Clayton, Natalie reflected bitterly. He had told her nothing. In her heart she added secretiveness to the long list of Clayton's deficiencies towards her. "Personally, I imagine they were heavily in debt," Mrs. Haverford went on. "They had been living beyond their means, of course. I like Mrs. Valentine, but I do think, to drive a man to his death, or what may be his death—" "I don't believe it. I don't believe he went to fight, anyway. He was probably in some sort of a scrape." "She has sold her house." Natalie's impulse of sympathy toward Audrey was drowned in her rising indignation. That all this could happen and Audrey not let her know was incredible. "I haven't seen her recently," she said coldly. "Nobody has. I do think she might have seen her clergyman. There is a time when only the church can give us the comfort we need, my dear." And, whatever Mrs. Haverford's fault, she meant that quite simply. "And you say Clay knew?" "It's rather likely he would. They were golfing together, weren't they, when that caddie was hurt?" Natalie was not a jealous woman. She had for years taken Clay's faithfulness for granted, and her own complacency admitted no change of such a possibility. But she was quick to realize that she had him at a disadvantage. "How long have you known it?" she asked him that night, when after the long dinner was over she sat with her elbows on the table and faced him across the candles. He was tired and depressed, and his fine face looked drawn. But he roused and smiled across at her. He had begun to have a feeling that he must make up to Natalie for something, he hardly knew for what. "Known what, my dear?" "About Chris and Audrey." He was fundamentally honest, so he answered her directly. "Since the day Chris left." "When was that?" "The day we dined there." "And Audrey told you?" "She had to, in a way. I'm sure she'll tell you herself. She's been rather hiding away, I imagine." "Why did she have to tell you?" "If you want the exact truth, she borrowed a small sum from me, as the banks were closed, naturally. There was some emergency. I don't know what." "She borrowed from you?" "A very small amount, my dear. Don't look like that, Natalie. She knew I generally carried money with me." "Oh, I'm not jealous. Audrey probably thinks of you as a sort of grandfather, anyhow. It's not that. It's your keeping the thing from me." "It was not my secret." But Natalie was jealous. She had that curious jealousy of her friends which some women are cursed with, of being first in their regard and their confidence. A slow and smoldering anger against Audrey, which had nothing whatever to do with Clayton, darkened her eyes. "I'm through with Audrey, that's all," she said. And the man across regarded her with a sort of puzzled wonder. Her indignation against Clayton took the form of calculation, and she was quick to pursue her advantage. In the library she produced the new and enlarged plans for the house. "Roddie says he has tried to call you at the mill, but you are always out of your office. So we sent these around to day." True to the resolution he had made that night in the hospital, he went over them carefully. And even their magnitude, while it alarmed him, brought no protest from him. After all, the mill and the new plant were his toys to play with. He found there something to fill up the emptiness of his life. If a great house was Natalie's ambition, if it gave her pleasure and something to live for, she ought to have it. She had prepared herself for a protest, but he made none, even when the rather startling estimate was placed before him. "I just want you to be happy, my dear," he said. "But I hope you'll arrange not to run over the estimate. It is being pretty expensive as it is. But after all, success doesn't mean anything unless we are going to get something out of it." They were closer together that evening than they had been for months. And at last he fell to talking about the mill. Natalie, curled up on the chaise longue in her boudoir, listened attentively, but with small comprehension as he poured out his dream, for himself now, for Graham later. A few years more and he would retire. Graham could take hold then. He might even go into politics. He would be 50 then, and a man of 50 should be in his prime. And to retire and do nothing was impossible. A fellow went to seed. Eyes on the wood fire, he talked on until, at last, roused by Natalie's silence, he glanced up. She was sound asleep. Sometime later, in his dressing room in slippers, he came and roused her. She smiled up at him like a drowsy child. "Awfully tired," she said. "Is Graham in?" "Not yet." She held up her hands, and he drew her to her feet. "You've been awfully dear about the house," she said. And standing on tiptoe, she kissed him on the cheek. Still holding both her hands, he looked down at her gravely. "Do you really think that, Natalie?" "Of course." "Then, will you do something in return?" Her eyes became shrewd, watchful. "Anything in reason." Don't, dear, make Graham afraid of me." "As if I did! If he is afraid of you, it's your own fault." "Perhaps it is. But I try. Good God, Natalie, I do try. He needs a curb now and then. All boys do. But if we could only agree on it. Don't you see how it is now?" he asked, trying to reason gently with her. "All the discipline comes from me, all the indulgence from you. And I don't want to lose my boy, my dear." She freed her hands. "So we couldn't even have one happy evening," she said. "I won't quarrel with you, Clay. And I won't be tragic over Graham. If you'll just be human to him, he'll come out all right." She went into her bedroom, the heavy lace of her negligee trailing behind her, and closed the door. Clayton had a visitor the next morning at the mill, a man named Dunbar, who marked on his visitor's slip, under the heading of his business with the head of the concern, the words, "Private and confidential." Clayton, looking up, saw a small man in a suit too large for him, and with ears that projected wide on either side of a shrewd, rather humorous face. "Mr. Spencer?" "Yes, sit down, please." Even through the closed window the noise of the mill penetrated. The yard engine whistled shrilly, the clatter of motor trucks, the faraway roar of the furnaces, the immediate vicinity of many typewriters, made a very bedlam of sound. Mr. Dunbar drew his chair closer and laid a card on the desk. "My credentials," he explained. Clayton read the card. "Very well, Mr. Dunbar. What can I do for you?" Dunbar fixed him with shrewd, light eyes and bent forward. "Have you had any trouble in your mill, Mr. Spencer?" "None whatever." "Are you taking any measures to prevent trouble?" "I had expected to. Not that I fear anything, but of course no one can tell. We have barely commenced to get lined up for our new work." "May I ask the nature of the precautions?" Clayton told him with an uneasy feeling that Mr. Dunbar was finding them childish and inefficient. "Exactly," said his visitor. "And well enough as far as they go. They don't go far enough. The trouble with you manufacturers is that you only recognize one sort of trouble, and that's a strike. I suppose you know that the Kaiser has said if we enter the war that he need not send an army here at all, that his army is here already, armed and equipped." "Bravado," said Clayton. "I wonder." Mr. Dunbar reached into his breast pocket and produced a long typed memorandum. "You might just glance at that." Clayton read it carefully. It was a list of fires, mostly in granaries and warehouses, and the total loss was appalling. "All German work," said his visitor. "Arson, for the Fatherland. All supplies for the Allies, you see. I've got other similar lists here, all German deviltry, and they're only commencing. If we go into the war." The immediate result of the visit was that Clayton became a member of a protective league which undertook, with his cooperation, to police and guard the mill. But Mr. Dunbar's last words left him thinking profoundly. "We're going to be in it, that's sure, and soon. And Germany's army is here. It's not only Germans either. It's the I.W.W. for one thing. We've got a list through the British Post Office censor of a lot of those fellows who are taking German money today. They're against everything. Not only work, they're against law and order, and they're likely to raise hell." He rose to leave. "How do your Germans like making shells for the Allies?" he asked. "We haven't a great many. We've had no trouble. One man resigned, a boss roller, that's all." "Watch him. He's got a grievance." "He's been here a long time. I haven't an idea he'd do us any harm. It was a matter of principle with him." "Oh, it's a matter of principle with all of them. They can justify themselves 7 ways to the ace. Keep an eye on him, or let us do it for you." Clayton sat for some time after Dunbar had gone. Was it possible that Klein, or men like Klein, old employees and faithful for years, could be reached by the insidious wickedness of Germany? It was incredible. But then the whole situation was incredible, that a peaceful and home-loving people, to all appearances, should suddenly shed the sheepskin of years of dissimulation and appear as wolves of the world. One of his men had died on the Lusitania, a quiet little chap, with a family in the suburbs and a mania for raising dahlias. He had been in the habit of bringing in his best specimens and putting them in water on Clayton's desk. His pressed glass vase was still there, empty. Then his mind went back to Herman Klein. He had a daughter in the mill. She was earning the livelihood for the family now temporarily. And the Germans were thrifty. If for no other reason, he thought Klein would not imperil either his daughter's safety or her salary. There was a good bit of talk about German hate, but surely there was no hate in Klein. Something else Dunbar had said stuck in his mind. "We've got to get wise, and soon. It's too big a job for the regular departments to handle. Every city in the country and every town ought to have a civilian organization to watch and to fight if it has to. They're hiding among us everywhere, and every citizen has got to be a sleuth if we're to counter their moves. Every man his own detective." He had smiled as he said it, but Clayton had surmised a great earnestness and considerable knowledge behind the smile. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Delight Haverford was to come out in December, but there were times when the doctor wondered if she was really as keen about it as she pretended to be. He found her once or twice, her usually active hands idle in her lap, and a pensive droop to her humorous young mouth. "Tired, honey?" he asked on one of those occasions. "No, just talking to myself." "Say a few nice things for me while you're about it, then." "Nice things? I don't deserve them." "What awful crime have you been committing? Break it to me gently. You know my weak heart." "Your tobacco heart," she said severely. "Well, I've been committing a mental murder, if you want to know the facts. Don't protest. It's done. She's quite dead already." "Good gracious! And I have reared this young viper? Who is she?" "I don't intend to make you an accessory, Daddy." But behind her smile he felt a real hurt. He would have given a great deal to have taken her in his arms and tried to coax out her trouble, so he might comfort her. But that essential fineness in him, which his worldliness only covered like a veneer, told him not to force her confidence. Only he wandered off rather disconsolately, to hunt his pipe and to try to realize that Delight was now a woman grown, and liable to a woman's heartaches. "What do you think it is?" he asked that night, when after her nightly custom Mrs. Haverford had reached over from the bed beside his, and with a single competent gesture had taken away his book and switched off his reading lamp, and he had, with the courage of darkness, voiced a certain uneasiness. "Who do you think it is, you mean?" "Very well, only the word is whom." Mrs. Haverford ignored this. "It's that Hayden girl," she said. "Toots. And Graham Spencer." "Do you think that Delight—" "She always has, for years." Which was apparently quite clear to them both. "If it had only been a nice girl," Mrs. Haverford protested plaintively. "But Toots, she's fast, I'm sure of it." "My dear!" "And that boy needs a decent girl if anybody ever did. A shallow mother and a money-making father. All Toots Hayden wants is his money. She's ages older than he is. I hear he is there every day and all of Sundays." The rector had precisely as much guile as a turtle dove. And long after Mrs. Haverford gave unmistakable evidences of slumber, he lay with his arms above his head and plotted. He had no conscience whatever about it. He threw his scruples to the wind, and if it is possible to follow the twists of a theological mind turned from the straight and narrow way into the maze of conspiracy, his thoughts ran something like this. She is Delight, therefore to see her is to love her. To see her with any other girl is to see her infinite superiority and charm. Therefore, on the following Sunday afternoon, the totally unsuspecting daughter of a good man gone wrong took a note from the rector to the Hayden house about something or other of no importance, and was instructed to wait for an answer. And the rector, vastly uneasy and rather pleased with himself, took refuge in the parish house and waited 10 eternities, or 1 hour by the clock. Delight herself was totally unsuspicious. The rectory on a Sunday afternoon was very quiet, and she was glad to get away. She drove over, and being in no hurry, she went by the Spencer house. She did that now and then, making various excuses to herself, such as liking the policeman at the corner, or wanting to see the river from the end of the street. But all she saw that day was Rodney Page going in a top hat and very bright gloves. "Precious," said Delight to herself. Her bump of reverence was very small. But she felt a little thrill, as she always did, when she passed the house. Since she could remember, she had cared for Graham. She did not actually know that she loved him. She told herself bravely that she was awfully fond of him, and that it was silly, because he would never amount to anything. But she had a little argument of her own for such occasions, which said that being really fond of any one meant knowing all about them and liking them anyhow. She stopped the car at the Hayden house and carried her note to the door. When she went in, however, she was instantly uncomfortable. The place reeked with smoke, and undeniably there was dancing going on somewhere. A phonograph was scraping noisily. Delight's small nose lifted a little. What a deadly place! Coming in from the fresh outdoors, the noise and smoke and bar-room reek stifled her. Then a door opened and Marion Hayden was drawing her into a room. "How providential, Delight," she said. "You'll take my hand, won't you? It's Graham's dummy, and we want to dance." The two connecting rooms were full of people, and the air was heavy. Through the haze she saw Graham and nodded to him, but with a little sinking of the heart. She was aware, however, that he was looking at her with a curious intentness and a certain expectancy. Maybe he only hoped she would let him dance with Toots. "No, thanks," she said. "Sorry." "Why not, Delight? Just a hand, anyhow." "Three good reasons. I don't play cards on Sunday. I don't ever play for money. And I'm stifling for breath already in this air." She was indeed a little breathless. There was, had she only seen it, relief in Graham's face. She did not belong there, he felt. Delight was, well, she was different. He had not been thinking of her before she came in. He forgot her promptly the moment she went out. But she had given him, for an instant, a breath of the fresh outdoors, and quietness, and perhaps something clean and fine. There was an insistent clamor that she stay, and Tommy Hale even got down on his knees and made a quite impassioned appeal. But Delight's chin was very high, although she smiled. "You are all very nice," she said, "but I'm sure I'd bore you in a minute, and I'm certain you'd bore me. Besides, I think you're quite likely to be raided." Which met with great applause. But there was nothing of Delight of the high head when she got out of her car and crept up the rectory steps. How could she even have cared? How could she? That was his life, those were the people he chose to play with. She had a sense of loss rather than injury. The rector, tapping at her door a little later, received the answer to his note through a very narrow crack, and went away feeling that the way of the wicked is hard indeed. Clayton had been watching with growing concern Graham's intimacy with the gay crowd that revolved around Marion Hayden. It was more thoughtless than vicious, more pleasure-seeking than wicked, but its influence was bad, and he knew it. But he was very busy. At night he was too tired to confront the inevitable wrangle with Natalie that any protest about Graham always evoked, and he was anxious not to disturb the new rapprochement with the boy by direct criticism. The middle of December, which found the construction work at the new plant well advanced, saw the social season definitely on also, and he found himself night after night going to dinners and then on to balls. There were fewer private dances than in previous winters, but society had taken up various war activities and made them fashionable. The result was great charity balls. On these occasions he found himself watching for Audrey, always. She had, with a sort of diabolical cleverness, succeeded in losing herself. Her house was sold, he knew, and he had expected that she would let him know where to find her. She had said she counted on him, and he had derived an odd sort of comfort from the thought. It had warmed him to think that out of all the people he knew, to one woman he meant something more than success. But although he searched the gayest crowds with his eyes, those hilarious groups of which she had been so frequently the center, he did not find her. And there had been no letter, save a brief one without an address, enclosing her check for the money she had borrowed. She had apparently gone, not only out of her old life, but out of his as well. At one of the great charity balls he met Nolan, and they stood together watching the crowd. "Pretty expensive, I take it," Nolan said, indicating the scene. "Orchestra, florist, supper. I wonder how much the Belgians will get." "Personally, I'd rather send the money and get some sleep." "Precisely. But would you send the money? We've got to have a quid pro quo, you know, most of us." He surveyed the crowd with cynical, dissatisfied eyes. "At the end of 2 years of the war," he observed apropos of nothing, 5 million men are dead, and 11 million have been wounded. A lot of them were doing this sort of thing 2 years ago." "I would like to know where we will be 2 years from now." Some of us won't be here. Have you seen Lloyd George's speech on the German peace terms? That means going on to the end. A speedy peace might have left us out, but there will be no peace. Not yet, or soon. And still we don't prepare. The English tradition persists, said the Irishman bitterly. We want to wait and play to the last moment, and then upset our business and overthrow the whole country, trying to get ready in a hurry. I wonder what they will do when the time comes with men like you and myself? Take our money, said Nolan viciously. Tax our heads off. Thank God I haven't a son. Clayton eyed him with the comprehension of long acquaintance. Exactly, he said. But you'll go yourself if you can. And fight for England? I will not. He pursued the subject further, going into an excited account of Ireland's grievances. He was flushed and loquacious. He quoted Lloyd George's quagmire of distrust in tones raised over the noise of the band. And Clayton was conscious of a growing uneasiness. How much of it was real? How much a pose? Was Nolan representative of the cultured Irishman in America? And if he was, what would be the effect of their anti-English mania? Would we find ourselves, like the British, split into factions? Or would the country be drawn together by trouble until it changed from a federation of states to a great nation, united and unbeatable? Were we really the melting pot of the world, and was war the fiery furnace which was to fuse us together? Or were there elements, like Nolan, like the German Americans, that would never fuse? He left Nolan still irritable and explosive, and danced once with Natalie, his only dance of the evening. Then, finding that Rodney Page would see her to her car later, he went home. He had a vague sense of disappointment, a return of the critical mood of the early days of his return from France. He went to his room and tried to read, but he gave it up and lay, cigarette in hand, thinking. There ought to have come to a man, when he reached the middle span, certain compensations for the things that had gone with his youth, the call of adventure, the violent impulses of his early love life. There should come, to take their place, friends, a new zest in the romance of achievement, since other romance had gone, and peace. But the peace of the middle span of life should be the peace of fulfillment, and of a home and a woman. Natalie was not happy, but she seemed contented enough. Her life satisfied her. The new house in the daytime, bridge, the theater in the evening, or the opera, dinners, dances, clothes, they seemed to be enough for her. But his life was not enough for him. What did he want, anyhow? In God's name, what did he want? One night, impatient with himself, he picked up the book of love lyrics in its mauve cover from his bedside table. He read one, then another. He read them slowly, engrossingly. It was as though something starved in him was feeding eagerly on this poor food. Their passion stirred him, as in his earlier years he had never been stirred. For just a little time, while Natalie danced that night, Clayton Spencer faced the tragedy of the man in his prime, still strong and lusty with life, with the deeper passions of the deepening years, who has outgrown and outloved the woman he married. A man's house must be built on love. Without love it cannot stand. Natalie, coming in much later and seeing his light on, found him sleeping with one arm under his head and a small black hole burned in the monogrammed linen sheet. The book of poems had slipped to the floor. The next day she missed it from its place, and Clayton's man, interrogated, said he had asked to have it put away somewhere. He did not care for it. Natalie raised her eyebrows. She had thought the poems rather pretty. One resolution Clayton made as a result of that night. He would not see Audrey again if he could help it. He was not in love with her, and he did not intend to be. He was determinedly honest with himself. Men in his discontented state were only too apt to build up a dream woman, compounded of their own starved fancy, and translate her into terms of the first attractive woman who happened to cross the path. He was not going to be a driveling idiot, like Chris and some of the other men he knew. Things were bad, but they could be much worse. It happened then that when Audrey called him at the mill a day or so later, it was a very formal voice that came back to her over the wire. She was quick to catch his tone. "I suppose you hate being called in business hours, Clay?" "Not at all." "That means yes, you know. But I'm going even further. I'm coming down to see you." "Why, is anything wrong?" He could hear her laughter and a warm little chuckle. "Don't be so urgent," she said gaily. "I want to consult you, that's all. May I come?" There was a second's pause. Then, "Don't you think I'd better come to see you?" "I've only a little flat. I don't think you'll like it." "That's nonsense. Where is it?" She gave him the address. "When shall I come?" "Whenever it suits you. I have nothing to do. Say this afternoon about 4?" That nothing to do was an odd change in itself, for Audrey had been in the habit of doling out her time like sweetmeats. "Where in the world have you been all this time?" he demanded almost angrily. To his own surprise he was suddenly conscious of a sense of indignation and affront. She had said she depended on him, and then she had gone away and hidden herself. It was ridiculous. "Just getting acquainted with myself," she replied, with something of her old airy manner. "Good bye." His irritation passed as quickly as it came. He felt calm and very sure of himself, and rather light-hearted. Joey, who was by now installed as an office adjunct, and who commonly referred to the mill as "ours," heard him whistling blithely, and cocked an ear in the direction of the inner room. "Guess we've made another $1,000,000, he observed to the pencil sharpener. Clayton was not in the habit of paying afternoon calls on women. The number of such calls that he had paid without Natalie during his married life could have been numbered on the fingers of his two hands. Most of the men he knew paid such visits, dropping in somewhere for tea or a highball on the way uptown. He had preferred his club, when he had a little time, the society of other men. He wondered if he should call Natalie and tell her. But he decided against it. It was possible, for one thing, that Audrey still did not wish her presence in town known. If she did, she would tell Natalie herself. And it was possible, too, that she wanted to discuss Chris and the reason for his going. He felt a real sense of relief, when at last he saw her, to find her looking much the same as ever. He hardly knew what he had expected. Audrey, having warned him as to the apartment, did not mention its poverty again. It was a tiny little place, but it had an open fire in the living room, and plain, pale yellow walls, and she had given it that curious air of distinction with which she managed, in her casual way, to invest everything about her. "I hope you observe how neat I am," she said, as she gave him her hand. "My rooms, of course." "Frightfully so." He towered in the low room. Audrey sat down and surveyed him as he stood by the fire. "It is nice to have a man about again. Do you mean to say you have been living here without even visitors for 2 months?" "You'll laugh. Clay, I'm studying." "Studying what?" "Stenography. Oh, it's not as bad as that. I don't have to earn my living. I've just got to do something for my soul's sake. I went all over the ground, and I saw I was just a cumberer of the earth. And then I thought." She hesitated. "What did you think?" "If some time or other I could release a man to go and fight, it would be the next best thing to giving myself. Not here, necessarily. I don't believe we will ever go in. But in England, anywhere." "You've released Chris." "He released himself, and he's not fighting. He's driving an ambulance." He waited, hoping she would go on. He was not curious, but he thought it might be good for her to talk Chris and the troubles over with some one. But she sat silent, and suddenly asked him if he cared for tea. He refused. "How's Natalie?" "Very well." "And the house?" "Held up by cold weather now. It should be finished by the end of April." "Clay," she said, after a moment, "are you going to employ women in the new munition works?" "In certain departments, yes." "I have a girl I want work for. She's not trained, of course." "None of them are. We have to teach them. I can give you a card to the employment department if you want it." "Thanks." There was a short silence. She sat looking at the fire, and he had a chance to notice the change in her. She had visualized it herself. Her long earrings were gone, and with them some of the insolence they had seemed to accentuate. She was not rouged, and he had thought at first, for that reason, that she looked ill. She was even differently dressed, in something dark and girlish, with a boyish white Eton collar. "I wonder if you think I'm hiding, Clay," she said finally. "Well, what are you doing?" He smiled down at her from the hearth rug. "Paying my bills. That's not all the truth, either. I'll tell you, Clay, I just got sick of it all. When Chris left I had a chance to burn my bridges, and I burned them. The same people, the same talk, the same food, the same days filled with the same silly things that took all my time and gave me nothing." "How long have you been feeling like that?" "I don't know. Ever since the war, I suppose. I just got to thinking." Her voice trailed off. "I have some of Chris's scotch, if you want a highball." "Thanks, no. Audrey, do you hear from Chris?" "Yes, he's in a dangerous place now. And sometimes at night I suppose I did force him, in a way. He was doing no good here, and I thought he would find himself over there. But I didn't send him. He Tell me about making shells." He was a little bit disappointed. Evidently she did not depend on him enough to tell him Chris's story. But again, she was being loyal to Chris. He told her about the mill, phrasing his explanation in the simplest language. The presses drilling on white hot metal, the great anvils, the forge, the machine shop with its lathes, where the rough surfaces of the shells were first rough turned and then machined to the most exact measurements. And finding her interested, he told her of England's women workers, in their khaki-colored overalls and caps, and of the convent-like silence and lack of movement in the filling sheds, where one entered with rubber-shod feet, and the women, silent and intent, sat all day and all night, with queer veils over their faces, filling shells with the death load. Audrey listened, her hands clasped behind her head. "If other women can do that sort of thing, why can't I, Clay?" "Nonsense." "But why? I'm intelligent." "It's not work for a lady." "Lady? How old-fashioned you are. There are no ladies any more, just women. And if we aren't measured by our usefulness instead of our general not worth a damnness, well, we ought to be. Oh, I've had time to think lately." He was hardly listening. Seeing her, after all those weeks, had brought him a wonderful feeling of peace. The little room with its fire was cozy and inviting. But he was quite sure, looking down at her, that he was not in danger of falling in love with her. There was no riot in him, no faint stirring of the emotions of that hour with the mauve book. There was no suspicion in him that the ways of love change with the years, that the passions of the 40s, when they come, are to those of the early years as the deep sea to a shallow lake, less easily roused, infinitely more terrible. "This girl you spoke about, that was the business you mentioned?" "Yes." She hesitated. "I could have asked you that over the telephone, couldn't I? The plain truth is that I've had 2 bad months, never mind why, and Christmas was coming, and I just wanted to see your perfectly sane and normal face again." "I wish you'd let me know sooner where you were." She evaded his eyes. "I was getting settled, and studying, and learning to knit, and oh, I'm the most wretched knitter, Clay. I just stick at it doggedly. I say to myself that hands that can play golf, and use a pen, and shoot, and drive a car, have got to learn to knit. But look here." She held up a forlorn-looking sock to his amused gaze. "And I think I'm a clever woman." "You're a very brave woman, Audrey," he said. "You'll let me come back, won't you?" "Heavens, yes, whenever you like. And I'm going to stop being a recluse. I just wanted to think over some things." On the way home he stopped at his florist's and ordered a mass of American Beauties for her on Christmas morning. She had sent her love to Natalie, so that night he told Natalie he had seen her, and such details of her life as he knew. "I'm glad she's coming to her senses," Natalie said. "Everything's been deadly dull without her. She always made things go. I don't know just how," she added, as if she had been turning her over in her mind. What sort of business did she want to see you about?" "She has a girl she wants to get into the mill." "Goodness gracious, she must be changed," said Natalie. And proceeded she was ready to go out to dinner to one of her long and critical surveys of herself in the cheval mirror. Recently those surveys had been getting rather on Clayton's nerves. She customarily talked not to him, but to his reflection over her shoulder, when, indeed, she took her eyes from herself. "I wonder," she said, fussing with the shoulder strap, "who Audrey will marry if anything happens to Chris." She saw his face and raised her eyebrows. "You needn't scowl like that. He's quite as likely as not never to come back, isn't he? And Audrey didn't care a pin for him." "We're talking rather lightly of a very terrible thing, aren't we?" "Oh, you're not," she retorted. "You think just the same things as I do, but you're not so open about them. That's all." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Graham was engaged. He hardly knew himself how it had come about. His affair with Marion had been, up to the very moment of his blurted out, "I want you," as light-hearted as that of any of the assorted young couples who flirted and kissed behind the closed doors of that popular house. The crowd which frequented the Hayden home was gay, tolerant, and occasionally nasty. It made ardent love semi-promiscuously, it drank rather more than it should, and its desire for a good time often brought it rather close to the danger line. It did not actually step over, but it hovered gaily on the brink. And Toots remained high priestess of her little cult. The men liked her, the girls imitated her, and Graham, young as he was, seeing her popularity, was vastly gratified to find himself standing high in her favor. Marion was playing for the stake of the Spencer money. In her intimate circle every one knew it but Graham. "How's every little millionaire?" was Tommy Hale's usual greeting. She knew only one way to handle men, and with the stake of the Spencer money she tried every lure of her experience on Graham. It was always Marion who on cold nights sat huddled against him in the back seat of the Haydens' rather shabby car, her warm, ungloved hand in his. It was Marion who taught him to mix the newest of cocktails, and who later praised his skill. It was Marion who insisted on his having a third, too, when the second had already set his ears drumming. The effect on the boy of her steady propinquity, of her constant caressing touches, of the general letting down of the bars of restraint, was to rouse in him impulses of which he was only vaguely conscious, and his proposal of marriage, when it finally came, was by nature of a confession. He had kissed her, not for the first time, but this time she had let him hold her, and he had rained kisses on her face. "I want you," he had said huskily. And even afterward, when the thing was done, and she had said she would marry him, she had to ask him if he loved her. Of course I do," he had said, and had drawn her back into his arms. He wanted to marry her at once. It was the strongest urge of his life, and put into his pleading an almost pathetic earnestness. But she was firm enough now. "I don't think your family will be crazy about this, you know." "What do we care about the family? They're not marrying you, are they?" "They will have to help to support me, won't they?" And he had felt a trifle chilled. It was not a part of Marion's program to enter the Spencer family unwelcomed. She had a furtive fear of Clayton Spencer, the fear of the indirect for the direct, of the designing woman for the essentially simple and open male. It was not on her cards to marry Graham and to try to live on his salary. So for a few weeks the engagement was concealed even from Mrs. Hayden, and Graham, who had received some stock from his father on his 21st birthday, secretly sold a few shares and bought the engagement ring. With that Marion breathed easier. It was absolute evidence. Her methods were the methods of her kind and her time. To allure a man by every wile she knew, and having won him to keep him uncertain and uneasy, was her perfectly simple creed. So she reduced love to its cheapest terms, passion and jealousy, played on them both, and made Graham alternately happy and wretched. Once he found Rodney Page there, lounging about with the manner of a habitué. It seemed to Graham that he was always stumbling over Rodney those days, either at home with drawings and color sketches spread out before him, or at the Hayden house. "What's he hanging around here for?" he demanded when Rodney, having bent over Marion's hand and kissed it, had gone away. If he could see that bare spot on the top of his head he'd stop all that kowtowing. "You're being rather vulgar, aren't you?" Marion had said. "He's a very old friend and a very dear one." "Probably in love with you like all the rest?" He had expected denial from her, but she had held her cigarette up in the air and reflectively regarded its small gilt tip. "I'm afraid he's rather unhappy. Poor Rod." "About me?" "About me." "Look here, Toots," he burst out. "I'm playing square with you. I never go anywhere but here. I'm perfectly straight with you. But every time here I find some of your old guard hanging round. It makes me wild." "They've always come here, and as long as our engagement isn't known, I can't very well stop them." "Then let me go to father." "He'll turn you out, you know. I know men, dear old thing. And father is going to raise a merry little hell about us. He's the sort who wants to choose his son's wife for him. He'd like to play Providence." She watched him now, smiling, but with slightly narrowed eyes. "I rather think he has somebody in mind for you now." "I don't believe it." "Of course you don't. But he has." "Who?" "Delight. She's exactly the sort he thinks you'll need. He still thinks you are a little boy, Graham, so he picks out a nice little girl for you. Such a nice little girl." The amused contempt in her voice made him angry, for Delight rather than himself. He was extremely grown up and dignified the rest of the afternoon. He stood very tall and straight, and spoke in his deepest voice. It became rather an obsession in him to prove his manhood, and added to that was the effect of Marion's constant, insidious appeal to the surging blood of his youth, and day after day he was shut in his office with Anna Klein. He thought he was madly in love with Marion. He knew that he was not at all in love with Anna Klein, but she helped to relieve the office tedium. He was often aware, sitting at his desk with Anna before him, notebook in hand, that while he read his letters her eyes were on him. More than once he met them, and there was something in them that healed his wounded vanity. He was a man to her. He was indeed almost a god, but that he did not know. In his present frame of mind he would have accepted even that, however. Then, one day he kissed her. She was standing very close, and the impulse was quick and irresistible. She made no effort to leave his arms, and he kissed her again. "Like me a little, do you?" he had asked, smiling into her eyes. "Oh, I do, I do," she had replied hoarsely. It was almost an exact reversal of his relationship with Marion. There the huskiness was his, the triumphant smile was Marion's, and the feeling of being adored without stint or reservation warmed him. He released her then, but their relationship had taken on a new phase. He would stand against the outer door to prevent its sudden opening, and she would walk toward him, frightened and helpless, until his arms closed about her. It was entirely a game to him. There were days when Marion was trying, or the work of his department was nagging him, when he scarcely noticed her at all. But again the mischief in him, the idler, the newly awakened hunting male, took him to her with arms outheld, and the look of triumph in his eyes that she mistook for love. On one such occasion Joey came near to surprising a situation, so near that his sophisticated young mind guessed rather more than the truth. He went out whistling. He waited until Graham had joined the office force in the mill lunchroom, and invented an errand back to Graham's office. Anna was there, powdering her nose with the aid of a mirror fastened inside her purse. Joey had adopted Clayton with a sort of fierce passion, hidden behind a pose of patronage. "He's all right," he would say to the boys gathered at noon in the mill yard. "He's kind of short-tempered sometimes, but me, I understand him. And there ain't many of these here money kings that would sit up in a hospital the way he did with me." The mill yard had had quite enough of that night in the hospital. It would fall on him in one of those half playful, half-vicious attacks that are the humor of the street, and sometimes it was rather a battered Joey who returned to Clayton's handsome office to assist him in running the mill. But it was a very cool and slightly scornful Joey who confronted Anna that noon hour. He lost no time in preliminaries. "What do you think you're doing, anyhow?" he demanded. "Powdering my nose, if you insist on knowing." They spoke the same language. Anna knew what was coming and was on guard instantly. "You cut it out, that's all." "You cut out of this office, and that's all." Joey sat down on Graham's desk and folded his arms. "What are you going to get out of it, anyhow?" he said with a shift from bullying to argument. "Out of what?" "You know, all right." She whirled on him. "Now, see here, Joey," she said, "you run out and play. I'll not have any little boys meddling in my affairs." Joey slid off the desk and surveyed her with an impish smile. "Your affairs?" he repeated. "What the hell do I care about your affairs? I'm thinking of the boss. It's up to him if he wants to keep German spies on the place. But it's up to some of us here to keep our eyes open so that they don't do any harm." Sheer outrage made Anna's face pale. She had known for some time that the other girls kept away from her, and she had accepted it with the stolidity of her blood. She had no German sympathies. Her sympathies in the war lay nowhere. But she a spy? "You get out of here," she said furiously, "or I'll go to Mr. Spencer and complain about you. I'm no more a spy than you are. Not as much. The way you come sneaking around listening and watching. Now you get out." And Joey had gone, slowly to show that the going was of his own free will, and whistling. He went out and closed the door. Then he opened it and stuck his head in. "You be good," he volunteered, "and when the little old U.S. gets to mixing it up with the swine over there, I'll bring you a nice fat Hun as a present." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 days before Christmas, Delight came out. There was an afternoon reception at the rectory, and the plain old house blossomed with the debutante's bouquets and baskets of flowers. For weeks before, the house had been getting ready. The rector, looking about for his accustomed chair, had been told it was at the upholsterer's, or had found his beloved and ragged old books relegated to dark corners of the bookcases. There were always step ladders on the landings, and paper hangers waiting until a man got out of bed in the morning. And once he put his ecclesiastical heel into a pail of varnish, and slid down an entire staircase, to the great imperilment of his kindly old soul. But he had consented without demur to the coming out party, and he had taken, during all the morning of the great day, a most mundane interest in the boxes of flowers that came in every few minutes. He stood inside a window, under pretense of having no place to sit down, and called out regularly, "6 more coming, mother, and a boy with 3 ringing across the street. I think he's made a mistake. Yes, he has. He's coming over." When all the stands and tables were overflowing, the bouquets were hung to the curtains in the windows, and Delight, taking a last survey from the doorway, expressed her satisfaction. "It's heavenly," she said. "Imagine all those flowers for me. It looks," she squinted up her eyes critically, "it looks precisely like a highly successful funeral." But a part of her satisfaction was pure pose, for the benefit of that kindly pair who loved her so. Alone in her room, dressed to go downstairs, Delight drew a long breath and picked up her flowers which Clayton Spencer had sent. It had been his kindly custom for years to send to each little debutante, as she made her bow, a great armful of white lilacs and trailing tiny white rosebuds. $50 probably, Delight reflected, and the Belgians needing flannels. It's dreadful. Her resentment against Graham was dying. After all, he was only a child in Toots Hayden's hands. And she made one of those curious he loves me not arrangements in her own mind. If Graham came that afternoon, she would take it as a sign that there was still some good in him, and she would try to save him from himself. She had been rather nasty to him. If he did not come. A great many came, mostly women, with a sprinkling of men. The rector, who loved people, was in his element. He was proud of Delight, proud of his home. He had never ceased being proud of his wife. He knew who exactly had sent each basket of flowers, each hanging bunch. "Your exquisite orchids," he would say, or "that perfectly charming basket, it is there, just beside Mrs. Haverford." But when Natalie Spencer came in alone, splendid in Russian sables, he happened to be looking at Delight, and he saw the light die out of her eyes. Natalie had tried to bring Graham with her. She had gone into his room that morning while he was dressing and asked him. To tell the truth, she was uneasy about Marion Hayden and his growing intimacy there. "You will, won't you, Graham, dear?" "Sorry, Mother. I just can't. I'm taking a girl out." "I suppose it's Marion." Her tone caused him to turn and look at her. "Yes, it's Marion. What's wrong with that?" "It's so silly, Graham. She's older than you are. And she's not really nice, Graham. I don't mean anything horrid, but she's designing. She knows you are young and, well, she's just playing with you. I know girls, Graham. She stopped before his angry gaze. "She is nice enough for you to ask here," he said hastily. "She wants your money, that's all." He had laughed then, an ugly laugh. "There's a lot of it for her to want." And Natalie had gone away to shed tears of fury and resentment in her own room. She was really frightened. Bills for flowers sent to Marion were coming in, to lie unpaid on Graham's writing table. She had overdrawn once again to pay them, and other bills, for theater tickets, checks signed at restaurants, overdue club accounts. So she went to the Haverfords alone, and managed very effectually to snub Mrs. Hayden before the rector's very eyes. Mrs. Hayden thereupon followed an impulse. "If it were not for Natalie Spencer," she said, following that lady's sables with malevolent eyes, "I should be very happy in something I want to tell you. Can we find a corner somewhere?" And Doctor Haverford had followed her uneasily, behind some palms. She was a thin little woman with a maddening habit of drawing her tight veil down even closer by a contortion of her lower jaw, so that the rector found himself watching her chin rather than her eyes. "I want you to know right away, as Marion's clergyman at ours," she had said, and had given her jaw a particularly vicious wag and twist. "Of course it is not announced. I don't believe even the Spencers know it yet. I am only telling you now because I know how dearly," she did it again, "how dearly interested you are in all your spiritual children. Marion is engaged to Graham Spencer." The rector had not been a shining light for years without learning how to control his expression. He had a second, too, while she contorted her face again to recover himself. "Thank you," he said gravely. "I much appreciate your telling me." Mrs. Hayden had lowered her voice still more. The revelation took on the appearance of conspiracy. "In the early spring, probably," she said. "We shall need your services and your blessing." So that was the end of one dream. He had dreamed so many. In his youth, of spiritualizing his worldly flock. In middle life, of a bishopric. He had dreamed of sons, to carry on the name he had meant to make famous. But the failures of those dreams had been at once his own failure and his own disappointment. This was different. He was profoundly depressed. He wandered out of the crowd, and after colliding with a man from the caterers in a dark rear hall, found his way up the servants' staircase to the small back room where he kept the lares and penates of his quiet life, his pipe, his fishing rods, a shabby old smoking coat, and back files of magazines which he intended some day to read, when he got round to it. The little room was jammed with old furniture, stripped from the lower floor to make room for the crowd. He had to get down on his knees and crawl under a table to reach his pipe. But he achieved it finally, still with an air of abstraction, and lighted it. Then, as there was no place to sit down, he stood in the center of the little room and thought. He did not go down again. He heard the noise of the arriving and departing motors subside, its replacement by the sound of clattering china being washed below in the pantry. He went down finally, to be served with a meal largely supplemented by the leftovers of the afternoon refreshments, ornate salads, fancy ices, and an overwhelming table decoration that shut him off from his wife and Delight, and left him in magnificent solitude behind a pyramid of flowers. Bits of the afternoon's gossip reached him, the comments on Delight's dress and her flowers, the reason certain people had not come, but nothing of the subject nearest his heart. At the end of the meal Delight got up. "I'm going to call up Mr. Spencer," she said. "He has about $50 worth of thanks coming to him." "I didn't see Graham," said Mrs. Haverford. "Was he here?" Delight stood, poised for flight. "He couldn't come because he had enough to do being two places at once. His mother said he was working, and Mrs. Hayden said he had taken Marion to the country club. I don't know why they take the trouble to lie to me." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Danger Stays by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Christmas Day in the year of our Lord 1916 dawned on a world which seemed to have forgotten the man of peace. In Asia Minor the Allies celebrated it by the capture of a strong Turkish position at Magdada. The Germans spent it concentrating at Dead Man's Hill. The British were ejected from enemy positions near Arras. There was no Christmas truce. The death grip had come. Germany, conscious of her superiority in men, and her hypocritical peace offers unanimously rejected, was preparing to free herself from the last restraint of civilization and to begin unrestricted submarine warfare. On Christmas morning Clayton received a letter from Chris. Evidently it had come by hand, for it was mailed in America. Dear Clay, I am not at all sure that you will care to hear from me. In fact, I have tried 2 or 3 times to write to you and have given it up. But I am lonelier than Billy be damned, and if it were not for Audrey's letters, I wouldn't care which shell got me in my little cart. I don't know whether you know why I got out or not. Perhaps you don't. I've been a fool and a scoundrel, and I've had time, between fusses, to know just how rotten I've been. But I'm not going to whine to you. What I am trying to get over is that I'm through with the old stuff for good. God only knows why I am writing to you anyhow, unless it is because I've always thought you were pretty near right. And I'd like to feel that now and then you are seeing Audrey and bucking her up a bit. I think she's rather down. Do you know, Clay, I think this is a darn critical time. The press hasn't got it yet, but both the British and the French are hard up against it. They'll fight until there is no one left to fight, but these damned Germans seem to have no breaking point. They haven't any temperament, I dare say, or maybe it is soul they lack. But they'll fight to the last man also, and the plain truth is that there are too many of them. It looks mighty bad unless we come in, and I don't mind saying that there are a good many eyes over here straining across the old Atlantic. Are we doing anything, I wonder? Getting ready? The officers here say we can't expand an army to get enough men without a draft law. Can you see the administration endangering the next election with a draft law? Not on your life. I'm on the wagon, Clay. Honestly, it's funny. I don't mind telling you I'm darned miserable sometimes. But then I get busy, and I'm so blooming glad in a rush to get water that doesn't smell to heaven that I don't want anything else. I suppose they'll give us a good hate on Christmas. Well, think of me sometimes when you sit down to dinner, and you might drink to our coming in. If we have a principle to divide among us, we shall have to. Clayton read the letter twice. He and Natalie lunched alone, Natalie in radiant good humor. His gift to her had been a high collar of small diamonds, magnificently set, and Natalie, whose throat commenced to worry her, had welcomed it rapturously. Also, he had that morning notified Graham that his salary had been raised to $5,000. Graham had shown relief rather than pleasure. "I dare say I won't earn it, father," he said, "but I'll at least try to keep out of debt on it." "If you can't, better let me be your banker, Graham." The boy had flushed. Then he had disappeared, as usual, and Clayton and Natalie sat across from each other in their high-armed lion chairs and made a pretense of Christmas gayety. True to Natalie's sense of the fitness of things, a small Nuremberg Christmas tree, hung with tiny toys and lighted with small candle, stood at the center of the table. "We are dining out," she explained, "so I thought we'd use it now." "It's very pretty," Clayton acknowledged. And he wondered if Natalie felt at all as he did, the vast room and the two men serving, with Graham no one knew where, and that travesty of Christmas joy between them. His mind wandered to long ago Christmases. "It's not so very long since we had a real tree," he observed. "Do you remember the one that fell and smashed all the things on it? And how Graham heard it and came down?" "Horribly messy things," said Natalie, and watched the second man critically. He was new, and she decided he was awkward. She chattered through the meal, however, with that light gayety of hers, which was not gayety at all, and always of the country house. "The dining room floor is to be oak with a marble border," she said. "You remember the ones we saw in Italy? And the ceiling is blue and gold. You'll love the ceiling, Clay." There was claret with the luncheon, and Clayton, raising his glass, thought of Chris and the water that smelled to heaven. Natalie's mind was on loggias by that time. "An upstairs loggia, too," she said, "bordered with red geraniums. I loathe geraniums, but the color is good. Rodney wants Japanese screens and things, but I'm not sure. What do you think?" "I think you're a better judge than I am," he replied, smiling. He had had to come back a long way, but he made the effort. "It's hardly worth while struggling to have things attractive for you," she observed petulantly. "You never notice anyhow. Clay, do you know that you sit hours and hours and never talk to me?" "No? Do I? I'm sorry." "You're a perfectly dreary person to have around." "I'll talk to you, my dear, but I'm not much good at houses. Give me something I understand." "The mill, I suppose, or the war." "Do I really talk of the war?" "When you talk at all. What in the world do you think about, Clay, when you sit with your eyes on nothing? It's a vicious habit." "Oh, ships and sails and sealing wax and cabbages and kings," he said lightly. That afternoon Natalie slept, and the house took on the tomb-like quiet of an establishment where the first word in service is silence. Clay wandered about, feeling an inexpressible loneliness of spirit. On those days which work did not fill, he was always discontented. He thought of the club, but the vision of those disconsolate groups of homeless bachelors who gathered there on all festivals that centered about a family focus was unattractive. All at once he realized that since he had wakened that morning he had been wanting to see Audrey. He wanted to talk to her, real talk, not gossip, not country houses, not personalities, not recrimination. Such talk as Audrey herself had always led at dinner parties, of men and affairs, of big issues, of the war. He felt suddenly that he must talk about the war to some one. Natalie was still sleeping when he went downstairs. It had been raining, but a cold wind was covering the pavement with a glaze of ice. Here and there men in top hats, like himself, were making their way to Christmas calls. Children clinging to the arms of governesses, their feet in high arctics, slid laughing on the ice. A belated florist's wagon was still delivering Christmas plants tied with bright red bows. The street held more of festivity to Clayton than had his house. Even the shop windows, as he walked toward Audrey's unfashionable new neighborhood, cried out their message of peace. Peace, when there was no peace. Audrey was alone, but her little room was crowded with gifts and flowers. "I was hoping you would come, Clay," she said. "I've had some visitors, but they're gone. I'll tell them downstairs that I'm not at home, and we can really talk." "That's what I came for." And when she telephoned, "I've had a letter from Chris, Audrey." She read it slowly, and he was surprised when she finally looked up to find tears in her eyes. "Poor old Chris," she said. "I've never told you the story, have I, Clay? Of course, I know perfectly well I haven't. There was another woman. I think I could have understood it, perhaps, if she had been a different sort of woman. But I suppose it hurt my pride. I didn't love him. She was such a vulgar little thing. Not even pretty. Just woman." He nodded. He was fastidious, too. I don't understand it. And he swears he never cared for her. I don't believe he did, either. I suppose there's no explanation for these things. They just happen. It's the life we live, I dare say. When I look back, she's the girl I sent into the mill." He was distinctly shocked. "But, Audrey," he protested, "you are not seeing her, are you?" "Now and then. She has fastened herself on me in a way. Don't scowl like that. She says she is straight now, and that she only wants a chance to work. She's off the stage for good. She danced. That money I got from you was for her. She was waiting upstairs. Chris was behind with her rent, and she was going to lose her furniture." "That you should have to do such a thing," he protested. It's infamous." But she only smiled. "Well, I've never been particularly shielded. It hasn't hurt me. I don't even hate her. But I'm puzzled sometimes. Where there's love it might be understandable. Most of us would hate to have to stand the test of real love, I dare say. There's a time in everyone's life, I suppose, when love seems to be the only thing that matters." That was what the poet in that idiotic book had said. There is no other joy. "Even with you, Clay," she reflected smilingly. "You big, grave men go all to pieces sometimes." "I never have," he retorted. She returned Chris's letter to him. "There," she said. "I've had my little whimper, and I feel better. Now talk to me." The little clock was striking 6 when at last he rose to go. The room was dark, with only the glow of the wood fire on Audrey's face. He found her very lovely, rather chastened and subdued, but much more appealing than in her old days of sparkle and high spirits. "You are looking very sweet, Audrey." "Am I? How nice of you." She got up and stood on the hearthrug beside him, looking up at him. Then, "Don't be startled, Clay," she announced smilingly. "I am going to kiss you, for Christmas." And kiss him she did, putting both hands on his shoulders and rising on her toes to do it. It was a very small kiss, and Clayton took it calmly and as she intended him to take it. But it was, at that, rather a flushed Audrey who bade him good night and God bless you. Clayton took away with him from that visit a great peace and a great relief. He had talked out to her for more than an hour of the many things that puzzled and bewildered him. He had talked war and the mill and even Graham and his problems, and by talking of them, some of them had clarified. A little of his unrest had gone. He felt encouraged, he had a new strength to go on. It was wonderful, he reflected, what the friendship of a woman could mean to a man. He was quite convinced that it was only friendship. He turned toward home reluctantly. Behind him was the glow of Audrey's fire, and the glow that had been in her eyes when he entered. If a man had such a woman behind him. He went into his great silent house, and the door closed behind him like a prison gate. For a long time after he had gone, Audrey, doors closed to visitors, sat alone by her fire, with one of his roses held close to her cheek. In her small upper room, in a white frame cottage on the hill overlooking the Spencer furnaces, Anna Klein, locked away from prying eyes, sat that same Christmas evening and closely inspected a tiny gold wristwatch. And now and then, like Audrey, she pressed it to her face. Not the gift, but the giver. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Having turned Dunbar and his protective league over to Hutchinson, the general manager, Clayton had put him out of his mind. But during the week after Christmas he reached the office early one morning to find that keen and rather shabby gentleman already there, waiting. Not precisely waiting, for he was standing by one of the windows, well back from it, and inspecting the mill yard with sharp, darting glances. "Hello, Dunbar," said Clayton, and proceeded to shed his fur-lined coat. Dunbar turned and surveyed him with the grudging admiration of the undersized man for the tall one. "Cold morning," he said, coming forward. "Not that I suppose you know it." He glanced at the coat. "I thought Hutchinson said that you'd gone away." Been to Washington. I brought something back that will interest you." From inside his coat he produced a small leather case, and took from it a number of photographs. "I rather gathered, Mr. Spencer," he said dryly, "when I was here last, that you thought me an alarmist. I don't know that I blame you. We always think the other fellow may get it, but that we are safe. You might glance at those photographs." He spread them out on the desk. Beyond the windows the mill roared on, men shouted, the locomotive whistled, a long file of laborers with wheelbarrows went by, and from a new building going up came the hammering of the riveting machines, so like the rapid explosions of machine guns. "Interesting, aren't they?" queried Dunbar. "This is a clock bomb with a strap for carrying it under a coat. That's a lump of coal, only it isn't. It's got enough explosive inside to blow up a battleship. It's meant for that primarily. That's fire confetti, damnable stuff. Understand, it's what burned up most of Belgium. And that's a fountain pen. What do you think of that? Use one yourself, don't you? Don't leave it lying around, that's all." "What on earth can they do with a fountain pen?" "One of their best little tricks," said Mr. Dunbar, with a note of grudging admiration in his voice. "Here's a cut of the mechanism. You sit down, dip your pen, and commence to write. There's the striking pin, or whatever they call it. It hits here, and good night." "Do you mean to say they're using things like that here?" "I mean to say they're planning to, if they haven't already. That coal now, you'd see that go into your furnaces or under your boilers, or wherever you use it, and wouldn't worry, would you?" "Are these actual photographs?" "Made from articles taken from a German officer's trunk in a neutral country. He was on his way somewhere, I imagine." Clayton sat silent. Then he took out his fountain pen and surveyed it with a smile. "Rather off fountain pens for a time, I take it," observed Dunbar. "Well, I've something else for you. You've got one of the best little I.W.W. workers in the country right here in your mill. Some of them aren't so bad, hot air and nothing else. But this fellow's a fanatic. Which is the same as saying he's crazy." "Who is he?" "Name's Rudolph Klein. He's a sort of relation to the chap that got out. Old man's been sore on him, but I understand he's hanging around the Klein place again." Clayton considered. "I don't remember him. Of course I can't keep track of the men. We'll get rid of him." Mr. Dunbar eyed him. "That's the best thing you can think of?" "I don't want him round, do I?" "9 of you men out of 10 say that. You'd turn him loose and so warn him. Not only that, but he'd be off on his devil's work somewhere. Perhaps here, perhaps elsewhere. And we want him where we can find him. See here, Mr. Spencer. Do you ever hear of counter-espionage?" Clayton never had, but the term explained itself. "Set a spy to watch a spy," said Dunbar. "Let him think he's going on fine. Find his confederates. Let them get ready to spring something, and then get them. Remember," he added with sarcasm, "we're still neutral. You can't lock a man up because he goes around yelling, 'Down with capital.' The whole country is ready to yell it with him. And even if you find him with a bomb under his coat labeled 'Made in Germany,' it's hard to link Germans up with the thing. He can say that he always buys his bombs in Germany, that they make the best bombs in the world, that he likes the way they pack 'em and their polite trade methods." Clayton listened, thinking hard. "We have a daughter of Klein's here. She is my son's secretary." Dunbar glanced at him quickly, but his eyes were on the window. "I know that." "Think I should get rid of her?" Dunbar hesitated. He liked Clayton Spencer, and it was his business just then to know something about the Kleins. It would be a good thing for Clayton Spencer's boy if they got rid of the girl. On the other hand, to keep her there and watch her was certainly a bigger thing. If she stayed there might be trouble, but it would concern the boy only. If she left, and if she was one link in the chain to snare Rudolph, there might be a disaster costing many lives. He made his decision quickly. "Keep her, by all means," he said. "And don't tell Mr. Graham anything. He's young, and he'd be likely to show something. I suppose she gets considerable data where she is." "Only of the one department, but that's a fair indication of the rest." Dunbar rose. "I'm inclined to think there's nothing to that end of it," he said. "The old chap is sulky, but he's not dangerous. It's Rudolph I'm afraid of." At the luncheon hour that day, Clayton, having finished his mail, went to Graham's office. He seldom did that, but he was uneasy. He wanted to see the girl. He wanted to look her over with this new idea in his mind. She had been a quiet little thing, he remembered, thorough but not brilliant. He had sent her to Graham from his own office. He disliked even the idea of suspecting her. His natural chivalry revolted from suspecting any woman. Joey, who customarily ate his lunch on Clayton's desk in his absence, followed by one of Clayton's cigarets, watched him across the yard and whistled as he saw him enter Graham's small building. "Well, what do you think of that?" he reflected. "I hope he coughs before he goes in." But Clayton did not happen to cough. Graham's office was empty, but there was a sound of voices from Anna Klein's small room beyond. He crossed to the door and opened it, to stand astonished, his hand on the doorknob. Anna Klein was seated at her desk, with her luncheon spread out before her on a newspaper, and seated on the desk, a sandwich in one hand, the other resting on Anna's shoulder, was Graham. He was laughing when Clayton opened the door, but the smile froze on his face. He slid off her desk. "Want me, father?" "Yes," said Clayton curtly, and went out, leaving the door open. A sort of stricken silence followed his exit, then Graham put down the sandwich and went out, closing the door behind him. He stood just inside it in the outer room, rather pale, but looking his father in the eyes. "Sorry, father," he said. "I didn't hear you. "What has that to do with it?" The boy was silent. To Clayton he looked furtive, guilty. His very expression condemned him far more than the incident itself. And Clayton, along with his anger, was puzzled as to his best course. Dunbar had said to leave the girl where she was. But was it feasible under these circumstances? He was rather irritated than angry. He considered a flirtation with one's stenographer rotten bad taste at any time. The business world, to his mind, was divided into two kinds of men, those who did that sort of thing and those who did not. It was a code rather than a creed that the boy had violated. Besides, he had had a surprise. The girl who sat laughing into Graham's face was not the Anna Klein he remembered, a shy, drab little thing, badly dressed, rather sallow and unsmiling. Here was a young woman undeniably attractive, slightly rouged, trim in her white blouse, and with an air of piquancy that was added, had he known it, by the large imitation pearl earrings she wore. "Get your hat and go to lunch, Graham," he said. "And you might try to remember that a slightly different standard of conduct is expected from my son, here, than may be the standard of some of the other men." "It doesn't mean anything, that sort of fooling." "You and I may know that. The girl may not." Then he went out, and Graham returned unhappily to the inner room. Anna was not crying. She was too frightened to cry. She had sat without moving, her hand still clutching her untouched sandwich. Graham looked at her and tried to smile. "I'm gone, I suppose?" "Don't you worry about that," he said, with boyish bravado. "Don't you worry about that, little girl." "Father will kill me," she whispered. "He's queer these days, and if I go home and have to tell him—" She shuddered. "I'll see you get something else if the worst comes, you know." She glanced up at him with that look of dog-like fidelity that always touched him. "I'll find you something good," he promised. "Something good," she repeated with sudden bitterness. "And you'll get another girl here and flirt with her and make her crazy about you and— Honestly, do you like me like that?" "I'm just mad about you," she said miserably. Frightened though he was, her wretchedness appealed to him. The thought that she cared for him, too, was a salve to his outraged pride. A moment ago in the other room he had felt like a bad small boy. As with Marion, Anna made him feel every inch a man. But she gave him what Marion did not, the feeling of complete surrender. Marion would take. This girl would give. He bent down and put his arms around her. "Poor little girl," he said. "Poor little girl." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Dangerous Days, by Mary Roberts Rinehart. The gay and fashionable crowd of which Audrey had been the center played madly that winter. The short 6 weeks of the season were already close to an end. By mid-January the South and California would have claimed most of the women and some of the men. There were a few, of course, who saw the inevitable catastrophe. The Mackenzies had laid up their houseboat on the west coast of Florida. Dennis Nolan had let his little place at Pinehurst. The advance wave of the war tide, the increased cost of living, had sobered and made thoughtful the middle class, but above in the great businesses and below among the laboring people, money was plentiful and extravagance ran riot. And Audrey Valentine's world missed her. It refused to accept her poverty as an excuse and clamored for her. It wanted her to sit again at a piano, somewhere, anywhere, with a lighted cigarette on the music rack, and sing her husky, naive little songs. It wanted her cool audacity. It wanted her for week-end parties and bridge, and to canter on frosty mornings on its best horses and make slaves of the park policemen so that she might jump forbidden fences. It wanted to see her oust its grinning chauffeurs and drive its best cars at their best speed. Audrey Valentine leading a cloistered life. Impossible. Selfish. And Audrey was not cut out for solitude. She did not mind poverty. She found it rather a relief to acknowledge what had always been the fact. But she did mind loneliness, and her idea of making herself over into something useful was not working out particularly well. She spent 2 hours a day at a downtown school, struggling with shorthand, and her writing table was always littered with papers covered with queer hooks and curves, or with typed sheets beginning, Messrs. Smith & Co., Dear Sirs. Clayton Spencer met her late in December, walking feverishly along with a book under her arm and a half-desperate look in her eyes. He felt a little thrill when he saw her, which should have warned him, but did not. She did not even greet him. She stopped and held out her book to him. "Take it," she said. "I've thrown it away twice, and 2 wretched men have run after me and brought it back." He took it and glanced at it. "Spelling? Can't you spell?" "Certainly I can spell," she said with dignity. "I'm a very good speller. Clay, there isn't an I in business, is there?" It is generally considered necessary to have 2 pretty good I's in business. But he saw then that she was really rather despairing. "There is 1 I," he said. "It seems foolish, doesn't it? Audrey, dear, what are you trying to do? For heaven's sakes, if it's money." "It isn't that. I have enough. Honestly, Clay, I just had some sort of an idea that I'd been playing long enough. But I'm only good for play. That man this morning said as much when we fussed about my spelling. He said I'd better write a new dictionary." Clayton threw back his head and laughed, and after a moment she laughed too. But as he went on his face was grave. Somebody ought to be looking after her. It was not for some time that he realized he carried the absurd little spelling book. He took it back to the office with him and put it in the back of a drawer of his desk. Joey, coming in some time later, found him with the drawer open and something in his hands which he hastily put away. Later on Joey investigated that drawer and found the little book. He inspected it with a mixture of surprise and scorn. "Spelling," he muttered, "and $100 a month girl to spell for him." It was Rodney Page who forced Audrey out of her seclusion. Rodney had had a prosperous year, and for some time his conscience had been bothering him. For a good many years he had blithely accepted the invitations of his friends, dinners, balls, week-end and yachting parties, paying his way with an occasional box of flowers. He decided, that last winter of peace, to turn host, and true to instinct, to do the unusual. It was Natalie who gave him the suggestion. "Why don't you turn your carriage house into a studio, and give a studio warming, Roddy? It would be fun fixing it up. And you might make it fancy dress." Before long, of course, he had accepted the idea as his own originating, and was hard at work. Rodney's house had been his father's. He still lived there, although the business district had encroached closely, and for some time he had used the large stable and carriage house at the rear as a place in which to store the odd bits of furniture, old mirrors and odds and ends that he had picked up here and there. Now and then, as to Natalie, he sold some of them, but he was a collector, not a merchant. In his way, he was an artist. In the upper floor he had built a skylight, and there, in odd hours, he worked out, in water-color, sketches of interiors, sometimes for houses he was building, sometimes purely for the pleasure of the thing. The war had brought him enormous increase in his collection. Owners of French chateaux, driven to poverty, were sending to America treasures of all sorts of furniture, tapestries, carpets, old fountains, porcelains, even carved woodwork and ancient mantels, and Rodney, from the mixed motives of business and pride, decided to exhibit them. The old brick floor of the stable he replaced with handmade tiles. The box stalls were small display rooms, hung with tapestries and lighted with candles in old French sconces. The great carriage room became a refectory with Jacobean and old monastery chairs, and the vast loft overhead, reached by a narrow staircase that clung to the wall, was railed on its exposed side, waxed as to floor, hung with lanterns, and became a ballroom. Natalie worked with him, spending much time and a prodigious amount of energy. There was springing up between them one of those curious and dangerous intimacies, of idleness on the woman's part, of admiration on the man's, which sometimes develop into a wholly spurious passion. Probably Rodney realized it. Certainly Natalie did not. She liked his admiration. She dressed each day for Rodney's unfailing comment on her clothes. "Clay never notices what I wear," she said once plaintively. So it was Rodney who brought Audrey Valentine out of her seclusion, and he did it by making her angry. He dropped in to see her between Christmas and New Year's and made a plea. "A stable warming!" she said. "How interesting! And fancy dress! Are you going to have them come as grooms or jockeys? If I were going, I'd go as a circus rider. I used to be able to stand up on a running horse. Of course you're having horses. What's a stable without a horse?" He saw she was laughing at him and was rather resentful. "I told you I have made it into a studio." But when he implored her to go, she was obdurate. "Do go away and let me alone, Rodney," she said at last. "I loathe fancy dress parties." "It won't be a party without you." "Then don't have it. I've told you over and over. I'm not going out. It isn't decent this year, in my opinion. And anyhow, I haven't any money, any clothes, anything. A bad evening at bridge, and I shouldn't be able to pay my rent." "That's nonsense. Why do you let people say you are moping about Chris? You're not." "Of course not." She sat up. "What else are they saying?" "Well, there's some talk, naturally. You can't be as popular as you have been, and then just drop out without some gossip. It's not bad." "What sort of talk?" He was very uncomfortable. "Well, of course, you have been pretty strong on the war stuff." "Oh, they think I sent him?" "If only you wouldn't hide, Audrey. That's what has made the talk. It's not Chris's going." "I'm not hiding. That's idiotic. I was bored to death, if you want the truth. Look here, Rodney, you're not being honest. What do they say about Chris and myself?" He was cornered. "Is it about another woman?" "Well, of course, now and then. There are always such stories. And of course Chris—" "Yes, they knew Chris." Her voice was scornful. "So they think I'm moping and hiding because— How interesting." She sat back with her old insolent smile. "Poor Chris," she said. "The only man in the lot except Clay Spencer who is doing his bit for the war, and they— When is your party, Roddie?" "New Year's Eve." "I'll come," she said. And smiling again dangerously, "I'll come with bells on." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There had been once, in Herman Klein, the making of a good American. He had come to America, not at the call of freedom, but of peace and plenty. Nevertheless, he had possibilities. Taken in time, he might have become a good American. But nothing was done to stimulate in him a sentiment for his adopted land. He would indeed have been, for all his citizenship papers, a man without a country but for one thing. The fatherland had never let go. When he went to the Turnverein, it was to hear the old tongue, to sing the old songs. Visiting Germans from overseas were constantly lecturing, holding before him the vision of great Germany. He saw moving pictures of Germany. He went to meetings which commenced with Die Wacht am Rhein. One Christmas he received a handsome copy of a photograph of the Kaiser through the mail. He never knew who sent it, but he had it framed in a gilt frame, and it hung over the fireplace in the sitting room. He had been adopted by America, but he had not adopted America, save his own tiny bit of it. He took what the new country gave him with no faintest sense that he owed anything in return beyond his small yearly taxes. He was neither friendly nor inimical. His creed through the years had been simple: to owe no man money even for a day, to spend less than he earned, to own his own home, to rise early, work hard, and live at peace with his neighbors. He had learned English and had sent Anna to the public school. He spoke English with her always. And on Sunday he put on his best clothes and sat in the German Lutheran church, dozing occasionally, but always rigidly erect. With his first savings he had bought a home, a tiny 2-roomed frame cottage, on a hill above the Spencer mill, with a bit of waste land that he turned into a thrifty garden. Anna was born there, and her mother had died there 10 years later. But long enough before that he had added 4 rooms and bought an adjoining lot. At that time the hill had been green. The way to the little white house had been along and up a winding path, where in the spring the early wild flowers came out on sunny banks, and the first buds of the neighborhood were on Klein's own lilac bushes. He had had a magnificent sense of independence those days, and of freedom. He voted religiously, and now and then in the evenings he had been the moderate member of a mild socialist group. Theoretically, he believed that no man should amass a fortune by the labor of others. Actually, he felt himself well paid, a respected member of society, and a property owner. In the early morning, winter and summer, he emerged from the small side porch of his cottage, and there threw over himself a pail of cold water from the well outside. Then he rubbed down, dressed in the open air behind the old awning hung there, took a dozen deep breaths and a cup of coffee, and was off for work. The addition of a bathroom with running hot water had made no change in his daily habits. He was very strict with Anna, and with the women who, one after another, kept house for him. "I'll have no men lounging around," was his first instruction on engaging them. And to Anna his solicitude took the form almost of espionage. The only young man he tolerated about the place was a distant relative, Rudolph Klein. On Sunday evenings Rudolph came in to supper, but even Rudolph found it hard to get a word with the girl alone. "What's eating him, anyhow?" he demanded of Anna one Sunday evening, when by the accident of a neighbor calling old Herman to the gate he had the chance of a word. "He knows a lot about you fellows," Anna had said, "and the more he knows the less he trusts you. I don't wonder." "He hasn't anything on me." But Anna had come to the limit of her patience with her father at last. "What's the matter with you?" she demanded angrily one night when Herman had sat with his pipe in his mouth and had refused her permission to go to the moving pictures with another girl. "Do you think I'm going on forever like this, without a chance to play? I'm sick of it, that's all." "You will not run around with the girls on this hill." He had conquered all but the English W. He still pronounced it like a V. "What's the matter with the girls on this hill?" And when he smoked on in imperturbable silence, she had flamed into a fury. "This is free America," she reminded him. "It's not Germany. And I've stood about all I can. I work all day and I need a little fun. I'm going." And she had gone, rather shaky as to the knees, but with her head held high, leaving him on the little veranda with his dead pipe in his mouth and his German-American newspaper held before his face. She had returned, still terrified, to find the house dark and the doors locked, and rather than confess to any one, she had spent the night in a chair out of doors. At dawn she had heard him at the side of the house, drawing water for his bath. He had gone through his morning program as usual, by the sounds, and had started off for work without an inquiry about her. Only when she heard the gate click had she hammered at the front door and been admitted by the untidy servant. "Fine way to treat me!" she had stormed, and for a better part of that day she was convinced that she would never go back home again. But fear of her father was the strongest emotion she knew, and she went back that night as usual. It not being Herman's way to bother with greetings, she had passed him on the porch without a word, and that night, winding a clock before closing the house, he spoke to her for the first time. "There is a performance at the Turnverein Hall to-morrow night. Rudolph will take you." "I don't like Rudolph." "Rudolph will take you," he had repeated stolidly. And she had gone. He had no conception of any failure in himself as a parent. He had the German idea of women. They had a distinct place in the world, but that place was not a high one. Their function was to bring children into the world. They were breeding animals, and as such to be carefully watched and not particularly trusted. They had no place in the affairs of men outside the home. Not that he put it that way. In his way he probably loved the girl. But never once did he think of her as an intelligent and reasoning creature. He took her salary, gave her a small allowance for car fare, and banked the rest of it in his own name. It would all be hers some day, so what difference did it make? But the direst want would not have made him touch a penny of it. He disliked animals, but in a curious, shamefaced fashion he liked flowers. Such portions of his garden as were useless for vegetables he had planted out in flowers, but he never cut them and brought them into the house, and he watched jealously that no one else should do so. He kept poisoned meat around for such dogs in the neighborhood as wandered in, and Anna had found him once callously watching the death agonies of one of them. Such, at the time the Spencer mill began to work on its new shell contract, was Herman Klein, sturdily honest, just according to his ideas of justice, callous rather than cruel, but the citizen of a world bounded by his memories of Germany, his life at the mill, and his home. But for all that, he was not a man the German organization in America put much faith in. Rudolph, feeling his way, had had one or two conversations with him early in the war that had made him report adversely. "Let them stop all this fighting," Herman had said. "What matter now who commenced it? Let them all stop. It is the only way." "Sure, let them stop," said Rudolph easily. "Let them stop trying to destroy Germany." "That is nonsense," Herman affirmed sturdily. "Do you think I know nothing? I who was in the Prussian Guard for 5 years? Think you I know nothing of the plan?" The report of the German atrocities, however, found him frankly incredulous, and one noon hour in the mill, having read the Belgian king's statement that the German army in Belgium had protected its advance with women and children, Rudolph found him tearing the papers to shreds furiously. "Such lies!" he cried. "It is not possible that they should be believed." The sinking of the Lusitania, however, left him thoughtful and depressed. In vain Rudolph argued with him. "They were warned," he said. "If they chose to take the chance, is it Germany's fault? If you tell me not to put my hand on a certain piece in a machine, and I do it anyhow, is it your fault if I lose a hand?" Old Herman eyed him shrewdly. "And if Anna had been on the ship, you think the same, eh?" Rudolph had colored. For some time now Rudolph had been in love with Anna. He had not had much encouragement. She went out with him, since he was her only means of escape, but she treated him rather cavalierly, criticized his clothes and speech, laughed openly at his occasional lapses into sentiment, and was, once in a long time, so kind that she set his heart leaping. Until the return of Graham Spencer, all had gone fairly well. But with his installment in the mill, Rudolph's relations with Anna had changed. She had grown prettier. Rudolph was not observant enough to mark what made the change, but he knew that he was madder about her than ever. And she had assumed toward him an attitude of almost scornful indifference. The effect on his undisciplined young mind was bad. He had no suspicion of Graham. He only knew his own desperate unhappiness. In the meetings held twice weekly in a hall on 3rd Street, he was reckless, advocating violence constantly. The conservative element watched him uneasily, the others kept an eye on him for future use. The closing week of the old year found the situation strained in the Klein house. Herman had had plenty of opportunities for situations, but all of them had to do directly or indirectly with the making of munitions for the Allies. Old firms in other lines were not taking on new men. It was the munition works that were increasing their personnel, and by that time the determination not to assist Germany's enemies had become a fixed one. The day after Christmas, in pursuit of this idea, he commanded Anna to leave the mill. But she had defied him for the second time in her life, her face pale to the lips. "Not on your life," she had said. "You may want to starve. I don't." "There is plenty of other work." "Don't you kid yourself. And anyhow, I'm not looking for it. I don't mind working so you can sit here and nurse a grouch, but I certainly don't intend to start hunting another job." She had eyed him morosely. "If you ask me," she continued, "you're out of your mind. What's Germany to you? You forgot it as fast as you could until this war came along. You and Rudolph, you're long-distance patriots, that's what you are." "I will not help my country's enemies," he had said doggedly. "Your country's enemies? My word, isn't this your country? What's the old Kaiser to you?" He had ordered her out of the house then, but she had laughed at him. She could always better him in an argument. "Suppose I do go?" she had inquired. "What are you going to live on? I'm not crazy in the head if you are." She rather thought he would strike her. He had done it before with the idea of enforcing discipline. If he did, she would leave him. Let him shift for himself. He had taken her money for years, and he could live on that. But he had only glared at her. "We would have done better to remain in Germany," he said. "America has no respect for parents. It has no discipline. It is a country without law." She felt a weakening in him, and followed up her advantage. "And another thing, while we're at it," she flung at him. "Don't you go on trying to shove Rudolph down my throat. I'm off Rudolph for keeps." She flung out her arm, and old Herman saw the gleam of something gold on her wrist. He caught her hand in his iron grip and shoved up her sleeve. There was a tiny gold wrist watch there, on a flexible chain. His amazement and rage gave her a moment to think, although she was terrified. "Where did you get that?" "The mill gave them to the stenographers for Christmas." "Why did you not tell me?" "We're not talking much these days, are we?" He let her go then, and that night, in the little room behind Gustav Schroeder's saloon, he put the question to Rudolph. Because he was excited and frightened, he made slow work of his inquiry, and Rudolph had a moment to think. "Sure," he replied. "All the girls in the executive offices got them." But when the meeting was over, Rudolph did not go back to his boarding house. He walked the streets and thought. He had saved Anna from her father, but he was of no mind to save her from himself. She would have to account to him for that watch. Anna herself lay awake until late. She saw already the difficulties before her. Herman was suspicious. He might inquire. There were other girls from the mill offices on the hill. And he might speak to Rudolph. The next evening she found Rudolph waiting for her outside the mill gate. Together they started up what had been, when Herman bought the cottage, a green hill with a winding path. But the smoke and ore from the mill had long ago turned it to bareness, had killed the trees and shrubbery, and filled the little hollows where once the first arbutus had hidden, with cinders and ore dust. The path had become a crooked street lined with wooden houses and paved with worn and broken bricks. Where once Herman Klein had carried his pail and whistled bits of Schubert as he climbed along, a long line of blackened men made their evening way. Untidy children sat on the curb, dogs lay in the center of the road, and women, in all stages of dishabille, hung over the high railings of their porches and watched for their men. Under protest of giving her a lift up the hill, Rudolph slipped his hand through Anna's left arm. Immediately she knew that the movement was a pretext. She could not free herself. "Be good now," he cautioned her. "I've got you. I want to see that watch." "You let me alone." I'm going to see that watch." With his free hand he felt under her sleeve and drew down the bracelet. "So the mill gave it to you, eh? That's a lie, and you know it." "I'll tell you, Rudolph," she temporized. "Only don't tell father. All the girls have watches, and I wanted one, so I bought it." "That's a lie, too." "On the installment plan," she insisted. $1 a week, that's straight. I've paid $5 on it already." He was almost convinced, not quite. He unfastened it awkwardly and took it off her wrist. It was a plain little octagonal watch, and on the back was a monogram. The monogram made him suspicious again. "It's only gold filled, Rudolph." "Pretty classy monogram for a cheap watch." He held it close. On the dial was the jeweler's name, a famous one. He said nothing more, put it back on Anna's arm, and released her. At the next corner he left her, with a civil enough good-bye, but with rage in his heart. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The new year, destined to be so crucial, came in cheerfully enough. There was, to be sure, a trifle less ostentation in the public celebrations, but the usual amount of champagne brought in the most vital year in the history of the nation. The customary number of men, warmed by that champagne, made reckless love to the women who happened to be near them, and forgot it by morning. And the women themselves presented pictures of splendor, of a peculiar gorgeousness. The fact that almost coincident with the war there had come into prominence an entirely new school of color formed one of the curious contrasts of the period. Into a drab world there flamed strange and bizarre theatrical effects in scenery and costume. Some of it was beautiful, most of it merely fantastic, but it was immediately reflected in the clothing of fashionable women. Europe, which had originated it, could use it but little, but great opulent America adopted it and made it her own. So while the rest of the world was gray, America flamed, and Natalie Spencer, spending her days between dressmakers and decorators, flamed with the rest. On New Year's Eve, Clayton Spencer always preceded the annual ball of the City Club, of which he was president, by a dinner to the Board of Governors and their wives. It was his dinner. He, and not Natalie, arranged the seating, ordered the flowers, and planned the menu. He took considerable pride in it. He liked to think that it was both beautiful and dignified. His father had been president before him, and he liked to think that he was carrying on his father's custom with the punctilious dignity that had so characterized him. He was dressed early. Natalie had been closeted with Madeleine, her maid, and a hairdresser, for hours. As he went downstairs he could hear her voice raised in querulous protest about something. When he went into the library, Buckham was there stooping over the fire, his austere old face serious and intent. "Well, another year almost gone, Buckham," he said. "Yes, Mr. Spencer." "It would be interesting to know what the new year holds." "I hope it will bring you peace and happiness, sir." "Thank you." And after Buckham had gone, he thought that rather a curious New Year's wish. Peace and happiness, well, God knows he wanted both. A vague comprehension of the understanding the upper servants of a household acquire as to the inner life of the family stirred in him, how much they knew and concealed under their impassive service. When Natalie came down the staircase a few minutes later, she was swathed in her chinchilla evening wrap, and she watched his face, after her custom when she expected to annoy him, with the furtive look that he had grown to associate with some unpleasantness. "I hate dressing for a ball at this hour," she said, rather breathlessly. "I don't feel half dressed by midnight." Madeleine, in street costume, was behind her with a great box. "She has something for my hair," she explained. Her tone was nervous, but he was entirely unsuspicious. "You don't mind if I don't go to Page's, do you? I'm rather tired, and I ought to stay at the club as late as I can." "Of course not. I shall probably pick up some people anyhow. Everybody is going on." In the car she chattered feverishly, and he listened, lapsing into one of the silences which her talkative spells always enforced. "What flowers are you having?" she asked finally. "White lilacs and pussy willow. Did your orchids come?" "Thanks, yes, but I'm not wearing them. My gown is flame color. They simply shrieked." "Flame color?" "A sort of orange," she explained. And in a slightly defiant tone, "Rodney's is a costume dance, you know." "Do you mean you are in fancy dress?" "I am indeed." He was rather startled. The annual dinner of the Board of the Governors of the City Club and their wives was a most dignified function always. He was the youngest by far of the men. The women were all frankly dowagers. They represented the conservative element of the city's social life, that element which frowned on smartness and did not even recognize the bizarre. It was old fashioned, secure in its position, influential and slightly tedious. "There will be plenty in fancy dress." "Not at the dinner." "Stodgy old frumps," was Natalie's comment. "I believe you would rather break one of the 10 Commandments than one of the conventions," she added. It was when he saw her coming down the staircase in the still empty clubhouse that he realized the reason for her defiant attitude when she acknowledged to fancy dress. For she wore a peacock costume of the most daring sort. Over an orange foundation, eccentric in itself and very short, was a vivid tunic covered with peacock feathers on gold tissue, with a sweeping tail behind, and on her head was the towering chest of a peacock on a gold bandeau. She waved a great peacock fan also, and halfway down the stairs she paused and looked down at him with half frightened eyes. "Do you like it?" "It is very wonderful," he said gravely. He could not hurt her. Her pleasure in it was too naive. It dawned on him then that Natalie was really a child, a spoiled and willful child. And always afterward he tried to remember that, and to judge her accordingly. She came down, the upturned wired points of the tunic trembling as she stepped. When she came closer he saw that she was made up for the costume ball also, her face frankly rouged, fine lines under her eyes, her lashes blackened. She looked very lovely and quite unfamiliar. But he had determined not to spoil her evening, and he continued gravely smiling. "You'd better like it, Clay," she said, and took a calculating advantage of what she considered a softened mood. "It cost $1,000. She went on past him toward the room where the florist was still putting the finishing touches to the flowers on the table. When the first guests arrived she came back and took her place near him, and he was uncomfortably aware of the little start of surprise with which she burst upon each new arrival. In the old and rather staid surroundings of the club she looked out of place, oriental, extravagant, absurd. And Clayton Spencer suffered. To draw him, as he stood in the club that last year of our peace, 1916, is to draw him not only with his virtues but with his faults, his overemphasis on small things, his jealousy for his dignity, his hatred of the conspicuous and the unusual. When, after the informal manner of clubs, the party went into dinner, he was having one of the bad hours of his life to that time. And when, as was inevitable, the talk of the rather serious table turned to the war, it seemed to him that Natalie, gorgeous and painted, represented the very worst of the country he loved: indifference, extravagance, and ostentatious display. But Natalie was not America. Thank God, Natalie was not America. Already with the men she was having a triumph. The women, soberly clad, glanced at each other with raised eyebrows and cynical smiles. Above the band, already playing in the ballroom, Clayton could hear old Terry Mackenzie paying Natalie extravagant, flagrant compliments. "You should be sitting in the sun or on a balcony," he was saying, his eyes twinkling. "And pretty gentlemen with long curls and their hats tucked under their arms should be feeding you nightingale tongues, or whatever it is you eat." "Bugs," said Natalie. "But tell me," Terry bent over her, and Mrs. Terry kept fascinated eyes on him. "Tell me, lovely creature, aren't peacocks unlucky?" "Are they? What bad luck can happen to me because I dress like this?" "Frightfully bad luck," said Terry jovially. Somebody will undoubtedly carry you away in the course of the evening and go madly through the world hunting a marble balustrade to set you on. I'll do it myself if you'll give me any encouragement." Perhaps, had Clayton Spencer been entirely honest with himself that night, he would have acknowledged that he had had a vague hope of seeing Audrey at the club. Cars came up, discharged their muffled occupants under the awning, and drove away again. Delight and Mrs. Haverford arrived, and he danced with Delight, to her great anxiety lest she might not dance well. Graham came very late, in the wake of Marion Hayden. But Audrey did not appear. He waited until the New Year came in. The cotillion was on then, and the favors for the midnight figure were gilt cornucopias filled with loose flowers. The lights went out for a moment on the hour, the 12 strokes were rung on a triangle in the orchestra, and there was a moment's quiet. Then the light blazed again, flowers and confetti were thrown, and club servants in livery carried round trays of champagne. Clayton, standing glass in hand, surveyed the scene with a mixture of satisfaction and impatience. He found Terry Mackenzie at his elbow. "Great party, Clay," he said. "Well, here's to 1917, and may it bring luck." "May it bring peace," said Clayton, and raised his glass. Some time later, going home in the car with Mrs. Mackenzie, quiet and slightly grim beside him, Terry spoke out of a thoughtful silence. "There's something wrong with Clay," he said. "If ever a fellow had a right to be happy. He has a queer look. Have you noticed it?" "Anybody married to Natalie Spencer would develop what you call a queer look," she replied, tartly. "Don't you think he is in love with her?" "If you ask me, I think he has reached the point where he can't bear the sight of her. But he doesn't know it." "She's pretty." "So is a lampshade," replied Mrs. Terry, acidly. "Or a kitten, or a fancy ice cream. But you wouldn't care to be married to them, would you?" It was almost dawn when Natalie came in. Clayton had not been asleep. He had got to thinking rather feverishly of the new year. Without in any way making a resolution, he had determined to make it a better year than the last, to be more gentle with Natalie, more understanding with Graham, to use his new prosperity wisely, to forget his own lack of happiness in making others happy. He was very vague about it. The search of the ages the rector had called happiness, and one found it by giving it. To his surprise, Natalie came into his bedroom looking like some queer Oriental bird, vivid and strangely unlike herself. "I saw your light. Heavens, what a party!" "I'm glad you enjoyed it. I hope you didn't mind my not going on." "I wish you had. Clay, you'll never guess what happened." "Probably not. What?" "Well, Audrey just made it, that's all. Funny. I wish you'd seen some of their faces. Of course she was disgraceful, but she took it off right away. But it was like her. No one else would have dared." His mouth felt dry. Audrey, disgraceful. "It was in the stable, you know. I told you. And just at midnight the doors opened, and a big white horse leaped in, with Audrey on his back. No saddle, nothing. She was dressed like a bareback rider in the circus, short tulle skirts and tights. They nearly mobbed her with joy." She yawned. "Well, I'm off to bed." He roused himself. "A happy New Year, my dear." "Thanks," she said, and wandered out, her absurd feathered tail trailing behind her. He lay back and closed his eyes. So Audrey had done that. Audrey who had been in his mind all those sleepless hours, for he knew now that back of all his resolutions to do better had been the thought of her. He felt disappointed and bitter. The sad disillusion of the middle years, still heroically clinging to faiths that one after another destroyed themselves, was his. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Audrey was frightened. She didn't care a penny's worth what her little world thought. Indeed, she knew she had given it a new thrill, and so had won its enthusiastic approval. She was afraid of what Clayton would think. She was absurdly quiet and virtuous all the next day, gathered out her stockings and mended them, began a personal expenditure account for the new year, heading it carefully with "darning silk, 50 cents," wrote a long letter to Chris, and listened for the telephone. If only he would call her so she could explain. Still, what could she explain? She had done it. It was water over the dam, and it is no fault of Audrey's that she probably would have spelled it damn. By noon she was fairly abject. She did not analyze her own anxiety, or why the recollection of her escapade, which would a short time before have filled her with a sort of unholy joy, now turned her sick and trembling. Then, in the middle of the afternoon, Clay called her up. She gasped a little when she heard his voice. "I wanted to tell you, Audrey," he said, "that we can probably use the girl you spoke about, rather soon." "Very well. Thank you. Wasn't there something else, too?" "Something else?" "You are angry, aren't you?" He hesitated. "Surprised. Not angry. I haven't any possible right to be angry." "Will you come up and let me tell you about it, Clay?" "I don't see how that will help any." "It will help me." He laughed at that. Her new humility was so unlike her. "Why, of course I'll come, Audrey," he said, and as he rang off he was happier than he had been all day. He was coming. Audrey moved around the little room, adjusting chairs, rearranging the flowers that had poured in on New Year's Day, brushing the hearth. And as she worked she whistled. He would be getting into the car now. He would be so far on his way. He would be almost there. She ran into her bedroom and powdered her nose, with her lips puckered, still whistling, and her heart singing. But he scolded her thoroughly at first. "Why on earth did you do it?" he finished. "I still can't understand. I see you one day, gravity itself, a serious young woman, as you are to day. And then I hear it isn't like you, Audrey." "Oh, yes, it is. It's exactly like me. Like one me. There are others, of course." She told him then, making pitiful confession of her own pride and her anxiety to spare Chris's name. "I couldn't bear to have them suspect he had gone off to the war because of a girl. Whatever he ran away from, Clay, he's doing all right now." He listened gravely, with, toward the end, a jealousy he would not have acknowledged, even to himself. Was it possible that she still loved Chris? Might she not, after the fashion of women, be building a new and idealized Chris, now that he had gone to war, out of his very common clay? "He has done splendidly," he agreed. Again the warmth and coziness of the little room enveloped him. Audrey's low, huskily sweet voice, her quick smile, her new and unaccustomed humility, and the odd sense of her understanding comforted him. She made her indefinite appeal to the best that was in him. "Nothing so ennobles a man as to have some woman believe in his nobility." "Clay," she said suddenly, "you are worrying about something." "Nothing that won't straighten out in time." Would it help to talk about it? He realized that he had really come to her to talk about it. It had been in the back of his head all the time. "I'm rather anxious about Graham." "Toots Hayden?" "Partly." "I'm afraid she's got him, Clay. There isn't a trick in the game she doesn't know. He had about as much chance as I have of being 20 again. She wants to make a wealthy marriage, and she's picked out Graham. That's all." "It isn't only Marion. I'm afraid there's another girl, a girl at the mill. His stenographer. I have no proof of anything. In fact, I don't think there is anything yet. She's in love with him, probably, or she thinks she is. I happened on them together, and she looked. Of course, if what you say about Marion is true, he cannot care for her, even, well, in any way." "Oh, nonsense, Clay. A man, especially a boy, can love half a dozen girls. He can be crazy about any girl he is with. It may not be love, but it plays the same tricks with him that the real thing does." "I can't believe that." "No, you wouldn't." She leaned back and watched him. How much of a boy he was himself, anyhow. And yet how little he understood the complicated problems of a boy like Graham, irresponsible but responsive, rich without labor, with time for the sort of dalliance Clay himself at the same age had had neither leisure nor inclination to indulge. He was wandering about the room, his hands in his pockets, his head bent. When he stopped, "What am I to do with the girl, Audrey?" "Get rid of her. That's easy." "Not so easy as it sounds." He told her of Dunbar and the photographs, of Rudolph Klein and the problem as he saw it. "So there I am," he finished. "If I let her go, I lose one of the links in Dunbar's chain. If I keep her?" "Can't Natalie talk to him? Sometimes a woman can get to the bottom of these things when a man can't. He might tell her all about it." "Possibly. But I think it unlikely Natalie would tell me." She leaned over and patted his hand impulsively. "What devils we women are," she said. "Now and then one of us gets what she deserves. That's me. And now and then one of us gets something she doesn't deserve. And that's Natalie. She's over-indulgent to Graham." "He is all she has." "She has you." Something in her voice made him turn and look at her. "That ought to be something, you know," she added, and laughed a little. "Does Natalie pay his debts?" "I rather think so." But that was a subject he could not go on with. "The fault is mine. I know my business better than I know how to handle my life, or my family. I don't know why I trouble you with it all, anyhow. You have enough." He hesitated. "That's not exactly true, either. I do know. I'm relying on your woman's wit to help me. I'm wrong, somehow." "About Graham?" "I have a curious feeling that I'm losing him. I can't ask for his confidence. I can't, apparently, even deserve it. I see him, day after day, with all the good stuff there is in him, working as little as he can, drinking more than he should, out half the night, running into debt. Good heavens, Audrey, what can I do?" She hesitated. "Of course, you know one thing that would save him, Clay." "What?" "Our getting into the war." "I ought not to have to lose my boy in order to find him. But we are going to be in it." He had risen and was standing, an elbow on the mantelpiece, looking down at her. "I suppose every man wonders, once in a while, how he'd conduct himself in a crisis. When the Lusitania went down, I dare say a good many fellows wondered if they'd have been able to keep their coward bodies out of the boats. I know I did. And I wonder about myself now. What can I do if we go into the war? I couldn't do a forced march of more than 5 miles. I can't drill, or whatever they call it. I can shoot clay pigeons, but I don't believe I could hit a German coming at me with a bayonet at 20 feet. I'd be pretty much of a total loss. Yet I'll want to do something." And when she sat, very silent, looking into the fire, "You see, you think it absurd yourself." "Hardly absurd," she roused herself to look up at him. "If it is, it's the sort of splendid absurdity I am proud of. I was wondering what Natalie would say." "I don't believe it lies between a man and his wife. It's between him and his God." He was rather ashamed of that, however, and soon after he went away. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Reinhardt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Natalie Spencer was finding life full of interest that winter. Now and then she read the headings in the newspapers, not because she was really interested, but that she might say, at the dinner party which was to her the proper end of a perfect day, "What do you think of Turkey declaring her independence?" Or, "I see we have taken the Etoile Wood." Clayton had overheard her more than once, and had marveled at the dexterity with which, these leaders thrown out, she was able to avoid committing herself further. The new house engrossed her. She was seeing a great deal of Rodney, too, and now and then she had fancied that there was a different tone in Rodney's voice when he addressed her. She never analyzed that tone, or what it suggested, but it gave her a new interest in life. She was always marcelled, massaged, freshly manicured, and she had found a new facial treatment. Clayton, in his room at night, could hear the sharp slapping of flesh on flesh as Madeleine gently pounded certain expensive creams into the skin of her face and neck. She refused all forms of war activity, although now and then she put some appeal before Clayton and asked him if he cared to send a check. He never suggested that she answer any of these demands personally, after an experience early in the winter. "Why don't you send it yourself?" he had asked. "Wouldn't you like it to go in your name?" "It doesn't matter. I don't know any of the committee." He had tried to explain what he meant. "You might like to feel that you are doing something." "I thought my allowance was only to dress on. If I'm to attend to charities, too, you'll have to increase it." "But," he argued patiently, "if you only sent them $25, did without some little thing to do it, you'd feel rather more as though you were giving, wouldn't you?" $25, and be laughed at! He had given in then. "If I put an extra $1,000 to your account to morrow, will you check it out to this fund?" "It's too much." "Will you?" Yes, of course, she had agreed, indifferently. And he had notified her that the money was in the bank. But 2 months later the list of contributors was published, and neither his name nor Natalie's was among them. Toward personal service she had no inclination whatever. She would promise anything, but the hour of fulfilling always found her with something else to do. Yet she had kindly impulses at times when something occurred to take her mind from herself. She gave liberally to street mendicants. She sent her car to be used by those of her friends who had none. She was lavish with flowers to the sick, although Clayton paid her florist bills. She was lavish with money, but never with herself. In the weeks after the opening of the new year, Clayton found himself watching her. He wondered sometimes just what went on in her mind during the hours when she sat, her hands folded, gazing into space. He could not tell. He surmised her planning, always planning, the new house, a gown, a hat, a party. But late in January he began to think that she was planning something else. Old Terry Mackenzie had been there one night, and he had asserted not only that war was coming, but that we would have to be driven to conscription to raise an army. "They've all had to come to it," he insisted, "and we will, as sure as God made little fishes. You can't raise 1,000,000 volunteers for a war that's 3,000 miles away." "You mean conscription among the laboring class?" Natalie had asked naively, and there had been a roar of laughter. "Not at all," Terry had said, and chuckled. "This war, if it comes, is every man's burden, rich and poor. Only the rich will give most because they have most to give." "I think that's ridiculous," Natalie had said. It was after that Clayton began to wonder what she was planning. He came home late one afternoon to find that they were spending the evening in, and to find a very serious Natalie waiting when he came downstairs dressed for dinner. She made an effort to be conversational, but it was a failure. He was uneasily aware that she was watching him, inspecting, calculating, choosing her moment, but it was not until they were having coffee that she spoke. "I'm uneasy about Graham, Clay." He looked up quickly. "Yes?" "I think he ought to go away somewhere." "He ought to stay here and make a man of himself," he came out, almost in spite of himself. He knew well enough that such a note always roused Natalie's antagonism, and he waited for the storm. But none came. "He's not doing very well, is he?" "He's not failing entirely. But he gives the best of himself outside the mill, that's all." She puzzled him. Had she heard of Marion? "Don't you think, if he was away from this silly crowd he plays with, as he calls it, that he would be better off?" "Where, for instance?" "You keep an agent in England. He could go there. Or to Russia, if the Russian contract goes through." He was still puzzled. "But why England or Russia?" "Anywhere out of this country." "He doesn't have to leave this country to get away from a designing woman." From her astonished expression he knew that he had been wrong. She was not trying to get him away from Marion. From what? She bent forward, her face set hard. "What woman?" Well, it was out. She might as well know it. "Don't you think it possible, Natalie, that he may intend to marry Marion Hayden?" There was a very unpleasant half hour after that. Marion was a parasite of the rich. She had abused Natalie's hospitality, she was designing, she played bridge for her dress money. She had ensnared the boy. And then? "That settles it, I should think. He ought to leave America. If you have a single thought for his welfare, you'll send him to England." "Then you hadn't known about Marion when you proposed that before?" "No. I knew he was not doing well, and I'm anxious. After all, he's my boy. He is " "I know," he supplemented gravely. "He is all you have. But I still don't understand why he must leave America." It was not until she had gone upstairs to her room, leaving him uneasily pacing the library floor, that he found the solution. Old Terry Mackenzie and his statement about conscription. Natalie wanted Graham sent out of the country so he would be safe. She would purchase for him a shameful immunity, if war came. She would stultify the boy to keep him safe. In that hour of clear vision he saw how she had always stultified the boy, to keep him safe. He saw her life a series of small subterfuges, of petty indulgences, of little plots against himself, all directed toward securing Graham immunity from trouble at school, from debt, from his own authority. A wave of unreasoning anger surged over him, but with it there was pity, too. Pity for the narrowness of her life and her mind, pity for her very selfishness. And for the first time in his life he felt a shamefaced pity for himself. He shook himself violently. When a man got sorry for himself. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rudolph Klein had not for a moment believed Anna's story about the watch, and on the day after he discovered it on her wrist he verified his suspicions. During his noon hour he went uptown, and with the confident swagger of a certain type of man who feels himself out of place, entered the jeweler's shop in question. He had to wait for some little time, and he spent it in surveying contemptuously the contents of the showcases. That even his wildest estimate fell far short of their value he did not suspect, but his lips curled. This was where the money earned by honest workmen was spent, that women might gleam with such gewgaws. Wall Street bought them, Wall Street which was forcing this country into the war to protect its loans to the Allies. America was to pull England's chestnuts out of the fire, that women, and yet more women, might wear those strings of pearls, those glittering diamond baubles. Into his crooked mind there flashed a line from a speech at the 3rd Street Hall the night before. "War is hell. Let those who want to go to hell." So Wall Street bought pearls for its women, and the dissolute sons of the rich bought gold wristwatches for girls they wanted to seduce. The expression on his face was so terrible that the clerk behind the counter, waiting to find what he wanted, was startled. "I want to look at gold wristwatches," he said, and eyed the clerk for a trace of patronage. "Ladies?" "Yes." He finally found one that was a duplicate of Anna's, and examined it carefully. Yes, it was the same, the maker's name on the dial, the space for the monogram on the back, everything. "How much is this one?" $100. He almost dropped it. $100! Then he remembered Anna's story. "Have you any gold-filled ones that look like this?" "We do not handle gold-filled cases." He put it down and turned to go. Then he stopped. "Don't sell on the installment plan either, I suppose?" The sneer in his voice was clearer than his anxiety. In his mind he already knew the answer. "Sorry, no." He went out. So he had been right. That young skunk had paid $100 for a watch for Anna. To Rudolph it meant but one thing. That had been early in January. For some days he kept his own counsel, thinking, planning, watching. He was jealous of Graham, but with a calculating jealousy that set him wondering how to turn his knowledge to his own advantage. And Anna's lack of liberty comforted him somewhat. He couldn't meet her outside the mill, at least not without his knowing it. He established a system of espionage over her that drove her almost to madness. "What are you hanging around for?" she would demand when he stepped forward at the mill gate. "Do you suppose I never want to be by myself?" Or, "You just go away, Rudolph Klein. I'm going up with some of the girls." But she never lost him. He was beside her or at her heels, his small crafty eyes on her. When he walked behind her there was a sensuous gleam in them. After a few weeks she became terrified. There was a coldness of deviltry in him, she knew. And he had the whip hand. She was certain he knew about the watch, and her impertinence masked an agony of fear. Suppose he went to her father? Why, if he knew, didn't he go to her father? She suspected him, but she did not know of what. She knew he was an enemy of all government save that of the mob, that he was an incendiary, a firebrand who set on fire the brutish passions of a certain type of malcontents. She knew, for all he pretended to be the voice of labor, he no more represented the honest labor of the country than he represented law and order. She watched him sometimes at the table, when on Sundays he ate the midday meal with them, his thin hatchet face, his prominent epiglottis. He wore a fresh cotton shirt then, with a flaming necktie, but he did not clean his fingernails, and his talk was always of tearing down, never building up. "Just give us time and we'll show them," he often said. And "them" was always the men higher up. He hated policemen. He and Herman had had many arguments about policemen. Herman was not like Rudolph. He believed in law and order. He even believed in those higher up. But he believed very strongly in the fraternity of labor. Until the first days of that new year, Herman Klein, outside the tyranny of his home life, represented very fairly a certain type of workman, believing in the dignity and integrity of his order. But with his failure to relocate himself, something went wrong in Herman. He developed, in his obstinate, stubborn, German head, a suspicion of the land of his adoption. He never troubled to understand it. He had taken it for granted, as he took for granted that Anna should work and turn over her money to him. Now it began to ask things of him. Not much. A delegation of women came around one night and asked him for money for Belgian relief. The delegation came because no one woman would venture alone. "I have no money for Belgians," he said. He would not let them come in. "Why should I help the Belgians? Liars and hypocrites." The story went about the neighborhood and he knew it. He cared nothing for popularity, but he resented losing his standing in the community. And all along he was convinced that he was right, that the Belgians had lied. There had been, in the Germany he had left, no such will to wanton killing. These people were ignorant. Out of the depths of their ignorance they talked. He read only German newspapers. In the little room back of Gustav Schroeder's he met only Germans, and always at his elbow there was Rudolph. Until the middle of January Rudolph had not been able to get him to one of his incendiary meetings. Then, one cold night, while Anna sewed by the lamp inside the little house, Rudolph and Herman walked in the frozen garden, Herman with his pipe, Rudolph with the cheap cigarets he used incessantly. Anna opened the door a crack and listened at first. She was watchful of Rudolph, always, those days. But the subject was not Anna. "You think we get in, then?" Herman asked. "Sure." "But for what?" "So Spencers can make more money out of it," said Rudolph bitterly. "And others like them. But they and their kind don't do the dying. It's the workers that go and die. Look at Germany." "Yes, it is so in Germany." "All this talk about democracy, that's bunk. Just plain bunk. Why should the workers in this country kill the workers in another? Why? To make money for capital. More money." "Ja," Herman assented. "That is what war is. Always the same. I came here to get away from war." "Well, you didn't get far enough. You left a king behind, but we've got a Czar here." Herman was slowly, methodically following an earlier train of thought. "I am a workman," he said. "I would not fight against other workmen. Just as I, a German, will not fight against other Germans." "But you would sit here on the hill and do nothing." "What can I do? One man and with no job." "Come to the meeting to night." "You and your meetings," the old German said impatiently. "You talk, that's all." Rudolph lowered his voice. You think we only talk, eh? Well, you come and hear some things. Talk. You come," he coaxed, changing his tone. "And we'll have some beer and schnitzel at Gus's after. My treat. How about it?" Old Herman assented. He was tired of the house, tired of the frozen garden, tired of scolding the slovenly girl who pottered around all day in a boudoir cap and slovenly wrapper, tired of Anna's rebellious face and pert answers. He went inside the house and put a sweater under his coat and got his cap. "I go out," he said to the impassive figure under the lamp. "You will stay in." "Oh, I don't know. I may take a walk." "You will stay in," he repeated, and followed Rudolph outside. Then he reached in, secured the key, and locked the door on the outside. Anna, listening and white with anger, heard his ponderous steps going around to the back door, and the click as he locked that one also. "Beast," she muttered. "German Schwein." It was after midnight when she heard him coming back. She prepared to leap out of her bed when he came upstairs, to confront him angrily and tell him she was through. She was leaving home. But long after she had miserably cried herself to sleep, Herman sat below, his long stemmed pipe in his teeth, his stockinged feet spread to the dying fire. In that small guarded hall that night he had learned many surprising things, there and at Gus's afterward. The Fatherland's war was already being fought in America, and not only by Germans. The workers of the world had banded themselves together, according to the night speakers, and because they were workers they would not fight the German workers. It was all perfectly simple. With the cooperation of the workers of the world, which recognized no country but a vast brotherhood of labor, it was possible to end war, all war. In the meantime, while all the workers all over the world were being organized, one prevented as much as possible any assistance going to capitalistic England. One did some simple thing, started a strike, or sawed lumber too short, or burned a wheat field, or put nails in harvesting machinery, or missent perishable goods, or changed signal lights on railroads, or drove copper nails into fruit trees so they died. This was a pity, the fruit trees, but at least they did not furnish fruit for Germany's enemies. So each one did but one thing, and that small, so small that it was difficult to discover. But there were 200,000 men to do them, according to Rudolph, and that meant a great deal. Only one thing about the meeting Herman had not liked. There were packages of wicked photographs going about. Filthy things. When they came to him he had dropped them on the floor. What had they to do with Germany's enemies, or preventing America from going into the war? Rudolph laughed when he dropped them. "They won't bite you," he had said, and had stooped to pick them up. But Herman had kept his foot on them. So America would go into the war against the Fatherland, unless many hundreds of thousands did each their little bit. And if they did not, America would go in and fight for England to control the seas, and the Spencer plant would make millions of shells that honest German workers, sweat brothers of the world, might die. He remembered word for word the peroration of the evening speech. "We would extend the hand of brotherhood to the so-called enemy, and strangle the cry for war in the fat white throats of the blood-bloated money-lenders of Wall Street before it became articulate." He was very tired. He stooped and picked up his shoes, and with them in his hand, drawn to his old-time military erectness, he stood for some time before the gilt-framed picture on the wall. Then he went slowly and ponderously upstairs to bed. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From the moment, the day before Christmas, when Graham had taken the little watch from his pocket and fastened it on Anna's wrist, he was rather uneasily aware that she had become his creature. He had had no intention of buying Anna. He was certainly not in love with her. But he found her amusing and at times comforting. He had, of course, expected to lose her after the unlucky day when Clayton had found them together, but Dunbar had advised that she be kept on for a time at least. Mentally Graham figured that the 1st of January would see her gone, and the thought of a Christmas present for her was partly compounded of remorse. He had been buying a cigarette case for Marion when the thought came to him. He had not bought a Christmas present for a girl, except flowers, since the first year he was at college. He had sent Delight one that year, a half-dozen little leather-bound books of poetry. What a precious young prig he must have been! He knew now that girls only pretended to care for books. They wanted jewelry, and they got past the family with it by pretending it was not real, or that they had bought it out of their allowances. One of Toots's friends was taking a set of silver fox from a man, and she was as straight as a die. Oh, he knew girls now. The next day he asked Anna Klein, "What would you like for Christmas?" Anna, however, had insisted that she did not want a Christmas present. Later on, however, she had seen a watch one of the girls on the hill had bought for $12, and on his further insistence a day or so later she had said, "Do you really want to know?" "Of course I do." "You oughtn't to spend money on me, you know." "You let me attend to that. Now, out with it." So she told him rather nervously, for she felt that $12 was a considerable sum. He had laughed and agreed instantly, but when he went to buy it he found himself paying a price that rather startled him. "Don't you lose it, young lady," he admonished her, when the day before Christmas he fastened it on her wrist. Then he had stooped down to kiss her, and the intensity of feeling in her face had startled him. "It's a good watch," he had said rather uneasily. "No excuse for your being late now." All the rest of the day she was radiant. He meant well enough even then. He had never pretended to love her. He accepted her adoration, petted and teased her in return, worked off his occasional ill humors on her, was indeed conscious sometimes that he was behaving extremely well and keeping things as they were. But by the middle of January he began to grow uneasy. The atmosphere at Marion's was bad. There was a knowledge of life plus an easy toleration of certain human frailties that was as insidious as a slow fever. The motto of live and let live prevailed, and Marion refused to run away with him and marry him, or to let him go to his father. In his office all day long there was Anna, so yielding, so surely his to take if he wished. Already he knew that things there must either end or go forward. Human emotions do not stand still. They either advance or go back, and every impulse of his virile young body was urging him on. He made at last an almost frenzied appeal to Marion to marry him at once, but she refused flatly. "I'm not going to ruin you," she said. "If you can't bring your people round, we'll just have to wait." "They'd be all right, once it is done." "Not if I know your father. Oh, he'd be all right in 10 years or so. But what about the next 2 or 3? We'd have to live, wouldn't we?" He lay awake most of the night, thinking things over. Did she really care for him, as Anna cared, for instance? She was always talking about their having to live. If they couldn't manage on his salary for a while, then it was because Marion did not care enough to try. For the first time he began to question Marion's feeling for him. She had been rather patronizing him lately. He had overheard her, once, speaking of him as a nice kid, and it rankled. In sheer assertion of his manhood he met Anna Klein outside the mill at the noon hour, the next day, and took her for a little ride in his car. After that he repeatedly did the same thing, choosing infrequented streets and roads, dining with her sometimes at a quiet hotel out on the Freeland Road. "How do you get away with this to your father?" he asked her once. "Tell him you're getting ready to move out to the new plant, and we're working. He's not round much in the evenings now. He's at meetings, or swilling beer at Gus's saloon. They're a bad lot, Graham, that crowd at Gus's." "How do you mean bad?" "Well, they're Germans, for one thing, the sort that shouts about the fatherland. They make me sick." "Let's forget them, honey," said Graham, and reaching under the tablecloth caught and held one of her hands. He was beginning to look at things with a twisted vision of Marion's friends. He intended only to flirt a little with Anna Klein, but he considered that he was extremely virtuous, and, perhaps, a bit of a fool for letting things go at that. Once, indeed, Tommy Hale happened on them in a roadhouse, sitting very quietly with a glass of beer before Graham and a lemonade in front of Anna, and had winked at him as though he had received him into the brotherhood of those who were seeing life. Then, near the end of January, events took another step forward. Rudolph Klein was discharged from the mill. Clayton, coming down one morning, found the manager, Hutchinson, and Dunbar in his office. The two men had had a difference of opinion, and the matter was laid before him. "He is a constant disturbing element," Hutchinson finished. "I understand Mr. Dunbar's position, but we can't afford to have the men thrown into a ferment constantly." "If you discharge him, you rouse his suspicions and those of his gang," said Dunbar, sturdily. "There is a gang, then?" "A gang? My God!" In the end, however, Clayton decided to let Rudolph go. Hutchinson was insistent. Production was falling down. One or two accidents to the machinery lately looked like sabotage. He had found a black cat crudely drawn on the cement pavement outside his office door that very morning, the black cat being the symbol of those I.W.Ws who advocated destruction. "What about the girl?" Dunbar asked when the manager had gone. "I have kept her against my better judgment, Mr. Dunbar." For just a moment Dunbar hesitated. He knew certain things that Clayton Spencer did not, things that it was his business to know. The girl might be valuable one of these days. She was in love with young Spencer. The time might come when he, Dunbar, would need to capitalize that love and use it against Rudolph and the rest of the crowd that met in the little room behind Schroeder's saloon. It was too bad, in a way. He was sorry for this man with the strong repressed face and kindly mouth who sat across from him. But these were strange times. A man could not be too scrupulous. "Better keep her on for a month or two, anyhow," he said. "They're up to something, and I miss my guess if it isn't directed against you." "How about Herman Klein?" "Nothing doing," stated Mr. Dunbar, flatly. "Our informer is tending bar at Gus's. Herman listens and drinks their beer, but he's got the German fear of authority in him. He's a beer socialist. That's all." But in that Mr. Dunbar left out of account the innate savagery that lurked under Herman's phlegmatic surface. "You don't think it would do if she was moved to another office?" "The point is this." Dunbar moved his chair forward. "The time may come when we will need the girl as an informer. Rudolph Klein is infatuated with her. Now, I understand that she has a certain feeling of loyalty to Mr. Graham. In that case," he glanced at Clayton, "the welfare of the many, Mr. Spencer, against the few." For a long time after he was gone, Clayton sat at his desk, thinking. Every instinct in him revolted against the situation thus forced on him. There was something wrong with Dunbar's reasoning. Then it flashed on him that Dunbar probably was right, and that their points of view were bitterly opposed. Dunbar would have no scruples because he was not quite a gentleman. But war was a man's game. It was not the time for fine distinctions of ethics. And Dunbar was certainly a man. If only he could talk it over with Natalie. But he knew Natalie too well to expect any rational judgment from her. She would demand at once that the girl should go. Yet he needed a woman's mind on it. In any question of relationship between the sexes, men were creatures of impulse, but women had plotted and planned through the ages. They might lose their standards, but never their heads. Not that he put such a thought into words. He merely knew that women were better at such things than men. That afternoon, as a result of much uncertainty, he took his problem to Audrey. And Audrey gave him an answer. "You've got to think of the mill, Clay," she said. "The Dunbar man is right. And all you or any other father of a boy can do is to pray in season and to trust to Graham's early training." And all the repressed bitterness in Clayton Spencer's heart was in his answer. "He never had any early training, Audrey. Oh, he had certain things, his manners, for instance. But other things? I ought not to say that. It was my fault, too. I'm not blaming only Natalie. Only now, when it is all we have to count on." He was full of remorse when he started for home. He felt guilty of every disloyalty. And in masculine fashion he tried to make up to Natalie for the truth that had been wrung from him. He carried home a great bunch of roses for her. But he carried home, too, a feeling of comfort and vague happiness, as though the little room behind him still reached out and held him in its warm embrace. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the evening of the 31st of January, Clayton and Graham were waiting for Natalie to come down to dinner when the bell rang and Dunbar was announced. Graham welcomed the interruption. He had been vaguely uneasy with his father since that day in his office when Clayton had found him on Anna Klein's desk. Clayton had tried to restore the old friendliness of their relation, but the boy had only half-heartedly met his advances. Now and then he himself made an overture, but it was the almost timid advance of a puppy that has been beaten. It left Clayton discouraged and alarmed, set him to going back over the past for any severity on his part to justify it. Now and then he wondered if, in Graham's frequent closetings with Natalie, she did not covertly undermine his influence with the boy to increase her own. But if she did, why? What was going on behind the impassive, lovely mask that was her face? Dunbar was abrupt as usual. "I've brought you some news, Mr. Spencer," he said. He looked oddly vital and alive in the subdued and quiet room. "They've shown their hand at last. But maybe you've heard it." "I've heard nothing new." "Then listen," said Dunbar, bending forward over a table, much as it was his habit to bend over Clayton's desk. "We're in it at last, or as good as in it. Unrestricted submarine warfare. All merchant ships bound to and from Allied ports to be sunk without warning. We're to be allowed, mark this, it's funny, we're to be allowed to send one ship a week to England, nicely marked and carrying passengers only." There was a little pause. Clayton drew a long breath. "That means war," he said finally. "Hell turned over and stirred up with a pitchfork, if we have any backbone at all," agreed Dunbar. He turned to Graham. "You young fellows will be crazy about this." "You bet we will," said Graham. Clayton slipped an arm about the boy's shoulders. He could not speak for a moment. All at once he saw what the news meant. He saw Graham going into the horror across the sea. He saw vast lines of marching men, boys like Graham, boys who had frolicked through their careless days, whistled and played and slept sound of nights, now laden like pack animals and carrying the implements of death in their hands, going forward to something too terrible to contemplate. And a certain sure percentage of them would never come back. His arm tightened about the boy. When he withdrew it, Graham straightened. "If it's war, it's my war, father." And Clayton replied quietly, "It is your war, old man." Dunbar turned his back and inspected Natalie's portrait. When he faced about again, Graham was lighting a cigarette, and Natalie herself was entering the room. In her rose-colored satin she looked exotic, beautiful, and Dunbar gave her a fleeting glance of admiration as he bowed. She looked too young to have a boy going to war. Behind her he suddenly saw other women, thousands of other women, living luxurious lives, sheltered and pampered, and suddenly called on to face sacrifice without any training for it. "Didn't know you were going out," he said. "Sorry, I'll run along now." "We are dining at home," said Natalie coldly. She remained standing near the door, as a hint to the shabby gentleman with the alert eyes who stood by the table. But Dunbar had forgotten her already. "I came here right away," he explained, "because you may be having trouble now. In fact, I'm pretty sure you will. If we declare war to morrow, as we may?" "War!" said Natalie, and took a step forward. Dunbar remembered her. "We will probably declare war in a day or two. The Germans—" But Natalie was looking at Clayton with a hostility in her eyes she took no trouble to conceal. "I hope you'll be happy now. You've been talking war, wanting war, and now you've got it." She turned and went out of the room. The three men in the library below heard her go up the stairs and the slam of her door behind her. Later on she sent word that she did not care for any dinner, and Clayton asked Dunbar to remain. Practical questions as to the mill were discussed, Graham entering into them with a new interest. He was flushed and excited, but Clayton was rather white and very quiet. Once Graham took advantage of Dunbar's preoccupation with his asparagus to say, "You don't object to the aviation service, Father?" "Wherever you think you may be useful." After coffee, Graham rose. "I'll go and speak to my mother," he said. And Clayton felt in him a new manliness. It was as though his glance said, "She is a woman, you know. War is men's work, work for you and me, but it's hard on them." Afterward Clayton was to remember with surprise how his friends gathered that night at the house. Nolan came in early, his twisted grin rather accentuated, his tall frame more than usually stooped. He stood in the doorway of the library, one hand in his pocket, a familiar attitude which made him look oddly boyish. "Well," he drawled, without greeting, "they've done it. The English have got us. We hadn't a chance. The little Welshman." "Come in," Clayton said, "and talk like an American and not an Irishman. I don't want to know what you think about Lloyd George. What are you going to do?" "I was thinking," Nolan observed, advancing, "of blowing up Washington. We'd have a fresh start, you see. With Washington gone root and branch, we would have some sort of a chance, a clear sweep, with the capital here or in Boston. Or London." Clayton laughed. Behind Nolan's cynicism he felt a real disturbance. But Dunbar eyed him uncertainly. He didn't know about some of these Irish. They'd fight like hell, of course, if only they'd forget England. "Don't worry about Washington," Clayton said. "Let it work out its own problems. We will have our own. What do you suppose men like you and myself are going to do? We can't fight." Nolan settled himself in a long chair. "Why can't we fight?" he said. "I heard something the other day. Roosevelt is going to take a division abroad. Older men. I rather like the idea. Wherever he goes there'll be fighting. I'm no rough rider, God knows. But I haven't spent a half hour every noon in a gymnasium for the last 10 years for nothing. And I can shoot." "And you are free," Clayton observed quietly. Nolan looked up. "It's going to be hard on the women," he said. "You're all right. They won't let you go. You're too useful where you are. But of course there's the boy." When Clayton made no reply, Nolan glanced at him again. "I suppose he'll want to go," he suggested. Clayton's face was set. For more than an hour now Graham had been closeted with his mother, and as the time went on, and no slam of a door upstairs told of his customary method of leaving a room, he had been conscious of a growing uneasiness. The boy was soft. The fiber in him had not been hardened yet, not enough to be proof against tears. He wanted desperately to leave Nolan, to go up and learn what arguments, what coaxing and selfish whimperings Natalie was using with the boy. But he wanted, also desperately, to have the boy fight his own fight and win. "He will want to go, I think. Of course his mother will be shaken just now. It's all new to her. She wouldn't believe it was coming." "He'll go," Nolan said reflectively. "They'll all go, the best of them first. After all, we've been making a lot of noise about wanting to get into the thing. Now we're in, and that's the first price we pay. The boys." A door slammed upstairs, and Clayton heard Graham coming down. He passed the library door, however, and Clayton suddenly realized that he was going out. "Graham!" he called. Graham stopped and came back slowly. "Yes, Father," he said from the doorway. "Aren't you coming in?" "I thought I'd go out for a bit of a spin, if you don't mind. Evening, Mr. Nolan." The boy was shaken. Clayton knew it from his tone. All the fine vigor of the early evening was gone. And an overwhelming rage filled him. Against Natalie, against himself, even against the boy. Trouble, which should have united his house, had divided it. The first threat of trouble, indeed. "You can go out later," he said rather sharply. "We ought to talk things over, Graham. This is a mighty serious time." "What's the use of talking things over, Father? We don't know anything but that we may declare war." "That's enough, isn't it?" But he was startled when he saw Graham's face. He was very pale, and his eyes already looked furtive. They were terribly like Natalie's eyes sometimes. The frankness was gone out of them. He came into the room and stood there, rigid. "I promised mother to get her some sleeping powders." "Sleeping powders?" "She's nervous." "Bad thing, sleeping powders," said Nolan. "Get her to take some setting up exercises by an open window, and she'll sleep like a top." "Do you mind if I go, father?" Clayton saw that it was of no use to urge the boy. Graham wanted to avoid him, wanted to avoid an interview. The early glow of the evening faded. Once again the sense of having lost his son almost overwhelmed him. "Very well," he said stiffly, and Graham went out. However, he did not leave the house. At the door he met Doctor Haverford, and Delight and Clayton heard the clergyman's big bass booming through the hall. "Like a lamb to the slaughter," he was saying, "and I a man of peace." When he came into the library he was still holding forth with an affectation of rage. "I ask you, Clayton," he said, "what refuge is there for a man of peace? My own child leading me out into the night, and inquiring on the way over if I did not feel that the commandment not to kill was a serious error." "Of course he's going," she said. "He's been making the most outrageous excuses just to hear mother and me reply to them. And all the time nothing would hold him back." "My dear," said the rector solemnly, "I shall have to tell you something. I shall have to lay bare the secrets of my heart. How are you, Nolan? Delight, they will not take me. I have 3 back teeth on a plate. I have never told you this before. I did not wish to ruin your belief that I am perfect, but—" In the laugh that greeted this, Graham returned. He was, Clayton saw, vaguely puzzled by the rector and rather incredulous as to Delight's attitude. "Do you really want him to go?" he asked her. "Of course. Aren't you going? Isn't everybody who is worth anything going? I'd go myself if I could. You don't know how lucky you are." "But is your mother willing?" "Why, what sort of a mother do you think I have?" Clayton overheard that, and he saw Graham wince. His own hands clenched. What a power in the world a brave woman was! And what evil could be wrought by a woman without moral courage, a selfish woman? He brought himself up short at last. Others came in. Hutchinson from the mill. Terry Mackenzie, Rodney Page in evening clothes, and on his way from the opera to something or other. In a corner Graham and Delight talked. The rector, in a high state of exaltation, was inclined to be oratorical and a trifle noisy. He dilated on the vast army that would rise overnight, at the call. He considered the raising of a company from his own church, and nominated Clayton as its captain. Nolan grinned sardonically. "Precisely," he said dryly. "Clayton, because he looks like a Greek god, is ideally fitted to lead a lot of men who never saw a bayonet outside of a museum. Against trained fighting men. There's a difference, you know, Dominie, between a clay pigeon and a German with a bomb in one hand and a saw-toothed bayonet in the other." "We did that in the Civil War." "We did, and it took 4 years to fight a 6 months' war." "We must have an army. I dare say you'll grant that." "Well, you can bet on one thing. We're not going to have every ward boss who wants to make a record raising a regiment out of his henchmen and leading them to death." "What would you suggest?" inquired the rector, rather crestfallen. "I'd suggest training men as officers. And then a draft." "Never come to it in the world." Hutchinson spoke up. "I've heard men in the mill talking. They'll go, some of them, but they won't be driven. It would be civil war." Clayton glanced at Graham as he replied. The boy was leaning forward, listening. "There's this to be said for the draft," he said. "Under the volunteer system the best of our boys will go first. That's what happened in England. And they were wiped out. It's every man's war now. There is no reason why the few should be sacrificed for the many." "And there's this, too," Graham broke in. He was flushed and nervous. "A fellow would have to go. He wouldn't be having to think whether his going would hurt anybody or not. He wouldn't have to decide. He'd just go." There was a little hush in the room. Then Nolan spoke. "Right-o," he said. "The only trouble about it is that it's likely to leave out some of us old chaps who'd like to have a fist in it." Hutchinson remained after the others had gone. He wanted to discuss the change in status of the plant. "We'll be taken over by the government, probably," Clayton told him. "They have all the figures, capacity and so on. The Ordnance Department has that in hand." Hutchinson nodded. He had himself made the report. "We'll have to look out more than ever, I suppose," he said as he rose to go. "The government is guarding all bridges and railways already. Met a lot of National Guard boys on the way." Graham left when he did, offering to take him to his home, and Clayton sat for some time alone, smoking and thinking. So the thing had come at last. A year from now, and where would they all be? The men who had been there to night, himself, Graham. Would they all be even living? Would Graham? He looked back over the years. Graham a baby, splashing water in his bath and shrieking aloud with joy. Graham in his first little boy clothes, riding a velocipede in the park and bringing in bruises of an amazing size and blackness. Graham going away to school and manfully fixing his mind on his first long trousers so he would not cry. Graham at college, coming in with the winning crew and stumbling half collapsed into the arms of a waiting, cheering crowd. And the Graham who had followed his mother up the stairs that night to come down baffled, thwarted, miserable. He rose and threw away his cigar. He must have the thing out with Natalie. The boy's soul was more important than his body. He wanted him safe. God, how he wanted him safe. But he wanted him to be a man. Natalie's room was dark when he went in. He hesitated. Then he heard her in bed, sobbing quietly. He was angry at himself for his impatience at the sound. He stood beside the bed and forced a gentleness he did not feel. "Can I get you anything?" he asked. "No, thank you." And he moved toward the lamp. "Don't turn the light on. I look dreadful." "Shall I ring for Madeleine?" "No, Graham is bringing me a sleeping powder." "If you are not sleepy, may I talk to you about some things?" "I'm sick, Clay. My head is bursting." "Sometimes it helps to talk out our worries, dear." He was still determinedly gentle. He heard her turning her pillow and settling herself more comfortably. "Not to you. You've made up your mind. What's the use?" "Made up my mind to what?" "To sending Graham to be killed." "That's hardly worthy of you, Natalie," he said gravely. "He is my son, too. I love him at least as much as you do. I don't think this is really up to us, anyhow. It's up to him. If he wants to go?" She sat up suddenly, her voice thin and high. "How does he know what he wants?" she demanded. "He's too young. He doesn't know what war is. You say so yourself. You say he is too young to have a position worth while at the plant. But of course he's old enough to go to war and have a leg shot off, or to be blinded or something." Her voice broke. He sat down on the bed and felt around till he had found her hand. But she jerked it from him. "You promised me once to let him make his own decision if the time came." "When did I promise that?" "In the fall, when I came home from England." "I never made such a promise." "Will you make it now?" "No." He rose, more nearly despairing than he had ever been. He could not argue with a hysterical woman. He hated cowardice, but far deeper than that was his conviction that she had already exacted some sort of promise. And the boy was not like her in that respect. He regarded a promise as almost in the nature of an oath. He himself had taught him that in the creed of a gentleman a promise was a thing of his honor, to be kept at any cost. "You are compelling me to do a strange and hateful thing," he said. "If you intend to use your influence to keep him out, I shall have to offset it by urging him to go. That is putting a very terrible responsibility on me." He heard her draw her breath sharply. "If you do that, I shall leave you," she said in a frozen voice. Suddenly he felt sorry for her. She was so weak, so childish, so cowardly. And this was the nearest they had come to a complete break. "You're tired and nervous," he said. We have come a long way from what I started out to say, and a long way from the way things used to be between us. If this thing to night does not bring two people together." "Together!" she cried shrilly. "When have we been together? Not in years. You have been married to your business. I am only your housekeeper and Graham's mother. And even Graham you are trying to take away from me. Oh, go away and let me alone." Downstairs, thoughts that were almost great had formulated themselves in his mind. That to die that others might live might be better than to live oneself. That he loved his country, although he had been shamefaced about it. That America was really the melting pot of the world, and that, perhaps, only the white flame of war would fuse it into a great nation. But Natalie made all these thoughts tawdry. She cheapened them. She found in him nothing fine. Therefore there was probably nothing fine in him. He went away to lie awake most of the night. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But, with the breaking off of diplomatic relations, matters remained for a time at a standstill. Natalie dried her eyes and ordered some new clothes, and saw rather more of Rodney Page than was good for her. With the beginning of February, the country house was far enough underway for it to be promised for June, and Natalie, the fundamentals of its decoration arranged for, began to haunt old furniture shops, accompanied always by Rodney. "Not that your taste is not right, Natalie," he explained. "It is exquisite. But these fellows are liars and cheats, some of them. Besides, I like trailing along, if you don't mind." Trailing along was a fairly accurate phrase. There was scarcely a day now when Natalie's shining car, with its two men in livery, did not draw up before Rodney's office building, or stand, as unostentatiously as a fire engine, not too near the entrance of his club. Clayton, going in, had seen it there once or twice, and had smiled rather grimly. He considered its presence there in questionable taste, but he felt no uneasiness. Determined as he was to give Natalie such happiness as was still in him to give, he never mentioned these instances. But a day came early in February which was to mark a change in the relationship between Natalie and Rodney. It started simply enough. They had lunched together at a downtown hotel, and then went to look at rugs. Rodney had found her rather obdurate as to old rugs. They were still arguing the matter in the limousine. "I just don't like to think of all sorts of dirty Turks and Arabs having used them," she protested. "Slept on them, walked on them, spilled things on. Ugh!" "But the colors, Natalie dear. The old faded copper tones, the dull blues, the dead rose. There is a beauty about age, you know. Lovely as you are, you'll be even lovelier as an old woman." "I'm getting there rather rapidly." He turned and looked at her critically. No slightest aid that she had given her beauty missed his eyes. The delicate artificial lights in her hair, her eyebrows drawn to a hair's breadth and carefully arched, the touch of rouge under her eyes and on the lobes of her ears. But she was beautiful, no matter what art had augmented her real prettiness. She was a charming, finished product, from her veil and hat to her narrowly shod feet. He liked finished things, well done. He liked the glaze on a porcelain. He liked the perfect lacquering on the Chinese screen he had persuaded Natalie to buy. He preferred wood carved into the fine lines of Sheraton to the trees that grow in the park, for instance, through which they were driving. A Sheraton sideboard was art. Even certain forms of colonial mahogany were art, although he was not fond of them. And Natalie was art. Even if she represented the creative instincts of her dressmaker and her milliner and not her own, he did not like a Louis XV sofa the less that it had not carved itself. Possibly Natalie appealed then to his collective instinct. He had not analyzed it. He only knew that he liked being with her, and he was not annoyed, certainly, by the fact that he knew their constant proximity was arousing a certain amount of comment. So, "You are very beautiful," he said, with his appraising glance full on her. You are quite the loveliest woman I know." "Still? With a grown son?" "I'm not a boy myself, you know." "What has that to do with it?" He hesitated, then laughed a little. "I don't know," he said. "I didn't mean to say that exactly. Of course the fact is that I'm rather glad you are not a debutante. You would be giving me odds and ends of dances if you were, you know, and shifting me as fast as possible. As it is " The coquetry, which is a shallow woman's substitute for passion, stirred in her. "Well, I'm awfully interested." He turned and faced her. "I wonder if you are." "Go on, Roddie." "As it is?" "As it is," he said, rather rapidly. "You give me a great deal of happiness. I can't say all I would like to, but just being with you Natalie, I wonder if you know how much it means to me to see you every day." "I like it, or I wouldn't do it." "But I wonder if it means anything to you." Curiously enough, with the mere putting it into words, his feeling for her seemed to grow. He was even somewhat excited. He bent toward her, his eyes on her face, and caught one of her gloved hands. He was no longer flirting with a pretty woman. He was in real earnest. But Natalie was still flirting. "Do you want to know why I like to be with you? Because of course I do, or I shouldn't be." "Does a famishing man want water?" "Because you are sane and sensible. You believe, as I do, in going on as normally as possible. All these people who go around glooming because there is a war across the Atlantic, they are so tiresome. Good heavens, the hysterical attitude of some women. And Clay." He released her hand. "So you like me because I'm sensible. Thanks." "That's a good reason, isn't it?" "Good God, Natalie, I'm only sensible because I have to be. Not about the war. I'm not talking about that. About you." "What have I got to do with your being sensible and sane?" "Just think about things, and you'll know." She was greatly thrilled and quite untouched. It was a pleasant little game, and she held all the winning cards. So she said very softly: "We mustn't go on like this, you know. We mustn't spoil things." And by her very "we" let him understand that the plight was not his but theirs. They were to suffer on, she implied, in a mutual, unacknowledged passion. He flushed deeply. But although he was profoundly affected, his infatuation was as spurious as her pretense of one. He was a dilettante in love, as he was in art. His aesthetic sense, which would have died of an honest passion, fattened on the very hopelessness of his beginning an affair with Natalie. Confronted just then with the privilege of marrying her, he would have drawn back in dismay. Since no such privilege was to be his, however, he found a deep satisfaction in considering himself hopelessly in love with her. He was profoundly sorry for himself. He saw himself a tragic figure, hopeless and wretched. He longed for the unattainable. He held up empty hands to the stars, and by so mimicking the gesture of youth, he regained youth. "You won't cut me out of your life, Natalie?" he asked wistfully. And Natalie, who would not have sacrificed this new thrill for anything real in the world, replied: "It would be better, wouldn't it?" There was real earnestness in his voice when he spoke. He had dramatized himself by that time. "Don't take away the only thing that makes life worth living, dear." Which Natalie, after a proper hesitation, duly promised not to do. There were other conversations after that. About marriage, for instance, which Rodney broadly characterized as the failure of the world. He liked treading on dangerous ground. "When a man has married and had children, he has fulfilled his duty to the state. That's all marriage is, duty to the state. After that he follows his normal instincts, of course." "If you are defending unfaithfulness?" "Not at all. I admire faithfulness. It's rare enough for admiration. No, I'm recognizing facts. Don't you suppose even dear old Clay likes a pretty woman? Of course he does. It's a total difference of viewpoint, Natalie. What is an incident to a man is a crime to a woman." Or: "All this economic freedom of women is going to lead to other freedoms, you know." "What freedoms?" "The right to live wherever they please. One liberty brings another, you know. Women used to marry for a home, for some one to keep them. Now they needn't, but they have to live just the same." "I wish you wouldn't, Rodney. It's so cheap." It was cheap. It was the old game of talking around conversational corners, of whispering behind mental doors. It was insidious, dangerous, and tantalizing. It made between them a bond of lowered voices, of being on the edge of things. Their danger was as spurious as their passion. But Natalie, without humor and without imagination, found the sense of insecurity vaguely attractive. Fundamentally cold, she liked the idea of playing with fire. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When war was not immediately declared, the rector, who on the Sunday following that eventful Saturday of the President's speech to Congress had preached a rousing call to arms, began to feel a bit sheepish about it. "War or no war, my dear," he said to Delight, "it made them think for as much as an hour. And I can change it somewhat and use it again if the time really comes." "Second-hand stuff," she scoffed. "You with your old sermons, and mother with my old dresses. But it was a good sermon," she added. "I have hardly been civil to that German laundress since." "Good gracious, Delight, can't you remember that we must love our enemies?" "Do you love them? You know perfectly well that the moment you get on the other side, if you do, you'll be jerking the cross off your collar and bullying some wretched soldier to give you his gun." He had a guilty feeling that she was right. It was February then, and they were sitting in the parish house. Delight had been filling out Sunday school reports to parents, an innovation she detested. For a little while there was only the scratching of her pen to be heard, an occasional squeal from the church proper, where the organ was being repaired. The rector sat back in his chair, his fingertips together, and whistled noiselessly, a habit of his when he was disturbed. Now and then he glanced at Delight's bent head. "My dear," he commented finally. "Just a minute. That wretched little Simonton girl has been absent 3 Sundays out of 4, and on the 4th one she said she had a toothache and sat outside on the steps. Well, Daddy?" "Do you see anything of Graham Spencer now?" "Very little." She looked at him with frank eyes. "He has changed somehow, Daddy. When we do meet he is queer. I sometimes think he avoids me." He fell back on his noiseless whistling. And Delight, who knew his every mood, got up and perched herself on the arm of his chair. "Don't you get to thinking things," she said, and slipped an arm around his neck. "I did think in the winter." "I'll tell you about that," she broke in bravely. "I suppose if he'd cared for me at all, I'd have been crazy about him. It isn't because he's good looking. Well, I don't know why. I just know, as long as I can remember, however, that's not important. He thinks I'm a nice little thing and lets it go at that. It's a good bit worse, of course, than having him hate me." "Sometimes I think you are not very happy." "I'm happier than I would be trying to make him fall in love with me. Oh, you needn't be shocked. It can be done. Lots of girls do it. It isn't any moral sense that keeps me from it, either. It's just pride." "My dear!" "And there's another angle to it. I wouldn't marry a man who hasn't got a mind of his own. Even if I had the chance, which I haven't. That silly mother of his. She is silly, Daddy, and selfish. Do you know what she is doing now?" "We ought not to discuss her. Fiddlesticks, you love gossip, and you know it." Her tone was light, but the rector felt that arm around his neck tighten. He surmised a depth of feeling that made him anxious. "She is trying to marry him to Marion Hayden." The rector sat up, almost guiltily. "But are you sure she is doing that?" "Everybody says so. She thinks that if he is married, and there is a war, he won't want to go if he has a wife." She was silent for a moment. "Marion will drive him straight to the devil, Daddy." The rector reached up and took her hand. She cared more than she would admit, he saw. She had thought the thing out, perhaps in the long night, when he slept placidly. Thought and suffered, he surmised. And again he remembered his worldly plans for her, and felt justly punished. I suppose it is hard for a father to understand how any one can know his little girl and not love her, or be the better for it. She kissed him and slid off the arm of his chair. "Don't you worry," she said cheerfully. "I had to make an ideal for myself about somebody. Every girl does. Sometimes it's the plumber. It doesn't really matter who it is, so you can pin your dreams to him. The only thing that hurts is that Graham wasn't worth while." She went back to her little cards, but some 10 minutes later the rector, lost in thought, heard the scratching of her pen cease. "Did you ever think, Daddy," she said, "of the influence women have over men? Look at the Spencers. Mrs. Spencer spoiling Graham and making her husband desperately unhappy and—" "Unhappy? What makes you think that?" "He looks unhappy." The rector was startled. He had an instant vision of Clayton Spencer, tall, composed, handsome, impeccably clothed. He saw in him the setting that suited him best, the quiet elegance of his home. Clayton unhappy! Nonsense! But he was uneasy, too. That very gravity which he had noticed lately, that was certainly not the gravity of an entirely happy man. Clayton had changed somehow. Was there trouble there? And if there were, why? The rector, who reduced most wretchedness to terms of dollars and cents, of impending bills and small deprivations, found himself at a loss. "I am sure you are wrong," he objected, rather feebly. Delight eyed him with the scorn of 19 for 50. "I wonder what you would do," she observed, "if mother just lay around all day, and had her hair done, and got new clothes, and never thought a thought of her own, and just used you as a sort of walking bank account." "My dear, I really cannot—" "I'll tell you what you do," she persisted. "You'd fall in love with somebody else, probably. Or else you'd just naturally dry up and be made a bishop." He was extremely shocked at that, and a little hurt. It took her some time to establish cheerful relations again, and a very humble apology. But her words stuck in the rector's mind. He made a note for a sermon with the text, "Her children arise up and call her blessed, her husband also, and he praiseth her." He went quietly into the great stone building and sat down. The organist was practicing the introit anthem, and halfway up the church a woman was sitting quietly. The rector leaned back and listened to the music. He often did that when he had a sermon in his mind. It was peaceful and quiet. Hard to believe, in that peace of great arches and swelling music, that across the sea at that moment men were violating that fundamental law of the church, "Thou shalt not kill." The woman turned her head, and he saw that it was Audrey Valentine. He watched her with kindly, speculative eyes. Self-reliant, frivolous Audrey, sitting alone in the church she had so casually attended. Surely that was one of the gains of war. People all came to it ultimately. They held on with both hands as long as they could, and then they found their grasp growing feeble and futile, and they turned to the great strength. The organist had ceased. Audrey was kneeling now. The rector, eyes on the gleaming cross above the altar, repeated softly, "Save and deliver us, we humbly beseech thee, from the hands of our enemies, that we, being armed with thy defense, may be preserved evermore from all perils." Audrey was coming down the aisle. She did not see him. She had, indeed, the fixed eyes of one who still looks inward. She was very pale, but there was a new look of strength in her face, as of one who has won a victory. "To glorify thee, who are the only giver of all victory, through the merits of thy Son, Jesus Christ our Lord," finished the rector. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the last day of February, Audrey came home from her shorthand class and stood wearily by the window, too discouraged even to remove her hat. The shorthand was a failure. The whole course was a failure. She had not the instinct for plodding, for the meticulous attention to detail that those absurd irrational lines and hooks and curves demanded. She could not even spell, and an idiot of an instructor had found fault with the large square band she wrote as being uncommercial. Uncommercial! Of course it was. So was she uncommercial? She had dreamed a dream of usefulness, but after all, why was she doing it? We would never fight. Here we were saying to Germany that we had ceased to be friends, and letting it go at that. She might go to England. They needed women there. But not untrained women. No, she thought contemptuously, women whose only ability lay in playing bridge or singing French chansons with no particular voice. After all, the only world that was open to her was her old world. It liked her. It even understood her. It stretched out a tolerant, pleasure-beckoning hand to her. "I'm a fool," she reflected bitterly. "I'm not happy, and I'm not useful. I might as well play. It's all I can do." But her real hunger was for news of Clayton. Quite suddenly he had stopped dropping in on his way uptown. He had made himself the most vital element in her life, and then taken himself out of it. At first she had thought he might be ill. It seemed too cruel otherwise. But she saw his name with increasing frequency in the newspapers. It seemed to her that every relief organization in the country was using his name and his services. So he was not ill. He had tired of her, probably. She had nothing to give, had no right to give anything. And, of course, he could not know how much he had meant to her, of courage to carry on, how the memory of his big, solid, dependable figure had helped her through the bad hours when the thought of Chris's defection had left her crushed and abject. She told herself that the reason she wanted to see Natalie was because she had neglected her shamefully. Perhaps that was what was wrong with Clay. Perhaps he felt that, by avoiding Natalie, she was putting their friendship on a wrong basis. Actually, she had reached that point all loving women reach, when even to hear a beloved name, coming out of a long silence, was both torture and necessity. She took unusual pains with her dress that afternoon, and it was a very smart, slightly rouged, and rather swaggering Audrey who made her first call in weeks on Natalie that afternoon. Natalie was a little stiff, still slightly affronted. "I thought you must have left town," she said, "but you look as though you'd been having a rest cure." "Rouge," said Audrey coolly. "No, I haven't been entirely resting." "There are all sorts of stories going about. That you're going into a hospital, that you're learning to fly, that you're in the Secret Service." "Just because I find it stupid going about without a man?" Natalie eyed her shrewdly, but there was no self-consciousness in Audrey's face. If the stories were true, and there had been another woman, she was carrying it off well. "At least Chris is in France. I have to go, when I go, without Clay, and there is no excuse whatever." "You mean he is working?" "Not at night. He is simply obstinate. He says he is tired. I don't really mind any more. He is so hatefully heavy these days." "Heavy? Clay?" "My dear," Natalie drew her chair closer and lowered her voice, "what can one do with a man who simply lives war? He spends hours over the papers. He's up if the Allies make a gain, and impossible if they don't. I can tell by the very way he slams the door of his room when he comes home what the news is. It's dreadful." Audrey flushed. "I wish there were more like him." But Natalie smiled tolerantly. "You are not married to him. I suppose the war is important, but I don't want it 24 hours a day. I want to forget it if I can. It's hideous." Audrey's mouth twitched. After all, what was the good of talking to Natalie? She would only be resentful. "How is the house coming on?" she asked. She had Natalie on happy ground there. For a half hour she looked at blueprints and watercolor sketches, heard Rodney's taste extolled, listened to plans for a house party, which, she gathered, was, rather belatedly, to include her. And through it all she was saying to herself, "This is his wife. This is the woman he loves. He has had a child by her. He is building this house for her. He goes into her room as Chris came into mine. And she is not good enough. She is not good enough." Now that she had seen Natalie, she knew why she had not seen her before. She was jealous of her, jealous and contemptuous. Suddenly she hated Natalie. She hated her because she was Clayton Spencer's wife, with all that that implied. She hated her because she was unworthy of him. She hated her because she loved Clay, and hated her more because she loved herself more than she loved him. Audrey sat back in her chair and saw that she had traveled a long way along a tragic road. For the first time in her brave and reckless life she was frightened. She was even trembling. She lighted a cigarette from the stand at Natalie's elbow to steady herself. Natalie chattered on, and Audrey gave her the occasional nod that was all she needed. She thought, does he know about her? Is he still fooled? She is almost beautiful. Rodney is falling in love with her, probably. Does he know that? Will he care terribly if he finds it out? She looks cold, but one can't tell. And some men. Has she a drop of honest, unselfish passion in her? She got up suddenly. Heavens, how late it is, she said. I must run on. Why not stay to dinner? Graham is seldom home, and we can talk if Clay doesn't. The temptation to see Clay again was strong in Audrey. But suddenly she knew that she did not want to see them together in the intimacy of their home. She did not want to sit between them at dinner and then go away, leaving them there together. And something fundamentally honest in her told her that she had no right to sit at their table. "I'll come another time if you'll ask me. Not to day," she said, and left rather precipitately. It hurt her, rather, to have Natalie, with an impulsive gesture, gather the flowers out of a great jar and insist on her carrying them homeward with her. It gave her a miserable sense of playing unfairly. She walked home. The fresh air, after Natalie's flower-scented, overheated room, made her more rational. She knew where she stood, anyhow. She was in love with Clayton Spencer. She had, she reflected cynically, been in love before, a number of times before. She almost laughed aloud. She had called those things love, those sickly romances, those feeble emotions. Then her eyes filled with unexpected tears. She had always wanted some one to make her happy. Now she wanted to make some one happy. She cared nothing for the cost. She would put herself out of it altogether. He was not happy. Any one could see that. He had everything, but he was not happy. If he belonged to her, she would live to make him happy. She would. Suddenly she remembered Chris. Perhaps she did not know how to hold a man's love. She had not held him. He had protested that she was the only woman he had ever loved, but all the time there had been that other girl. How account for her, then? He did not think of me, she reflected defiantly. I shall not think of him. She was ashamed of that instantly. After all, Chris was doing a man's part now. She was no longer angry with him. She had written him that over and over, in the long letters she made a point of sending him. Only, she did not love him any more. She thought now that she never had loved him. What about the time when he came back? What would she do then? She shivered. But Chris, after all, was not to come back. He would never come back again. The cable was there when she reached her apartment. A cold statement, irrefutable, final. She had put the flowers on the table and had raised her hands to unpin her hat when she saw it. She read it with a glance first, then slowly, painfully, her heart contracted as if a hand had squeezed it. She stood very still, not so much stricken as horrified, and her first conscious thought was of remorse, terrible, gasping remorse. All that afternoon, while she had been hating Natalie and nursing her love for Clay, Chris had been lying dead somewhere. Chris was dead. She felt very tired, but not faint. It seemed dreadful, indeed, that she could be standing there, full of life, while Chris was dead. Such grief as she felt was for him, not for herself. He had loved life so, even when he cheapened it. He had wanted to live, and now he was dead. She, who did not care greatly to live, lived on, and he was gone. All at once she felt terribly alone. She wanted someone with her. She wanted to talk it all out to someone who understood. She wanted Clay. She said to herself that she did not want him because she loved him. All love was dead in her now. She wanted him because he was strong and understanding. She made this very clear to herself, because she had a morbid fancy that Chris might be watching her. There were people who believed that sort of thing. To her excited fancy it seemed as though Chris's cynical smile might flash out from any dusky corner. She knew she was not being quite rational. Which was strange, because she felt so strong, and because the voice with which she called Clayton's number was so steady. She knew, too, that she was no longer in love with Clay, because his steady voice over the telephone left her quite calm and unmoved. "I want you to come up, Clay," she said, "if you can, easily." "I can come at once. Is anything wrong?" "Chris has been killed," she replied, and hung up the receiver. Then she sat down to wait, and to watch for Chris's cynical smile to flash in some dusky corner. Clayton found her there, collapsed in a chair, a slim, gray-faced girl with the rouge giving a grotesque vitality to her bloodless cheeks. She got up very calmly and gave him the cablegram. Then she fainted in a crumpled heap at his feet. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Dangerous Days by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The new munition plant was nearing completion. Situated on the outskirts of the city, it spread over a vast area of what had once been wasteland. Of the 3 long buildings, 2 were already in operation, and the 3rd was well under way. To Clayton Spencer it was the realization of a dream. He never entered the great high-walled enclosure without a certain surprise at the ease with which it had all been accomplished, and a thrill of pride at the achievement. He found the work itself endlessly interesting. The casts, made of his own steel, lying in huge rusty heaps in the yard, the little cars which carried them into the plant, the various operations by which the great lathes turned them out, smooth and shining, only to lose their polish when, heated again, they were ready for the ponderous hammer to close their gaping jaws. The delicacy of the work appealed to him, the machining to 1/1000th of an inch, the fastidious making of the fuses, tiny things almost microscopic, and requiring the delicate touch of girls, most of whom had been watchmakers and jewelry workers. And with each carload of the finished shells that left the plant, he felt a fine glow of satisfaction. The output was creeping up. Soon they would be making 10,000 shells a day, and every shell was one more chance for victory against the Hun. It became an obsession with him to make more, ever more. As the work advanced, he found an unexpected enthusiasm in Graham. Here was something to be done, a new thing. The steel mill had long been established. Its days went on monotonously. The boy found it noisy, dirty, without appeal to his imagination. But the shell plant was different. There were new problems to face, of labor, of supplies, of shipping and output. He was, however, reluctantly coming to the conclusion that the break with Germany was the final step that the government intended to take, that it would not declare war. However, the break had done something. It had provided him with men from the local National Guard to police the plant, and he found the government taking a new interest, an official interest, in his safety. Agents from the Military Intelligence and the Department of Justice scanned his employment lists and sent agents into the plant. In the building where men and women were hired, each applicant passed a desk where they were quietly surveyed by 2 unobtrusive gentlemen in indifferent business suits who eyed them carefully. Around the fuse department, where all day girls and women handled gun cotton and high explosive powder, a special guard was posted day and night. Early in March, Clayton put Graham in charge of the first of the long buildings to be running full, and was rewarded by a new look in the boy's face. He was almost startled at the way he took it. "I'll do my very best, sir," he said rather huskily. "If I can't fight, I can help put the swine out of business anyhow." He was by that time quite sure that Natalie had extracted a promise of some sort from the boy. On the rare occasions when Graham was at home he was quiet and suppressed. He was almost always at Marion Hayden's in the evenings, and from things he let fall Clayton gathered that the irresponsible group which centered about Marion was, in the boy's own vernacular, rather "shot to pieces." Tommy Hale had gone to England to join the Royal Flying Corps. One or two of them were in Canada, trying to enlist there. And one evening Graham brought home to dinner an inordinately tall and thin youngster in the kilts of a Scotch Canadian regiment, with an astounding length of thin leg below his skirts, who had been one of Marion's most reckless satellites. "Look like a fool, I know it, sir," said the tall individual sheepishly. "Just had to get in it somehow. No camouflage about these skirts, is there?" And Clayton had noticed, with a thrill of sympathy, how wistfully Graham eyed the debonair young Scot by adoption, and how Buckham had hovered over him, filling his plate and his glass. Even Graham noticed Buckham. "Old boy looks as though he'd like to kiss you, Sid," he said. "It's the petticoats. Probably thinks you're a woman." "I look better with my legs under the table," said the tall boy modestly. Clayton was still determined that Graham should fight the thing out for himself. He wished, sometimes, that he knew Marion Hayden's attitude. Was she like Natalie? Would she, if the time came, use her undeniable influence for or against? And there again he resented the influence of women in the boy's life. Why couldn't he make his own decisions? Why couldn't they let him make his own decisions? He remembered his father, and how his grandmother, in '61, had put a Bible into one pocket and a hussif into another, and had sent him off to war. Had the fiber of our women weakened since then? But he knew it had not. All day, in the new plant, women were working with high explosives quite calmly. And there were Audrey and the Haverford women, strong enough, in all conscience. Every mental path those days somehow led eventually to Audrey. She was the lighted window at the end of the long trail. Graham was, as a matter of fact, trying to work out his own salvation. He blundered, as a youth always blunders, and after a violent scene with Marion Hayden, he made an attempt to break off his growing intimacy with Anna Klein, to find, as many a man had before him, that the sheer brutality of casting off a loving woman was beyond him. The scene with Marion came one Sunday in the Spencer house, with Natalie asleep upstairs after luncheon, and Clayton walking off a sense of irritation in the park. He did not like the Hayden girl. He could not fathom Natalie's change of front with regard to Graham and the girl. He had gone out, leaving them together, and Marion had launched her attack fiercely. "Now!" she cried. "I couldn't come last night. That's all, Marion." "It is certainly not all. Why couldn't you come?" "I worked late." "Where?" "At the plant." "That's a lie, Graham. I called the plant. I'll tell you where you were. You were out with a girl. You were seen, if you want to know it." "Oh, if you are going to believe everything you hear about me." "Don't act like a child. Who was the girl?" "It isn't like you to be jealous, Marion. I let you run around all the time with other fellows, but the minute I take a girl out for a little spin, you're jealous." "Jealous!" She laughed nastily. But she knew she was losing her temper, and brought herself up short. Let him think she was jealous. What really ailed her was the deadly fear lest her careful plan go astray. She was terrified. That was all. And she meant to learn who the girl was. "I know who it was," she hazarded. "I think you are bluffing." "It was Delight Haverford." "Delight?" She knew then that she was wrong, but it was her chance to assail Delight, and she took it. "That child," she continued contemptuously. "Don't you suppose I've seen how she looks at you? I'm not afraid of her. You were too much a man of the world to let her put anything over on you. At least, I thought you were. Of course, if you like milk and water." "It was not Delight," he said doggedly. "And I don't think we need to bring her into this at all. She's not in love with me. She wouldn't wipe her feet on me." Which was unfortunate. Marion smiled slowly. "Oh, but you are good enough for me to be engaged to. I wonder." He went to the window and stood for a moment looking out. Then he went slowly back to her. "I'm not good enough for you to be engaged to, Marion," he said. "Don't you want to call it a day?" She was really terrified then. She went white, and again miserably he mistook her agitation for something deeper. "You want to break the engagement?" "Not if you still want me. I only mean, I'm a pretty poor sort. You ought to have the best, and God help this country if I'm the best." "Graham, you're in some sort of trouble?" He drew himself up in boyish bravado. He could not tell her the truth. It opened up too hideous a vista. Even his consciousness of the fact that the affair with Anna was still innocent did not dull his full knowledge of whither it was trending. He was cold and wretched. "It's nothing," he muttered. "You can tell me. You can tell me anything. I know a lot, you see. I'm no silly kitten. If you're in a fix, I'll help you. I don't care what it is, I'll help you. I'm crazy about you, Graham." Anna's words, too. "Look here, Marion," he said roughly. "You've got to do one of two things. Either marry me or let me go." "Let you go? I like that. Is that how you feel?" "Oh, don't." He threw up his arm. "I want you. You know that. Marry me to-morrow." "I will not. Do you think I'm going to come into this family and have you cut off? Don't you suppose I know that Clayton Spencer hates the very chair I sit on? He'll come and beg me to marry you some day. Until then?" "You won't do it?" "To-morrow? Certainly not." And again he felt desperately his powerlessness to loosen the coils that were closing round him, fetters forged of his own red blood, his own youth, the woman urge. She was watching him with her calculating glance. "You must be in trouble," she said. "If I am, it's you and mother who have driven me there." He was alarmed then, and lapsed into dogged silence. His anxiety had forced into speech thoughts that had never before been articulate. He was astounded to hear himself uttering them, although with the very speaking he realized now that they were true. "Sorry, Marion," he muttered. "I didn't mean all that. I'm excited. That's all." When he sat down beside her again and tried to take her hand, she drew it away. "You've been very cruel, Graham," she said. "I've been selfish. Every girl who is terribly in love is selfish. I am going to give you your ring, and leave you free to do whatever you want." Her generosity overcame him. He was instantly ashamed, humbled. "Don't," he begged. "Don't let me go. I'll just go to the dogs. If you really care." "Care!" she said softly. And as he buried his head in her lap, she stroked his hair softly. Her eyes, triumphant, surveyed the long room with its satin paneled walls, its French furniture, its long, narrow, gilt framed mirrors softening the angles of the four corners. Some day all this would be hers. For this she would exchange the untidy and imitation elegance of her present setting. She stroked the boy's head absently. Graham made an attempt to free himself the next day. He was about to move his office to the new plant, and he made a determination not to take Anna with him. He broke it to her as gently as he could. "Mr. Weaver is taking my place here," he said, avoiding her eyes. "Yes, Graham." There ought to be some one here who knows the ropes." "Do you mean me?" "Well, you know them, don't you?" He had tried to smile at her. "Do you mean that you are going to have another secretary at the plant?" "Look here, Anna," he said impulsively. "You know things can't go on indefinitely the way we are now. You know it, don't you?" She looked down and nodded. "Well, don't you think I'd better leave you here?" She fumbled nervously with her wrist watch. "I won't stay if you go," she said finally. "I hate Mr. Weaver. I'm afraid of him. Oh, don't leave me, Graham. Don't. I haven't anybody but you. I haven't any home, not a real home. You ought to see him these days." She always referred to her father as him. "He's dreadful. I'm only happy when I'm here with you." He was angry out of sheer despair. "I've told you," he said. "Things can't go on as they are. You know well enough what I mean. I'm older than you are, Anna. God knows I don't want any harm to come to you through me. But if we continue to be together." "I'm not blaming you." She looked at him honestly. "I'd just rather have you care about me than marry anybody else." He kissed her with a curious mingling of exultation and despair. He left her there when he went away that afternoon, a rather downcast young figure, piling up records and card indexes and following him to the door with worshipping, anxious eyes. Later on in the afternoon Joey, wandering in from Clayton's office on one of his self-constituted observation tours, found her crying softly while she wiped her typewriter, preparatory to covering it for the night. "Somebody been treating you rough?" he asked, more sympathetic than curious. "What are you doing here, anyhow?" she demanded angrily. "You're always hanging around, spying on me." "Somebody's got to keep an eye on you." "Well, you don't." "Look here," he said, his young old face twitching with anxiety. "You get out from under, kid. You take my advice and get out from under. Something's going to fall." "Just mind your own business and stop worrying about me, that's all." He turned and started out. "Oh, very well," he said sharply. "But you might take a word of warning, anyhow. That cousin of yours has got an eye on you, all right. And we don't want any scandal about the place." "We? Who are we?" "Me and Mr. Clayton Spencer," said Joey smartly, and went out, banging the door cheerfully. Anna climbed the hill that night wearily, but with a sense of relief that Rudolph had not been waiting for her at the yard gate. She was in no mood to thrust and parry with him. She wondered, rather dully, what mischief Rudolph was up to. He was gaining a tremendous ascendancy over her father, he knew. Herman was spending more and more of his evenings away from home, creaking up the stairs late at night, shoes in hand, to undress in the cold darkness across the hall. "Out?" she asked Katie, sitting by the fire with the evening paper. Conversation in the cottage was almost always laconic. "Ate early," Katie returned. "Rudolph was here, too. I'm going to quit if I've got to cook for that sneak any longer. You'd think he had a meal ticket here. Your supper's on the stove." "I'm not hungry." She ate her supper, however, and undressed by the fire. Then she went upstairs and sat by her window in the gathering night. She was suffering acutely. Graham was tired of her. He wanted to get rid of her. Probably he had a girl somewhere else, a lady. Her idea of the life of such a girl had been gathered from novels. "The sort that has her breakfast in bed," she muttered, "and has her clothes put on her by somebody. Her underclothes, too." The immodesty of the idea made her face burn with anger. Late that night Herman came back. Herman had been a difficult proposition for Rudolph to handle. His innate caution, his respect for law, and, under his bullying exterior, a certain physical cowardice, made him slow to move in the direction Rudolph was urging. He was controversial. He liked to argue over the beer and schnitzel Rudolph brought. And Rudolph was growing impatient. Rudolph himself was all eagerness and zeal. It was his very zeal that was his danger, although it brought him slavish followers. He was contemptuous, ill-tempered, and impatient, but, of limited intelligence himself, he understood for that very reason the mental processes of those he would lead. There was a certain simplicity even in his cunning. With Herman he was a ferret driving out of their hiding places every evil instinct that lay dormant. Under his goading, Herman was becoming savage, sullen, and potentially violent. He was confused, too. Rudolph's arguments always confused him. He was confused that night, heavy with fatigue, and with Rudolph's steady talk in his ear. He was tired of pondering great questions, tired of hearing about the Spencers and the money they were making. Anna's clothing was scattered about the room, and he frowned at it. She spent too much money on her clothes, always sewing at something. He stooped down to gather up his shoes, and his ear, thus brought close to the table, was conscious in the silence of a faintly rhythmical sound. He stood up and looked about. Then he moved the newspaper on the table. Underneath it, forgotten in her anxiety and trouble, lay the little gold watch. He picked it up, still following his train of thought. It fitted into the evening's inflammable proceedings. So, with such trinkets as this, capital would silence the cry of labor for its just share in the products of its skill and strength. It would bribe, and cheaply. $10, perhaps, that ticking insult. For $10? He held it close to his spectacles. Ah, but it was not so cheap. It came from the best shop in the city. He weighed it carefully in his hand, and in so doing he saw the monogram. A doubt crept into his mind, a cold and chilling fear. Since when had the Spencer plant taken to giving watches for Christmas? The Hill girls who worked as stenographers in the plant, they came in often enough, and he did not remember any watches, or any mention of watches. His mind, working slowly, recalled that never before had he seen the watch near at hand. And he went into a slow and painful recalculation. $50 at least it had cost. 100 stenographers, that would be $5,000 for watches. Suddenly he knew that Anna had lied to him. One of two things then. Either she had spent money for it, unknown to him, or some one had given it to her. There was, in his mind, not much difference in degree between the two alternatives. Both were crimes of the first magnitude. He picked up the watch between his broad thumb and forefinger, and then, his face a cold and dreadful mask, he mounted the stairs. End of Chapter 26.